Summary: Yi Chen was an honest and hardworking man, but he caught his girlfriend who was having an affair with a wealthy second generation. Because of his sadness, he decided to return to his hometown to calm down. While on his way, he met a god cultivator and ended up being his student. After that, his life began to change. On the right and left arms holding the beautiful girl, from the start of the school flower, rich young women, beautiful teachers, beauty CEO, famous beauty stars, beautiful goddesses. One by one the women came to him. Chapter 801 Reinforcements are coming. People at all not know what just happened. How can the formation of Heaven Pillars Law Array destroyed just like that? The person who managed to destroy the formation Heaven Pillars Law Array, Yi Chen, descended from the sky, himself descending near Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang. Are you alright? Yi Chen asked Zhao Yanyan and Nangong Xiang whether the two of them were currently okay or not. We're fine. Husband, you came at the perfect time. If you didn't come just now, maybe. Zhao Yanyan said to Yi Chen, who was in front of her. Yi Chen immediately hugged Zhao Yanyan's body. Yi Chen felt guilty for making Zhao Yanyan have to suffer something like this. Now I am here, no one else can do anything bad to you from now on. Yi Chen comforted Zhao Yanyan. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Yanyan felt that she had become safer and more free. All the burdens she previously felt disappeared when Yi Chen was beside her. Nangong Xiang was happy to see Yi Chen coming to this place. Yi Chen really came at the perfect time. If Yi Chen didn't come, maybe Nangong Xiang would have to use forbidden methods. It was not good for Nangong Xiang at all. Xiang, are you okay? Yi Chen asked whether Nangong Xiang was injured or not. I'm fine. Yi Chen, where is Shiyun now? Is she not with you? Nangong Xiang asked where Zhang Shiyun was at the moment. She's there. Yi Chen pointed to the sky. He told Nangong Xiang that Zhang Shiyun was above the sky. Above the sky appeared several beautiful and sexy women. These women were Shuesuin, Zhang Shiyun, Nanhuatse, and also the women from the Spring Palace brought by Shuesuin to help them. Zhang Shiyun looked at the people who were behind Xinguo. Zhang Shiyun did not expect that the people involved in the coup would be this many. This number was more than what Zhang Shiyun expected. Chen Guo, so you are the mastermind behind all of this? Zhang Shiyun said to Shengguo, who was far away in front of her. Zhang Shiyun's eyes were filled with hostility and hatred when she looked at Shengguo. Zhang Shiyun thought that if an old man like Shengguo died hundreds of years ago, it was unexpected that Shengguo was still alive and had broken through to half a step towards Divine Realm. With Shengguo, who has the strength of half a step to Divine Realm, it is not strange that people betray her. It turns out that this is the reason. Zhang Shiyun finally came up with a plausible reason why so many people betrayed her. It must be Shengguo's interference. Behind Zhang Shiyun there were already no cultivators at the half-step level to Divine Realm, so it was not strange that people began to lose their loyalty to her. During this time, the reason these people were loyal and served Zhang Shiyun was because behind Zhang Shiyun there was the ancestor of the royal family. When the ancestor of the royal family disappeared, the loyalty of these people also disappeared like a fart. Queen Zhang, has been a long time since we last met. You seem to look healthy. Xingguo laughed at Zhang Shiyun. After what your son did to me back then, you still dare to say that to this queen? What did say Xingguo is an insult to Zhang Shiyun. Obviously the Xin clan almost killed her back then. If there was no Yi Chen, may now be Zhang Shiyun in another realm. Ao was really stupid for just letting you go and making a mess again. I'll clean up the mess that kid can't handle. Xingguo said that he was going to clean up the mess that was caused by Shen Ao. If only Shen Ao had killed Zhang Shiyun on the spot, this kind of chaos would no longer occur and he would not need to step in to resolve this matter. Zhang Shiyun's gaze towards Xingguo became increasingly sharp. Zhang Shiyun was really angry with Xingguo. This man deserves to be killed by her. Xingguo, you and the Xin clan are indeed inferior to a dog. This queen will definitely erase you and your clan from this world. With the queen's temperament dominating, Zhang Shiyun said to Xingguo, Queen Zhang, you are really good at making jokes. With the little help you were looking for, you won't be able to win against all of us. Xingguo laughed at Zhang Shiyun, who sought help from the Spring Palace. Behind the Xin clan there were still the Gates of Eternity sect willing to help, so the chances of Zhang Shiyun winning against the Xin clan were still very little. Do you dare to look down on a woman like this, mistress? A very soft voice said to Xingguo. People who heard this voice felt that the bones in their body had softened. This woman's voice was able to make those who heard it excited. With a very dazzling smile, Shuesuin said to Shengguo and the rebels in this place. Shuesuin purposely used a little of her charm to confuse the man who was here. As long as it was a man, Shuesuin believed that she was capable of confusing them and becoming weak. A cultivator of the Queen Heart Silk was indeed a difficult opponent for a normal male to face. Even a eunuch might have a hard time dealing with the temptations of a Queen Heart Silk user like Shuesuin. Xingguo looked at Shuesuin. This woman was truly worthy of being the vixen who was feared by many strong men who stood at the peak of this Kunlun Holy Land. Shui Suin's charm was so powerful that ordinary men would not be able to withstand Shui Suin's seduction. Some of the rebels looked at Shui Suin with eyes like a hungry wolf. They looked very excited when they saw the beauty, who had a beautiful face and sexy body like Shui Suin. These people didn't realize that they were now under the influence of Shui Suin's charm. All they had in mind was lewd things. I didn't expect that the Spring Palace mistress would reach out to help Queen Zhang. Xingguo did not expect that Shui Suin would step in directly to help Zhang Shiyun against him. Shiyun is the sister of this mistress. Of course this mistress will lend a hand if Shiyun is in trouble. Shui Suin said to Xingguo excuses herself to step in directly to help Zhang Shiyun. I see, it turns out that Queen Zhang has a relationship with the Spring Palace. It's no wonder you like to play with men. It turns out that you have a relationship with the Spring Palace mistress. Xingguo's words were very smooth. He just told me that Zhang Shiyun is no different from a bitch from the Spring Palace. Xingguo, what are you doing? And the Shin clan can no longer be forgiven by this queen. This queen has lost a lot of patience. Zhang Shiyun had started to lose her temper when talking to Xingguo. Do you think I am afraid of your threat? Come forward and let me kill you right now. Xingguo was not afraid of Zhang Shiyun's threat. He instead challenged Zhang Shiyun. Chapter 802 Zhang Shiyun vs Xingguo. Zhang Shiyun did not immediately step forward when she heard Xingguo challenging her. Zhang Shiyun immediately turned her gaze to the people behind Xingguo. All of you, I am giving you one last chance to repent. I hope you take advantage of this opportunity one have given you. Zhang Shiyun said to the people behind Xingguo. She was still kind because she gave people one last chance. This is to repent and admit their mistakes. People could only look at each other when they heard Zhang Shiyun's words. They had come to this point that there was no way they would return after coming this far. These people trusted the Shin clan more than Zhang Shiyun, a woman who already didn't have a strong support behind her. The Shin clan already clearly had strong backing like Xingguo and the Gates of Eternity sect. It was clear that in terms of strength the Shin clan was superior to Zhang Shiyun. These people were very reluctant to follow Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun was waiting for answers from people. Until now these people had not given Zhang Shiyun an answer. It was clear that these people did not want to repent and admit their guilt who had betrayed her. Zhang Shiyun was not happy about this. It seemed that these people had already been completely influenced by the Shin clan. Hana, Queen Zhang, look at you. No one wants to follow you anymore. Everyone already knows which person they deserve to follow now. Xingguo burst out laughing when he saw Zhang Shiyun, who was ignored by the people behind him. These people really knew very well which side to follow. I've given all of you one last chance. If something happens to you and your family, don't blame me for that. Zhang Shiyun had already given these people the last chance. Unfortunately, these people turned down the opportunity Zhang Shiyun gave all of them. Zhang Shiyun was not a cruel person. At least she had given the opportunity to people who betrayed her. Shiyun, what do you want? Is it necessary to kill them all or not? Shui Suin asked Zhang Shiyun. She wanted to know what would choose Zhang Shiyun, whether Zhang Shiyun wanted to kill all these traitors or not. Please don't kill them all, just arrest and incapacitate these people. Zhang Shiyun didn't want to kill these people. These traitors could still be of use to Zhang Shiyun. Fine, if that's what you want. I will follow you on. Shui Suin will follow what Zhang Shiyun wants. She will order the Spring Palace disciples to catch and incapacitate these people. All of you, hurry and cripple these people. I don't care how you catch and incapacitate them. As long as they are alive, then it's fine. Shui Suin ordered the women from the Spring Palace to arrest and incapacitate these people. All the women nodded. They were all given a freedom by Shui Suin to capture all the enemies that exist. That means they can use some extreme means of dealing with these people. All the women from the Spring Palace immediately rushed towards the enemy. They all charged straight at the enemy behind Xingguo. All the female disciples and elders from the Spring Palace used their full strength. Because the number of enemies was quite large, they all didn't dare to play around, all trying to show their full strength against the enemy. Shui Suin and Nanhuatsai also attacked the enemy behind Xingguo. These two strong women very easily defeated many enemies very quickly. Shui Suin and Nanhuatsai were too strong. They did just a little knock. The enemy immediately fell unconscious. With the help provided by Shui Suin and Nanhuatsai, the women from the Spring Palace began to intimidate all the enemies. Tens of thousands of rebels felt so overwhelmed when they fought the woman who came from the Spring Palace. It was unexpected that the Spring Palace had such great strength. The people Shui Suin brought were the best people in the sect right now. Naturally, their strength couldn't be underestimated. This was still half of the strength that the real Spring Palace had. If the Spring Palace used its full strength, surely the battlefield would become even more chaotic than at this point. While Shui Suin and Nanhuatsai were handling the rebels, Zhang Shiyun was currently dealing with Xingguo. Zhang Shiyun wanted to settle her own business with the Shin clan. That's why Zhang Shiyun decided to intervene in fighting Xingguo. Xingguo looked at the battlefield that was around him. The current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. The tens of thousands of powerful cultivators he brought were completely unable to handle the street women of the Spring Palace. This really made Xingguo feel extremely angry. You useless people, Xingguo cursed these useless people. Why should he have these useless people? Xingguo, give up right now, there's no point in you fighting like this. Zhang Shiyun told Xingguo to back down right now. This would make it easier for Zhang Shiyun to handle the Xin clan. If Xingguo wants to surrender, then the rest of the Xin clan will definitely give up too. Xingguo is the mastermind of all this rebellion. As long as the mastermind of this rebellion is defeated, then everything will be resolved very easily. Dream of a bitch, I will never give up on you. Xingguo shouted at Zhang Shiyun. Xingguo even called out to Zhang Shiyun with very harsh words. Xingguo's words made Zhang Shiyun feel very angry. She didn't like it when someone called her a bitch. This queen's patience is at its limit. It looks like this queen is wasting too many words on you. From now on, this queen will use real actions on you. Zhang Shiyun was tired of throwing unnecessary words to Shen. Gua, he thought there was no point in wasting words on someone like Xingguo. Shut up, bitch, I'll kill you. Xingguo rushed towards Zhang Shiyun. He seemed to be starting to launch an attack on Zhang Shiyun. Sky claw lock above the sky, appeared countless hundreds of claw slashes. These hundreds of claw slashes locked onto Zhang Shiyun's body. In an instant, this attack targeted Zhang Shiyun's body. Zhang Shiyun's body began to be attacked by the sky claw lock that Xingguo was using. Die, you bitch. Xingguo was very satisfied when he saw the sky claw lock he used managed to lock Zhang Shiyun. Now Zhang Shiyun would not be able to escape his attack. Zhang Shiyun looked very calm when faced with attacks from Xingguo. She didn't seem too concerned about this attack. Hundreds of claw slashes began to land on Zhang Shiyun's body. Clang, 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 clang. When this strike landed on Zhang Shiyun's body, you could hear a slashing attack loud enough to be heard. This sound is similar to a collision between a hard object against a hard object. Claw slashes couldn't injure Zhang Shiyun's body at all. Chapter 803 Cut off Xingguo's hand. What's going on here? Xingguo was quite surprised when he saw that the attack he just used couldn't injure Zhang Shiyun's body in the slightest. Zhang Shiyun's body seemed to be protected by something so violent that the Sky Claw Lock's attacks could not break through this protection. Even though Zhang Shiyun only used her wind power to ward off this attack, Zhang Shiyun hadn't even used her full strength to fend off Xingguo's attack. Yi Chen, let's help Zhang Shiyun in under. Nangong Xiang invited Yi Chen to join hands to help Zhang Shiyun against Xingguo. Xiang, we don't need to interfere in the battle. Shiyun alone can definitely overcome that old man. Yi Chen believed that Zhang Shiyun alone was enough to fight Xingguo. Yaham, you mean? Nangong Xiang asked Yi Chen. She didn't understand what Yi Chen meant. You just pay attention, you will know what I mean. Yi Chen told Nangong Xiang to pay attention to the battle that was being fought by Zhang Shiyun versus Xingguo. Nangong Xiang nodded at Yi Chen. She started to focus on the Zhang Shiyun versus Xingguo battle. Yan, let's treat Grandfather Wu and the others. While waiting for Zhang Shiyun, Shui Suyin, and Nanhua Cai to take care of the enemy, Yi Chen invited Jia Yanyan to treat Wu Ping and the others. Husband, please help me heal them all. Jia Yanyan did want Yi Chen to heal grandfather and everyone from the Wu clan. Yi Chen together with Jia Yanyan started treating people from Wu clan. Jia Yanyan was here become as Yi Chen's assistant to heal people from Wu clan. While people were focused on fighting, Yi Chen and Jia Yanyan were in charge of healing the injured. Returning to the battle that Zhang Shiyun and Xingguo were doing. Xingguo, what you do is useless. You won't be able to win against me, Zhang Shiyun said to Xingguo. If you won't be able to win against him, shut up, bitch, I will definitely kill you and strip your body in public. Xingguo said that he could definitely beat Zhang Shiyun. Sky Wind Storm Domain. Xingguo was no longer kidding. He opened a domain to fight Zhang Shiyun. By opening a domain, Xingguo's chances of winning against Zhang Shiyun would increase. Around Zhang Shiyun began to feel a very strong wind. This strong wind began to attack Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun's body began to be enveloped by winds that were strong enough to blow anything they passed. If people could be within this domain, they would have been flailing in all directions. At worst, their bodies could be chopped into a mist of blood. Zhang Shiyun is still standing where she was before. The wind in this domain is unable to move body. Zhang Shiyun, with the level of cultivation that Zhang Shiyun possessed, who had reached the divine nascent realm early realm, the realm of half-step towards divine realm with divine nascent realm is already very far away. The difference in strength that Zhang Shiyun and Xingguo possess is like heaven and earth. Xingguo looked at Zhang Shiyun. Until now Zhang Shiyun still looked very relaxed when he was in the Sky Wind Storm domain that he had just used. Xingguo started to wonder how could Zhang Shiyun survive the domain and the attacks he had previously carried out. This was simply too ridiculous for Xingguo. Xingguo couldn't go on like this. He felt so humiliated that he couldn't kill bitch like Zhang Shurians, Sky Wind Cannon Blast. Xingua started to raise his left hand to the sky. Right above Xingua's hand, an enormous amount of wind began to gather. The wind that gathered in Xingua's hand made a very dense ball. The ball in Xingua's hand was getting bigger and bigger over time. The size began to extend from 50 centimeters to 50 m. This size was quite large. The ball this 50 m size is a wind that has been compressed by Xingua. If this ball of wind explodes, then it is certain that there will be a very strong wind explosion that can blow up whatever is nearby. It could be said that this wind ball was like a nuclear bomb that was thousands of times more powerful than those made by humans. Xingua was really crazy. He wanted to kill Zhang Shiyun along with the people around here. Bitch, be prepared to accept your death. This time I used my mass destruction technique. Ha ha ha. Xingua burst out laughing. He already felt like he was winning over Zhang Shiyun. You idiot. Zhang Shiyun said that Xingua was a fool. Zhang Shiyun had said several times that Xingua would not be able to beat her, but this old man still forced to fight with her. Invisible wind slash. Zhang Shiyun's moved one finger of hers down. When Zhang Shiyun moved one finger of hers down, Xingua's hand that was used to support the Sky Wind Cannon Blast was immediately cut off. Immediate blood started gushing out when Xingua's arm was cut by the invisible wind slash. Huh? Xingua felt quite shocked when he saw his arm cut off. Xingua hurriedly used his left hand to grab his right hand, which had just been cut off. Xingua felt unbearable pain from the part of his arm that was cut off. Xingua was a senior cultivator. Even though Xingua was injured, he would not scream like an injured baby. Gritting his teeth, Xingua used the strength he had to stop the bleeding from occurring in his arm. Blood was still dripping from Xingua's hand. Xingua's strength was still unable to stop this bleeding. After a while, the pain started to subside a little. Xingua was delighted as the pain started to subside. Don't be too happy that fast. I'm not finished here. Zhang Shiyun moved her hand again. This time Xingua's left arm was suddenly cut off. Xingua shouted when he saw that his left hand was also cut off. Xingua finally couldn't take this excruciating pain anymore. Xingua really didn't know what Zhang Shiyun had just done. He didn't even feel an attack coming from Zhang Shiyun. What Xingua knew, his hand suddenly cut off. This was really very strange for Xingua. What kind of technique did you just use? Why don't I know such a technique? Xingua asked which technique Zhang Shiyun had just used. Xingua had never seen the technique used by Zhang Shiyun. For what this queen bothered to explain what happened to the enemy like you? There is no point I'm explain this to you. Zhang Shiyun reluctant to tell the technique that recently she used to Xingua. The invisible wind slash technique is a technique that was taught by Nanhuatsai to Zhang Shiyun. Nanhuatsai herself got this technique from the fairy gate. Because Zhang Shiyun was Yi Chen's woman, there was no harm in Nanhuatsai sharing the technique with Zhang Shiyun. After all, Zhang Shiyun and Nanhuatsai were both wind element users, so the invisible wind slash could not match Zhang Shiyun. Chapter 804, Kill Xingua. Xingua has lost both of his arms. Now Xingua will no longer be able to do anything without his two arms. Xingua, do you have any last words before this queen eliminates you? Zhang Shiyun said whether Xingua had any last words before she killed Xingua. Xingua is the root cause of this chaos. Zhang Shiyun better kill Xingua to tell these people who was in charge of this Kunlun Holy Land. You bitch, you dare do this to me, I'll definitely make you pay up. Before Xingua finished speaking his words, Zhang Shiyun immediately waved her hand horizontally. Xingua's head was immediately chopped off when Zhang Shiyun swung her hand horizontally. Xingua's gaze started to turn. He could see his body not far from him. Xingua wanted to scream. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything in this state. Xingua's eyes could only widen when he saw himself die at Zhang Shiyun's hands. Xingua is a cultivator who is at half-step resistance to divine realm. It is unexpected that her who has struggled to break through to the realm after a step towards divine realm will be so easily killed by Zhang Shiyun. Moreover, it seemed that Zhang Shiyun had not used her true strength yet. Zhang Shiyun had only slightly used her strength against Xingua. Zhang Shiyun slightly moved her hands. Xingua's body immediately turned into a mist of blood. Zhang Shiyun was completely merciless when it came to Xingua. She didn't even spare a shred of Xingua's body. Xingua and Xin clan truly deserve this punishment. They are truly inferior to a dog. Looks like you've finished this yourself, Xue Suyin came to Zhang Shiyun's side. She said to Zhang Shiyun, who had finished killing Xingua, his sister Suyin, have you finished crippling those people? Zhang Shiyun asked if Xue Suyin had finished taking out the people who rebelled against her. I just finished taking care of those people, Xue Suyin said to Zhang Shiyun. Xue Suyin herself had just finished defeating tens of thousands of enemies in this place. Xue Suyin along with the women from the Spring Palace easily mastered the battlefield. Thank you very much. Zhang Shiyun thanked Xue Suyin for helping her deal with these people. You don't need to thank me. I help because you are my sister. Xue Suyin told Zhang Shiyun not to keep thanking herself. Now that they are family, there is no need to be too formal in matters like this. Zhang Shiyun was very grateful to Xue Suyin. She got a good sister like Xue Suyin. Sister Suyin, I'll go see Yi Chen. Please make sure that those people don't run away. Zhang Shiyun wanted to meet Yi Chen. She wanted a little bit about the current situation. You can leave comfortably. I will make sure these people don't escape. Xue Suyin guaranteed that the rebels would not be able to escape. If they dared to escape, Xue Suyin would definitely torture them back even more cruelly than before. The woman from the Spring Palace is something you can't play with. If it upsets the woman from the Spring Palace, then you could have a terrible result. Zhang Shiyun can be relieved when leaving this matter to Xue Suyin. For these people, Zhang Shiyun intends to take care of them later. Now she must take her palace from Shen's hands. After Shen Gui died, the Shen clan had no one else to support them, and it was likely that the Gates of Eternity sect would not send their greatest cultivator to help the Shen clan. The old monsters in the Gates of Eternity sect would definitely never want to come out of their hiding place. They would rather be in their hiding place than come out and get involved in matters like this. Yi Chen, how is the condition of Duke Wu and the members of the Wu clan? Zhang Shiyun asked how Wu Ping's current condition was. Their situation has improved. Now they are all safe. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun that the people were safe. That's good. Zhang Shiyun felt very relieved when she heard Wu Ping was fine. The Wu Ping and Wu clan were among the people who still stood by her side. Zhang Shiyun greatly appreciated Wu Ping and the Wu clan who still believed in her side. Zhang Shiyun shifted her eyesight to Nangong Xiang who was beside Yi Chen. Somehow, Nangong Xiang had always been watching Zhang Shiyun's every move. Ahem, my friend Xiang, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something? Zhang Shiyun asked Nangong Xiang who had been watching her. Shiyun, where did you get such strength? Quickly explain to me where you got this kind of power. Nangong Xiang immediately interrogated Zhang Shiyun. He wanted to know where Zhang Shiyun got this kind of power. Zhang Shiyun's current strength was tens of times stronger than before. There must be a special method that could allow Zhang Shiyun to gain this rapid increase in strength. Zhang Shiyun fell silent when she heard the question from Nangong Xiang. Zhang Shiyun did not know how to answer the question from Nangong Xiang. Zhang Shiyun was a little difficult to say that she did dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Why are you just silent? Quickly answer my question. Seeing Zhang Shiyun silent, Nangong Xiang tried to urge Zhang Shiyun to say. Zhang Shiyun didn't know whether she should tell Nangong Xiang this or not. Nangong Xiang was the closest friend Zhang Shiyun had. Zhang Shiyun had a hard time lying to Nangong Xiang. Nangong Xiang is a very smart woman. It is quite difficult to hide this from Nangong Xiang. Zhang Shiyun braced herself. It was better to be honest with Nangong Xiang. For the matter of Nangong Xiang to be angry or not, Zhang Shiyun would accept everything. After all, Zhang Shiyun was a newcomer. Nangong Xiang still met first and promised to become Yi Chen's woman. Zhang Shiyun walked towards Nangong Xiang. Zhang Shiyun started whispering to Nangong Xiang. Zhang Shiyun deliberately said it in a low voice. Zhang Shiyun whispered it softly so that only Nangong Xiang would know about her words. Nangong Xiang's face turned red when she heard what Zhang Shiyun said. Nangong Xiang did not expect that Yi Chen and Zhang Shiyun had done the last thing between a man and woman. Now it can be said that Zhang Shiyun is a complete Yi Chen woman. Somehow Nangong Xiang feels jealous of Zhang Shiyun who has done dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Even though Nangong Xiang was the first person to meet Yi Chen, why was her best friend one step ahead of herself? This made Nangong Xiang feel unhappy. Nangong Xiang went to Yi Chen's side. Without saying anything, Nangong Xiang began to stretch out her claws towards Yi Chen's waist. Yi Chen felt Nangong Xiang's pinch that suddenly pinched him with a fairly strong force. Xiang, it hurts. Why are you suddenly pinching me like that? Yi Chen really didn't know the reason for Nangong Xiang to pinch himself. At this time Nangong Xiang was starting to become so strange. Hemp. Nangong Xiang sniffed coldly at Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang looked annoyed at Yi Chen who had done this with Zhang Shiyun first. Chapter 805, Shen'eo's coronation failure. Yi Chen really didn't understand what Nangong Xiang was doing. Women really are really strange creatures. The way of thinking of a woman is quite difficult for Yi Chen to guess. After a while, Nangong Xiang finally wanted to remove her pinch from Yi Chen's waist. Yi Chen was helpless. He could only give in when he saw what Nangong Xiang was doing. Nangong Xiang returned to Zhang Shiyun's side, herself starting to tell Zhang Shiyun what happened when Zhang Shiyun was not here. Nangong Xiang told Zhang Shiyun that the Yu clan and Min clan had been destroyed by the Shen clan. She told Zhang Shiyun that people from the Yu clan and Min clan were killed and some had been arrested and thrown into prison. Not only that, people who were still loyal to Zhang Shiyun were also killed and thrown into prison. The Shen clan was truly unforgiving. They had completely eliminated any threats that could threaten them in the future. Zhang Shiyun was quite angry when she heard this news. The Shen clan was really very cruel. They killed people who were still loyal to Zhang Shiyun. The Shin clan is really a trash clan, I will go and destroy them all. Zhang Shiyun was angry at the Shin clan behavior of carrying out such mass killings and arrests. Zhang Shiyun must seek a proper justice for the deceased for the royal family they have been serving sincerely for. Zhang Shiyun intends to enter the palace. She wants to immediately eliminate the Shin clan members in the palace. Most of the Shin clan members were currently within the palace. They were currently enjoying their victory feast. These people had absolutely no idea that outside Xinguo and their allies had been defeated by Zhang Shiyun and the woman from the Spring Palace. These people really believed in Xinguo's strength. They all believed that Xinguo could overcome attackers very easily. Wait, I want to come with you. Saw Zhang Shiyun enter the royal palace. Yi Chen wanted to come along with Zhang Shiyun. Okay. Zhang Shiyun nodded at Yi Chen. She doesn't matter if it's Yi Chen joined her in storming into the royal palace. Yan, Xiang Yi too, please bring back injured people, they need rest. This place is not suitable for these people to rest. Very well, we will bring these people back to the manor. Jia Yanyan understood. He and Nangong Xiang would take the injured people back to the manor. Jia Yanyan and Nangong Xiang immediately took Wu Ping and the others back to the Wu clan manor. Let's go. After Jia Yanyan and Nangong Xiang left, Zhang Shiyun invited Yi Chen to go to the palace. Yi Chen and Zhang Shiyun flew towards the palace. The two of them immediately barged into the palace. Yi Chen and Zhang Shiyun immediately defeated all the guards in the palace. Their only goal was to go to the central hall where the coronation process would be carried out. Meanwhile, in the central hall of the royal palace, at this time Shin Ao along with several members of the Shin clan had gathered at this place. Apart from the Shin clan, there were also several high-ranking officials from the Hu clan, Wei clan, and Tu clan who attended this ceremony. There was also Hong Zim and Hong Yepu. It seemed that both of them were representatives of the Gates of Eternity sect. Most likely Hong Zim and Hong Yepu came here to collect payment to the Shin clan. The Gates of Eternity sect had helped Shin clan gain the top position in the royal family. They had to pay a decent price in return. Everyone seemed quite happy about this. After this event was over, they would receive the reward that the Shin clan had promised. Everyone, welcome to the great event that is being held today. Today is a historic day where after all this time the royal family has a new leader, a spokesperson said to everyone present in this place. This spokesperson seems to be from the Shin clan. This person is very eloquent in conveying Shin Ao's coronation process into a new king. We don't need to linger any longer. Let's start the process of coronation of the new king who will become the new ruler of the royal family. The spokesperson told everyone to immediately start this event. Shin Ao immediately appeared in the center of the hall, himself starting to walk towards the throne that Zhang Shiyun previously had. After all this time, Shin Ao finally got the thing he wanted the most in this life. Soon Shin Ao will sit on this throne. Shin Ao will become the new king who will rule this Kunlun Holy Land. Shin Ao walks slowly towards the throne, himself starting to act like a king who has peerless power. Shin Ao has finally reached the throne. A representative will hand over the crown to Shin Ao. Shin Ao immediately knelt down, himself ready to wear the royal crown on his head. Shin Ao, are you ready to become a leader? Who will lead this country wisely and protect the people? Before wearing this crown, Shin Ao must be sworn in. This is a tradition that has existed since a long time ago. I, Shin Ao, will carry that tough task on my shoulders. Shin Ao immediately swore in front of everyone. This person is truly shameless. After carrying out a massacre of thousands of innocent people, Shin Ao still dared to swear like this in front of everyone in this Kunlun Holy Land. As this coronation ceremony was broadcast throughout the Kunlun Holy Land, everyone could see Shin Ao's coronation process very clearly. Starting from today, they will get a replacement from Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun is queen who was quite wise in the hearts of his people, as long as Zhang Shiyun leads everything going very well. Now that Zhang Shiyun is no longer there, she is not left an heir either. So no one can replace Zhang Shiyun, therefore the Shin clan will become the new ruler of the royal family. People can accept this. The Shin clan is quite a strong clan, so it doesn't matter if the Shin clan becomes the new ruler of the royal family. These people only knew that Zhang Shiyun was rumored to be dead, so these people would take it for granted when the Shin clan became the new ruler. If they found out that Zhang Shiyun was still alive, maybe they would change their minds and reject this. This is sneaky Shin clan. They can reverse the fact that makes everyone believe that Zhang Shiyun is dead. If the Kunlun Holy Land was ruled by the Shin clan who was extremely cunning like this, then it was certain that something quite bad happened to the Kunlun Holy Land, a start that was done in a cunning manner. Then in the future the Shin clan will continue to use cunning means to deal with its own people. After Shin Ao swore in front of everyone, it's time to give this crown to Shin Ao. Boom! When the crown was about to be placed on top of Shin Ao, suddenly an explosion occurred at the entrance to this hall. Everyone immediately turned around and looked towards the entrance. They all want to know who dares to cause a mess in this coronation process. Chapter 806 Against Generals and High. When everyone in the hall looked towards the entrance, they saw a very beautiful and elegant woman standing in front of the entrance. To the people in the royal hall, this woman was no stranger to the people in the hall. They didn't believe that Zhang Shiyun would return like this. Zhang Shiyun looked at the people in this hall, surveying who was attending Chen Ao's coronation ceremony. The people in this room were mostly high-ranking clansmen and several higher-ups from the royal family who had previously been given a special position by Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun still remembered the betrayals committed by her trusted generals. Zhang Shiyun would definitely retaliate dozens of times what they had previously done to her. Chen Ao was the one who was the most dumbfounded when he saw Zhang Shiyun successfully break into this hall. How could his father, who was outside, not stop Zhang Shiyun from breaking into this place? All of the Shen clan's plans would go awry with Zhang Shiyun's return at times like this. Chen Ao until now still doesn't know that Zhang Shiyun has killed Xingguo without leaving a trace. Zhang Shiyun is a good woman, but when someone forced herself, Zhang Shiyun can be quite a cruel woman. The Shen clan had touched the lower limit that she had. Of course Zhang Shiyun was angry and acted cruelly towards the people of the Shen clan. Why are you silent? Quickly turn off the live broadcast. Chen Ao immediately shouted at the person in charge of broadcasting the coronation process. Zhang Shiyun's return caused such a mess for this event. The people who were out there could tell that Zhang Shiyun was still alive, even though the Shen clan had taken great pains to make news about Zhang Shiyun's death. If people found out that Zhang Shiyun was still alive, people would no longer believe in the Shen clan. Chen Ao didn't want this to happen. He had to make sure that news about Zhang Shiyun's life didn't leak out. Zhang Shiyun had to die in this place so that all the problems that arose in the future could disappear. The person in charge of organizing the broadcast immediately tried to turn off the live broadcast that was taking place. Bam! Before the person in charge of organizing the live broadcast could turn off the broadcast, Chen immediately went to knock out the person in charge of organizing the live broadcast. He made sure to let people know that Zhang Shiyun was still alive and exposed all the rottenness that the Shen clan and its allies had done. Chen Ao saw what Chen was doing. He felt very annoyed when he found out that Chen prevented him from turning off this live broadcast. Someone quickly kill that brat. I want that person's head, Chen Ao shouted quite loudly. He was furious at Chen who tried to block him. Apart from making Shen Fuma crippled, this person dared to interfere with his plans. Chen Ao would definitely not let Chen go. Shen Ao had to kill Chen and give Chen's head as a gift to Shen Fuma, who was disabled by Chen. Shen Fuma would have been overjoyed when Shen Ao gave him such a gift. The Shen clan members immediately went towards Chen. According to what Shen Ao ordered, the Shen clan members would kill and behead Chen's head. These people looked quite excited when they wanted to kill Chen. What was before Chen did to Shen Fuma was insulting enough for the rest of the Shen clan. Now that they could finally take revenge on Chen for the humiliation that was done by Chen, before the people from the Shen clan could go towards Chen, the sight they had became blurry. They could no longer clearly see what was going on around them. Zhang Shiyun didn't let people do anything to Chen. Herself immediately used her own power to kill people from the Shen clan who intended to kill Chen. Zhang Shiyun very easily turned the people of the Shen clan into a mist of blood. They all died at Zhang Shiyun's hands very easily. Shen Ao didn't know what just happened. He didn't see how the people from the Shen clan just died like that. Everyone please kill these two people right now. Shen Ao had no other choice but to order everyone who was here to help him kill Chen and Zhang Shiyun. High-ranking clansmen and generals who had quite high cultivation bases immediately went to surround Chen and Zhang Shiyun. In an instant, Chen and Zhang Shiyun were surrounded by the enemies in this room. Chen and Zhang Shiyun were both quite calm when facing the enemies in this room. The two of them were not afraid of the people in this place. You all really turned against me. I will never let you all go. Zhang Shiyun said that she would not let go of the big clan high-ups and generals who had betrayed her. We don't care. Queen Zhang, in a moment we will all kill you and solve the mess you have made. General Zhang, who was the highest general as well as the strongest, said to Zhang Shiyun. General Zhang was a cultivator at the 10th stage of the Overlord realm. General Zhang was a fairly strong cultivator who used to have strength comparable to Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun narrowed her eyes when she heard what General Zhang said. This person dared to say he wanted to kill herself. General Zhang along with the higher-ups of the big clan immediately went towards Zhang Shiyun. They all immediately launched various kinds of attacks on Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun didn't want to waste a lot of her words on people like this. Using an action was the best way to deal with these people. Zhang Shiyun slightly waved her hand. When Zhang Shiyun waved hers, when Zhang Shiyun did this, these people's legs were suddenly cut off. All the great generals and all the higher-ups from the great clan immediately fell to the floor when their feet disappeared. These people have absolutely no idea what just happened. How could they have lost their legs for no apparent reason? Zhang Shiyun snapped her fingers. When Zhang Shiyun snapped her fingers, a very strong wind began to blow the people on the floor. The people on the floor were flown and hit the walls in this hall. Zhang Shiyun didn't care if the palace walls were destroyed because of this, as long as he could teach these people a lesson, then Zhang Shiyun would do anything. The power that Zhang Shiyun had used just now was quite strong. These people immediately vomited blood when they crashed into the wall. Part of the palace walls were destroyed because they were hit by the people who were knocked down by Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun was really strong. In just a few breaths, she was able to defeat the people who had nearly killed her before. While Zhang Shiyun defeated those who surrounded her, Chen was currently also fighting those who surrounded him. In contrast to Zhang Shiyun, who quickly defeated her enemies, Chen looked quite relaxed when dealing with his enemies. Chapter 807 Force Chen to speak. 1. Chen is currently running and avoiding the enemy's attack. He tries to play with the enemy who attacks him. Chen's enemies felt very annoyed when they were teased by Chen. Several veins appeared on these people's faces because they were too angry. Brat, don't run anymore. Hurry up and face us right now. One of the people said to Chen not to run and face them. If you guys are great, why don't you guys try to catch me? Chen tried to provoke these people. He made people angry and lost the control they had. The people became increasingly angry with Chen's behavior. Everyone tried to catch Chen with all their means. The chase between Chen and the enemy was inevitable. The enemy tried to chase and catch Chen, who kept dodging. These people were getting more and more angry when they saw that Chen was able to avoid all of the attacks they made. Let's attack at the same time. Finally, these people decided to attack Chen together. Everyone used their strongest technique to charge towards Chen. They all launched a powerful attack focused on Chen. Boom, 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 boom. A consecutive explosion hit Chen's body. This explosion caused a slight tremor in the hall. We did it. Everyone looked happy when they saw Chen being hit by the attack they just did. The attack just now must have killed Chen. Why do you guys look so happy? Even though I'm not dead yet. When everyone was celebrating Chen's death, Chen suddenly appeared right behind these people's backs. Everyone immediately turned to look at Chen. They couldn't believe Chen could still dodge the attack they had just now. How can you live? These people couldn't believe that Chen was still alive. Of course I'm still alive. If I die, I can't possibly stand in front of you, Chen said to these people in a slightly disdainful tone. Chen words little insulting for these people. They feel in the lower right by the words that had just issued by Chen. Hey look, there is also someone who looks like that brat. One person shouted that behind them was another Chen. The people turned around again. When they turned around, they found that on the other side there was another Chen. What the hell? Why can he be two? People started getting dizzy when they saw Chen. There were two. They didn't know which Chen was the real one and which was the fake Chen. Everyone stay calm. This is just a clone technique. It must be real people hiding around this place. One of these people tried to calm the confusion between them. The two Chen who were in front of them were definitely only clones. So far it turned out that they had all been tricked by Chen, who said we are clones. We are both real, Chen said to the people in front of him. Chen along with the clone he created immediately went to attack the enemy. Bam, bam, bam. Chen along with the clone he created started hitting and oppressing the enemy who surrounded him. With the combined attacks between Chen and clone, in an instant, the enemy was beaten by Chen until he was battered. Shadow clone is a technique that is easy to use against enemies. Chen's shadow clone technique can easily fight a large number of enemies. In less than 10 minutes, Chen and Zhang Shiyun had succeeded in defeating all the enemies in this place. Now in this place only Chen was left alone. Chen legs felt soft when he saw Chen and Zhang Shiyun easily beat the people in this place. Chen couldn't believe that the strong people in this place could be so easily defeated by Chen and Zhang Shiyun. Why did Zhang Shiyun suddenly become this strong? Actually, what happened when Zhang Shiyun left Chen and Zhang Shiyun immediately went toward Chen. The two of them were standing right in front of Chen. The terrified Chen tried to back away. When he tried to back away, Chen fell to the floor. Don't come near. Father, please save me. Chen was terrified when he saw Chen and Zhang Shiyun who were going towards him. He was afraid when he saw Zhang Shiyun's murderous gaze, which was very powerful towards him. Just from Zhang Shiyun's gaze, Chen could feel that he was being chopped by Zhang Shiyun. Chen and Zhang Shiyun didn't stop. Both of them continued to head towards Chen. You don't need to call your father's name anymore. The old man is dead. Chen told Chen about Xingui is dead. Dead? How could that happen? My father could not have died that easily. He will definitely come and kill both of you. Chen couldn't believe what he was hearing from Chen. Xingui was a cultivator who was in the half-step towards divine realm. There was no way Xingui would die so easily like what Chen said. Soon Xingui will definitely come and save himself. Chen was very sure that Xingui is tidying up the chaos outside. When Xingui has cleared up the chaos outside, Xingui will definitely come to save him. Chen, what did Chen say is the truth? I killed old man, that's shameless. Zhang Shuyun confirmed what had previously Yi Chen said, herself told Shineo about Xinghua has died. You two must be lying and conspiring to frame me. I will not believe your words. Shineo couldn't believe Yi Chen and Zhang Shuyun words. He thought these two people must have lied to him. Whether you believe it or not, you will soon catch up with him, so prepare yourself. Zhang Shuyun raised her hand, herself preparing to take Shineo's life. When Zhang Shuyun was about to take Shineo's life, Yi Chen suddenly stopped Zhang Shuyun. Yi Chen, why did you stop me? Seeing Yi Chen stop herself killing Shineo, Zhang Shuyun immediately questioned Yi Chen. Shuyun, you should not kill him first, let him admit the crime he has committed first. Yi Chen stopped Zhang Shuyun from killing Shineo. Just let Shineo first acknowledging all the crimes he had committed to. The people who have been fooled by Shineo, Zhang Shuyun nodded. Apparently what Yi Chen said is right. Zhang Shuyun must not kill Shineo. Shineo must take responsibility for everything he has done. Shuyun, what if you leave this matter to me? I will definitely make him talk about all the crimes he has committed. Yi Chen happily wants to help Zhang Shuyun make Shineo spoke of all the crimes he had committed. At that time, Yi Chen had not had time to take revenge when it was Shineo who wanted to attack him. It's up to you, Zhang Shuyun said to Yi Chen, to do whatever he wants to Shineo. Chapter 808 forced Shineo to speak. 2. Yi Chen was quite happy when he heard Zhang Shuyun allowed Shineo to do what he wanted. Yi Chen would definitely make Shineo speak all that he had done. Zhang Shuyun went towards the throne that he had. From this throne Zhang Shuyun would see what Yi Chen would do. Zhang Shuyun wanted to see what her favorite man would do to Shineo. Zhang Shuyun wanted Yi Chen to make Shineo speak for all he had done to everyone in this Kunlun Holy Land. That way everyone would know what the Shin clan was like. Yi Chen started to grab Shineo's hair. When Yi Chen did this, Shineo tried to rebel. He tried to attack Yi Chen. Brat, how dare you, I'll kill you. Shineo shouted at Yi Chen, himself trying to kill Yi Chen with his own hands. Before Shineo can attack Yi Chen, Shineo earlier slapped so hard to the point that all the teeth are owned by Shineo loss. Shineo was holding his cheek in such great pain. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would become this strong. The slap that Yi Chen had just now was so violent. Shineo felt an unbearable pain from the slap just now. You. Shineo pointed at Yi Chen. This man in front of him was clearly stronger than he thought. Shineo finally realized that Yi Chen had been hiding the strength he had. It's no wonder this person could easily fight all the participants. It turned out that Yi Chen was hiding the strength he had. Yi Chen again landed a slap on Shineo's face. This slap was no weaker than before. The two sides of Shineo's face immediately swelled up like a pig's rump when Yi Chen landed an extremely violent slap. Shineo, hurry up and say all the rottenness and evil you have committed right now. Otherwise I will keep slapping you until your face will no longer be recognized. Yi Chen tried to threaten Shineo to speak. He had to make Shineo say everything he did. I won't say it, just beat me until you are satisfied. Shineo will not say about the crimes he has committed over the years, so you prefer the harsh way rather than say the truth. Alright, if that's what you want, then I'll grant it. Yi Chen smiled evilly at Shineo. Yi Chen will definitely make Shineo speaking. Pa. Yi Chen was continuously getting slaps that were so violent to Shineo's face. This slap was loud enough to make an echo throughout this hall. People who were in this place could only see Shineo being slapped by Yi Chen very loudly. From the sound of Yi Chen slapping, they could all tell that the slap that Yi Chen had made was very harsh. Shineo's face was getting more and more swollen. Now Shineo's face has become very difficult for anyone to recognize. Shineo's face was hot and painful. Shineo truly felt the most intense pain in this life. Shineo really did not expect that one day he would be beaten by a younger generation like Yi Chen. This is an utterly unbearable humiliation for Shineo. You are quite stubborn too. Hurry up and say the crimes you have committed. If you are willing to confess the crimes you have committed, I will probably think again about letting you go. Yi Chen told Shineo to immediately admit all the crimes he had committed to the public. I will never say it. I would rather die than say it. Shineo would rather die than have to say the evil he had committed. Looks like the normal way won't be able to make you talk. I will have to use extreme means to force you. Seeing the normal way of being unable to deal with Shineo, Yi Chen seemed to have to use more extreme means than this. Yi Chen started to put his hand on Shineo's shoulder. You forced me to use this. You better be prepared to accept the consequences. Yi Chen told Shineo to accept the consequences for his words just now. What would you do? Shineo said to Yi Chen. Shineo didn't know what would do. Yi Chen told himself. Yi Chen didn't say much. He started to use his profound flames. Yi Chen's profound flames entered Shineo's body. When Yi Chen's profound flames entered Shineo's body, Shineo felt his body feel extremely hot. Shineo felt that he was currently in a volcanic crater that was ready to explode. This heat was so unbearable. Shineo's body and face turned red while enduring this extremely uncomfortable heat. Chen actually put his profound flames into Shin-Ao's body. This made Shin-Ao's body feel so hot that Shin-Ao's body became a furnace. What Yi Chen is doing right now is extremely dangerous. If only Yi Chen made the slightest mistake, Shin-Ao's body could turn to ashes. What is? Have you, due to my body? Shin-Ao asked what had done Yi Chen to his body, why Shin-Ao felt so hot that his body felt like a furnace human. I am currently putting the profound fire that I have into your body, the profound fire that I have could have killed you very young. If you do not want to say the evil that you have committed, I might burn one by one the inside on your body. Yi Chen told Shin-Ao what he was doing right now. Shin-Ao's face turned pale when he heard what Yi Chen just said. He did not expect that Yi Chen was currently infusing a profound fire into his body. That means that in Shin-Ao's body currently there is a flames that are churning. It is no wonder that Shin-Ao feels a tremendous heat. It turns out that in his body there is a profound fire. So, after knowing this, you still don't want to speak the truth? Yi Chen asked Shin-Ao whether Shin-Ao still insisted on maintaining his stance not to speak or Yi Chen should start burning little by little Shin-Ao's body. I will never speak the truth to you. Shin-Ao still refused to speak. This person still insisted on his stance not to speak. Shin-Ao was very confident that Xingguo will come to save himself soon. Which is why Xingguo remains adamant not to reveal the crimes he has committed. What Shin-Ao was doing right now was just buying time so that Xingguo could come here. You know, I have limited patience, don't make me lose my temper any further. Yi Chen started to lose the patience he had. Yi Chen started to use the profound flames he had to burn Shin-Ao's body. Shin-Ao's body felt extremely hot as Yi Chen's flames began to spread to several important points in his body. Chapter 809, The Choice Given by Zhang Shiyun. Shin-Ao felt a very torturous heat. The heat mixed with this pain was very torturous. Shin-Ao felt that this was more painful than a death. Arg. It hurts a lot, Shin-Ao shouted in a voice that was quite loud. It could be seen that Shin-Ao looked very sick. Time began to pass. For about 5 minutes, Shin-Ao's screams echoed throughout the hall. Shin-Ao began to feel her body ached a lot. Almost all parts of her body felt blistered from this heat. Good. Well, I will say it. Please release me. After a long struggle by Shin-Ao, finally Shin-Ao surrendered also into the hands of Yi Chen. Shin-Ao could no longer stand this horrible torture. He said that what Yi Chen did was inhumane. Torture. Yi Chen is happy that Shin-Ao finally wants to admit the crime he committed. Quickly tell me, if until you dare to deceive me, I will again make you feel what is more terrible than before. If until Shin-Ao dares to deceive himself, then Yi Chen will return to torture Shin-Ao. In the live broadcast, Shin-Ao tells of all the evil he has done. Shin-Ao even told Yi Chen said that he and the rebels had killed so many people. All the people in the Holy Land of Kunlun were quite shocked when they heard the words from Shin-Ao. They didn't think it was Shin-Ao will commit such a cruel act. Everyone now knows the real face of the Shin clan. It turns out that the Shin clan is a clan that contains cruel and shameless people. The Shin clan deserves to be cursed for the rest of their lives. There is no place suitable for traitors like the Shin clan in the Kunlun Holy Land. Zhang Shiyun slightly raised her eyebrows when she heard the number of people who had been killed by Shin clan. The number who had been killed by Shin clan was quite large. The number reached these thousands. This was something that Zhang Shiyun did not imagine, did not expect the Shin clan and the rebels to kill that many people. Thousands of people are an enormous number, of whom he is with Shin-Ao. The average person killed by the Shin clan and the rebels are high-ranking officials. They were all eliminated and killed by the Shin clan and the existing rebels. Shin-Ao, you are really a very evil person. I did not think that you would kill people who were loyal to this queen. Zhang Shiyun, who had been silent, began to speak. Zhang Shiyun was very angry when she heard Shin-Ao has killed so many people. Zhang Shiyun, now you know that I have killed the strongest people you have. Even though you managed to regain the throne you belong to, you no longer have the strongest people on your side. Ha ha. Shin-Ao laughed when he managed to get Zhang Shiyun's men killed. Now even though Zhang Shiyun regained her position as queen, everything that Zhang Shiyun had built for hundreds of years was destroyed simply by the Shin clan. Zhang Shiyun, the crimes committed by your clan really cannot be forgiven longer by this queen. I will hereby destroy all of your Shin clan. Zhang Shiyun has issued his order. From now on, Shin clan will be branded as a traitor and in hunt all over the world. Shin-Ao had already suspected that if Zhang Shiyun would issue an order like this woman would definitely not let her Shin clan go just like that after committing a big rebellion like this. Zhang Shiyun, you and your descendants are prostitutes. If only I had a chance, I would have killed you before died. Shin-Ao didn't forget to curse Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun did not listen too much to the talk of this almost dead dog. According to Zhang Shiyun, Shin-Ao is no longer worthy to be heard again. Zhang Shiyun called some women from Spring Palace here. In a situation like this, only a woman from the Spring Palace could be trusted by Zhang Shiyun. Coincidentally, Shui Suyin had given special rights to Zhang Shiyun. Where Zhang Shiyun could rule at the will of the women of the Spring Palace, some beautiful and sexy women immediately entered this hall. They immediately knelt in front of Zhang Shiyun. Because of Shuesuin's order to serve Zhang Shiyun, these women became very respectful of Zhang Shiyun. The women of the Spring Palace began to consider Zhang Shiyun as their own mistress. I want you to go and take the people of the Shin clan to the city gates. I want you to hang the people of the Shin clan at the city gates. Let everyone understand what the consequences are for being a traitor. Zhang Shiyun gave the order to the woman from the Spring Palace to go and bring people from the Shin clan to the city gates to be hanged. That includes people from the Shin clan who have been hiding somewhere in this Kunlun Holy Land. Zhang Shiyun wants all members of the Shin clan to be exterminated to its roots. Well, we understand. The woman from the Spring Palace nodded. They would soon go find the men of the Shin clan and take them all to the gates of the capital to be executed. Shin Ao is currently being taken away by a woman from the Spring Palace. Shin Ao is also a member of the Shin clan, so Shin Ao must participate in the execution. Zhang Shiyun, you're a bitch, all my family is a bitch. Before leaving, Shin Ao did not forget to continue to curse Zhang Shiyun, all her ancestors. Zhang Shiyun closed her ears to Shin Ao's words. Shin Ao will soon be executed. There is no point for Zhang Shiyun to listen to people like Shin Ao. The women of the Spring Palace dragged Shin Ao and the remaining surviving members of the Shin clan. At the behest of Zhang Shiyun, they had to hang all members of the Shin clan above the city gates to inform everyone in the Kunlun Holy Land of the consequences because they had committed this betrayal. After Shin Ao was taken away by a woman from the Spring Palace, Zhang Shiyun turned her attention to the people he had previously paralyzed. You all don't have to pretend to close your eyes in front of me or this queen will kill all of you, Zhang Shiyun said to the people who pretended to faint in front of her. Zhang Shiyun knew that people were aware from earlier and listened to all the conversations she had had with Shin Ao. Hearing Zhang Shiyun's words that he was going to kill them, these people immediately got up. They all immediately knelt in front of Zhang Shiyun. The generals and leaders of the clan no longer dared to Zhang Shiyun. They all now understood that Zhang Shiyun had become stronger than before. I will give you all the opportunity to make a choice that will affect the lives of all of you. Zhang Shiyun will give a choice to these people. The generals and clan leaders began to wonder what choice Zhang Shiyun would give them all. Chapter 8:10 Situation was resolved. I will give you two choices. The first choice is you and all your clan members must be willing to accept the slave seal that I will give, or do you prefer to be executed like the Shin clan? Now decide which option you will accept. Choice to these people to determine whether they want to live or die. Zhang Shiyun couldn't just let go of people. If Zhang Shiyun just let go of these people, then they would likely repeat the same thing as they are now. That was why it was important for Zhang Shiyun to be on the lookout in case things got really bad. By giving these people a slave seal, Zhang Shiyun could easily control these people from doing anything harmful to herself and those around her again. This incident was a lesson that was quite valuable for Zhang Shiyun. With this incident, Zhang Shiyun knew that there were some people who might harm her. Zhang Shiyun would not allow this incident to happen a second time. It was enough that this incident happened once in the history of the Kunlun Holy Land. Zhang Shiyun's choice was quite heavy. They had to choose between living in captivity or they had to die together with their entire clan. This choice is tough enough for people who like freedom. It is a choice between dying or losing the freedom they have. Quickly make your choice right now. I will give you 60 breaths for all of you to make your choice. Zhang Shiyun gave 60 breaths to decide which choice they would take. Time was passing. Not people were thinking hard about which choice they would take, whether they would choose the slave seal or their entire family would be annihilated. Time is up, now make your choice. Zhang Shiyun informed people that time was up. It was time for these people to make their choice. We are all willing to accept the slave seal from Queen. Everyone agreed to receive the slave seal from Zhang Shiyun. Very good, then I'll give the slave seal to all of you, while the rest of your clan will follow later. Zhang Shiyun said to everyone in this place, thank you for the elegance Queen gave. Everyone was unanimously grateful for the elegance that Zhang Shiyun gave. If Zhang Shiyun wanted, Zhang Shiyun could have killed these people right now. People were still very lucky because they were still given the chance by Zhang Shiyun to live. Zhang Shiyun started giving these people slave seals, all evenly getting the slave seal from Zhang Shiyun. The slave seal would make these people unable to go against Zhang Shiyun's orders. From now on they would be very obedient to Zhang Shiyun's words. You can now leave this place, right? Zhang Shiyun told these people to leave this place. Zhang Shiyun felt disgusted when she saw the faces belonging to these people, which was why Zhang Shiyun decided to drive people away. People didn't dare to stay any longer in this place. They were all afraid that Zhang Shiyun would change her mind and would do something bad. If these people dared to put Zhang Shiyun in a bad mood, they and their families would have to suffer terrible consequences. With a little difficulty, these people left this place. Everyone was already injured from the previous battle. They suffered quite serious injuries from the battle with Zhang Shiyun and Yi Chen. In just an instant, this hall became empty, only Yi Chen and Zhang Shiyun. Sigh. Zhang Shiyun slid down from her throne, happy that everything had been resolved, now that she had regained what should have been hers. Are you okay? Yi Chen came over and asked whether Zhang Shiyun was okay or not. I'm fine, it's just that I feel a little tired. Zhang Shiyun said that he was just a little tired because of this business. If you are tired, then you should just rest. I and the others will solve this problem for you. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun to go and rest. Yi Chen, Shuasuin and Nanhuatsai would definitely solve this problem for Zhang Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun immediately shook her calluses at Yi Chen. Husband, you don't have to worry, I can still solve this. Zhang Shiyun could still solve this problem alone, are you sure? Yi Chen again asked Zhang Shiyun. He was quite worried about Zhang Shiyun, who was like this. Zhang Shiyun felt very happy when Yi Chen worried about her like this. There was a sweet feeling in Zhang Shiyun's heart when she saw that someone was worried for her. Zhang Shiyun got up from her throne. She went towards Yi Chen. Without saying anything, Zhang Shiyun hugged and kissed Yi Chen's lips. The two of them kissed for a while. The kiss this time was just an ordinary kiss. Yi Chen and Zhang Shiyun did not have a very passionate kiss like usual. Yi Chen knew the place and the conditions around this place. He knew the conditions in this place were not suitable for passionate kissing. After a few seconds of kissing Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun finally separated her lips from Yi Chen. Husband, thank you so much. Thanks to you I was able to regain my property. Zhang Shiyun thanked Yi Chen. Thanks to Yi Chen herself managed to get back what should be her. You don't need to be grateful. It's my job to help my beautiful and sexy woman. Yi Chen's hand began to touch Zhang Shiyun's sexy, but Zhang Shiyun was not at all angry when she saw Yi Chen touching the sensitive part she had. From now on she was Yi Chen's woman. Everything in Zhang Shiyun's body belonged to Yi Chen as well. Hey, do you want to do it with me? Yi Chen whispered in Zhang Shiyun's ear. Husband, I have to settle some matters first. Maybe another time. Zhang Shiyun had to settle things first. That's why Zhang Shiyun couldn't do that together with Yi Chen. Huh? I'm just kidding. You don't need to take it seriously. Just now Yi Chen just wanted to tease Zhang Shiyun. Never thought that Zhang Shiyun's reaction would be like that. Zhang Shiyun's face turned red when she heard Yi Chen teasing her. Yi Chen really became quite naughty and dared to tease her. Hemp, forget it, I'll go solve the problem. With a slightly flushed face, Zhang Shiyun left Yi Chen. Zhang Shiyun leaving Yi Chen to overcome his embarrassment. Yi Chen chuckled when he saw Zhang Shiyun embarrassed. Flirting with a queen is something fun to do. Yi Chen can't wait to tease Zhang Shiyun next time. Because Zhang Shiyun left this place, Yi Chen also decided to go back to the manor. Yi Chen had to give Jia Yanyan the divine awakening pill. The situation within the royal capital was getting better, thanks to the information that Yui Mui and Yui Ni had been able to obtain, and the rebels had been captured and put on trial. They all had to get the slave seal from Zhang Shiyun. Meanwhile, for the people who had died, Zhang Shiyun held a ceremony to honor these people. These people deserved a ceremony like a hero who died on the battlefield, apart from giving a tribute ceremony. Zhang Shiyun also provided some compensation for the families and clans who were affected by this incident. Within 7 days from now, the entire capital city will be in mourning. People will sow flowers and pay tribute to the heroes who have died. Chapter 811 Yanyan, where is the prize you promised? As for the Shin clan, the fleeing Shin clan members were immediately chased down by people from the Kunlun Holy Land. Zhang Shiyun offered quite a tantalizing reward for those who were able to catch the fleeing Shin clan members. With the competition held by Zhang Shiyun, countless cultivators from all over the Kunlun Holy Land were competing to catch the Shin clan members who were hiding. Shin clan members who are arrested will be immediately executed for the crimes they have committed. The Shin clan, which had originally become a great and respected clan in the royal capital, immediately turned into the most hated and sought-after clan in this Kunlun Holy Land. Yi Chen returned to the Wu clan manor to look for Jia Yanyan. He immediately went to find Jia Yanyan to give divine awakening pill. Yi Chen very quickly found Jia Yanyan. It just so happened that in this room Yi Ro and Jia Yanyan were treating Wu Ping, who was injured. Yi Chen sees Jia Yanyan now. This might not can disturbed, because Jia Yanyan this time could not be bothered. Yi Chen decided to find another time is right to give divine awakening pill to Jia Yanyan, since there wasn't anything Yi Chen could do in this place. Yi Chen decided to go and help solve the mess that was still left in the royal capital. Time quickly passed. It had been 2 days since Zhang Shiyun took the position of queen that she had. Thanks to everyone's help, the royal capital recovered very quickly. Everyone was doing very normal activities, and the royal family's services had started to run as usual. Zhang Shiyun had just overhauled the existing ranks of officials in the royal family with a new one. This was one of the golden opportunities for Zhang Shiyun to find new people who were suitable to fill important positions in the royal family. It was time for Zhang Shiyun to replace the old generation with the new one. Zhang Shiyun chose a lot of new talented people to occupy several important positions. Even though there were countless new people Zhang Shiyun appointed to fill the vacancies, there were still old people Zhang Shiyun kept. The reason for that was because Zhang Shiyun thought that the younger generation was still not suitable to fill an important position requiring an extremely high cultivation base, which was why Zhang Shiyun was still given the opportunity to the old people who had previously rebelled. With the slave seal given by Zhang Shiyu, these people shouldn't be able to do something bad. If they plan something bad, Zhang Shiyun could find out right away through the slave seal he gave. So for now, Zhang Shiyun can feel relieved by the people who previously intended to betray her. While Zhang Shiyun was currently managing her government, Chen was currently spending the time he had together with Shuesuin. This vixen did not return to the Spring Palace. Shuesuin continued to stay by the side together with Chen. Shuesuin is currently giving her lap to where Chen is sleeping. Shuesuin's lap is very comfortable. Chen feels an extraordinary feeling from Shuesuin's soft thighs. Shuesuin always spoiled Chen wherever the two of them were. Chen was quite happy to have a beautiful sister with a big double peak who wanted to spoil her. The feeling of being spoiled by women is indeed the best thing in this world. Shuesuin was quite happy when she spoiled Chen. She felt a sweet feeling in her heart when she saw Chen happy with her. "Husband, are you here?" Zhao Yanyan suddenly walked into the room where Chen and Shuesuin were. Hearing Zhao Yanyan's voice, Chen deftly got up from Shuesuin's soft lap. "Yanyan, what's wrong?" Chen asked what Zhao Yanyan needed to come to his room. "Nothing, I just want to see you." Zhao Yanyan told the reason he went to see Chen. It had been 2 days that Zhao Yanyan had not seen Chen. She was too busy together with Yuro to treat Wu Ping's wounds. Zhao Yanyan wanted to see Chen's condition. When she saw Chen's condition, Zhao Yanyan found that Chen was seen being spoiled by a beautiful and sexy woman like Shuesuin. Zhao Yanyan looked at Shuesuin from top to bottom. This was the first time Zhao Yanyan had seen Shuesuin from this close. Zhao Yanyan looked at the double peak that Shuesuin had. Shuesuin's size was quite large. Zhao Yanyan had to admit that this woman had enormous capital. Zhao Yanyan looked at hers, which was still a cup. Zhao Yanyan was a little jealous. Women are like this, they all like to compare the size of their double peak. Zhao Yanyan started to wonder if Shuesuin didn't feel heavy when she lifted 2 double peaks of that size. Smiley face. "So you are Yanyan, nice to meet you, my name is Shuesuin." Shuesuin was the first to take the initiative to greet Zhao Yanyan. Shuesuin had already heard about Zhao Yanyan's identity from Nan Huatze. This pure beauty in front of her was Chen's most precious first woman. In front of Zhao Yanyan, Shuesuin had to try to look good so that she could continue to be with Chen in the future. "My name is Zhao Yanyan. Big sister Suin is happy to meet you." Zhao Yanyan greeted Shuesuin. She smiled softly when talking to Shuesuin. Both of them smiled at each other. It was seen that both of them were looking and trying to find out about the details of each party. "Yanyan, come here, you have a gift for you." Chen told Zhao Yanyan to come to his side. Chen had a present for Zhao Yanyan. "Husband, what gift is that?" Zhao Yanyan wanted to know what gift Chen would give. "You will find out later, come here quickly." Chen did not immediately tell Zhao Yanyan what gift to give. Chen was acting very mysterious. Zhao Yanyan was curious about the gift Chen would give. She wanted to know what Chen would give her. Zhao Yanyan walked closer to Chen. When Zhao Yanyan was very close to Chen immediately pulled Zhao Yanyan into his arms. Zhao Yanyan was quite surprised by what Chen was doing. "Husband, what are you doing?" Zhao Yanyan asked what Chen did to him. "Yanyan, where's the gift that you promised me? Didn't you ever promise to give a prize when I got queen?" Chen collected the promise Zhao Yanyan had previously given him. Chen now has Zhang Shiyun as the woman. Now is the time for Chen to collect the promise that Zhao Yanyan previously promised. Zhao Yanyan's face turned red when she heard Chen collect the promise she used to say. Zhao Yanyan had indeed promised to give that if Chen had succeeded in getting queen. Not unexpectedly that Chen would get Zhang Shiyun so quickly. "Husband, how about we talk about the matter another time?" Zhao Yanyan wanted to talk about the matter another time, but I want it right now. Chen wanted to tease Zhao Yanyan even longer. 2 days without seeing Zhao Yanyan made Chen feel like teasing this girl even longer. Chapter 8:12 Yishou disappeared, but. Zhao Yanyan looks like it's hard to answer Chen. There's no way Zhao Yanyan could give that in broad daylight like this. In addition, the people from the Wu clan were currently in the manor. If they did something like that now, there would definitely be a lot of people who heard what they were doing. This could be a hot topic among the other Wu clan members. "Yanyan, are you lying to me?" With a sad expression, Chen asked Zhao Yanyan. Chen looked very disappointed when he saw Zhao Yanyan not keep the promise she had previously made. "Husband, I didn't mean it like that, it's just that it's not right now." Zhao Yanyan frantically tried to explain to Chen. She didn't want Chen to be disappointed because he didn't keep the promise she had previously said. "Then when are you going to give me?" Yi Chen asked when Zhao Yanyan would give himself the prize that Zhao had promised Yanyan at that time. Maybe after I defeated the Gates of Eternity sect, Zhao Yanyan told Yi Chen when she would give Yi Chen a prize. Very good, you promised. You can't break the promise you made. Yi Chen was glad Zhao Yanyan promised himself. This way Yi Chen became even more eager to help Zhao Yanyan destroy the Gates of Eternity sect. Giggle. Next to Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan, Shuesuin was currently giggling. She felt funny when she saw the direction of the conversation that Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan were having. Yi Chen looks very funny when asking Zhao Yanyan for something. Yi Chen is very much like a child asking for candy to the person he cares about the most. Zhao Yanyan was relieved when she saw Yi Chen let go of herself. For the time being, Zhao Yanyan could rest easy because Yi Chen wouldn't ask herself for the prize. Yanyan, I have something for you. Yi Chen started to take the Divine Awakening pill from the Fairy Gate storage room. Husband, what is this? Seeing Yi Chen take out a pill that was quite unfamiliar, Zhao Yanyan immediately asked about the pill that Yi Chen had brought out. This is the Divine Awakening pill. This is a pill that can allow you to reach the divine realm with just one step. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan the pill in his hand. What? Zhao Yanyan and Shuesuin both shouted when they heard what Yi Chen just said. They both didn't expect that Yi Chen had such a great pill like this. Husband, is what you said true? Zhao Yanyan asked Yi again. Chen. She still couldn't believe what she just heard from Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan current desperately needed a lot of strength to take revenge on the Gates of Eternity sect. If what Yi Chen just said was true, then the pill in Yi Chen's hand can help Zhao Yanyan break through to the divine realm. Husband, you really have such great pills? Shuesuin was the same as Zhao Yanyan. She didn't believe that Yi Chen would have such a great pill. What I said just now is the truth. This pill can make people who eat it directly break through to the divine realm. Plus there is no side effect when consuming this pill. Yi Chen confirmed what he had previously said. Yi Chen wouldn't lie about the effect the Divine Awakening pill had on his palms. This was the greatest work Yi Chen had ever created. This pill was the greatest pill Yi Chen had ever made until now. Zhao Yanyan stretched out her hand towards the pill in Yi Chen's hand. She started to take the pill in Yi Chen's hand. Zhao Yanyan began to observe this pill carefully. With the Divine Awakening pill in her hand right now, Zhao Yanyan could gain an extremely powerful force. Zhao Yanyan looked at Yi Chen with a very gentle gaze. The gaze made by Zhao Yanyan made Yi Chen feel uncomfortable. Husband, thank you so much. Zhao Yanyan hugged Yi Chen's body. She was very grateful to Yi Chen, who had given herself something as precious as the Divine Awakening pill. Yi Chen really understood what Zhao Yanyan needed right now. This made Zhao Yanyan very touched by what doing Yi Chen was for her. Zhao Yanyan was grateful to find a man like Yi Chen who could understand her. Meeting Yi Chen was probably the luckiest thing Zhao Yanyan ever has experienced. You're welcome. I will definitely always support my little wife. Yi Chen said to Zhao Yanyan that he would always help Zhao Yanyan achieve her goal of destroying the Gates of Eternity sect. Divine Awakening. When you use the pill, you can go to the gates of a fairy. In a fairy gate Yi Chen shall lead. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan to use the Divine Awakening pill inside the fairy gate. Inside the fairy gate there would be nothing that could disturb Zhao Yanyan, plus there was Chu Yuechan who was ready to guide Zhao Yanyan how to use the Divine Awakening pill. Yes, I understand. Zhao Yanyan nodded at Yi Chen. She would do what Yi Chen said just now. Oh yeah, wife, where did you send little Xiao to? Why didn't I never see her? Yi Chen asked Zhao Yanyan about Yi Xiao's whereabouts. Yi Chen just remembered that he hadn't seen Yi Xiao in the past few days, so Yi Chen decided to ask Zhao Yanyan where Yi Xiao was. Husband, didn't Sister Xiao come with you to the Spring Palace? I didn't see Sister Xiao for more than 10 days, so I thought Sister Xiao was with you. Zhao Yanyan hadn't seen Yi Xiao for a long time. Zhao Yanyan thought Yi Xiao was together with Yi Chen to the Spring Palace. I did not invite little Xiao go with me. I went to Spring Palace only 3 of them together with Cai and Shiyun. Yi Chen said that he didn't take Yi Xiao to the Spring Palace. Then where did Sister Xiao go? Zhao Yanyan was increasingly clueless about where Yi Xiao had disappeared. Looks like she went to run away. I'll look for her. Yi Chen decided to go find Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao really did go when the Wu clan situation was chaotic. Yi Chen had to give the beautiful MILF woman a proper lesson for leaving when things were chaotic. Yi Chen lifted Zhao Yanyan who was on his lap, himself putting Zhao Yanyan by his side. Yi Chen got up from the bed, himself came out of the room and intended to find Yi Xiao's whereabouts. Husband, please don't be rude to Sister Xiao. Zhao Yanyan said to Yi Chen not to be rude to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao must have a reason to leave suddenly like this. Too bad Yi Chen didn't listen to what Zhao Yanyan said. Yi Chen had already left this room to look for Yi Xiao's whereabouts. Zhao Yanyan could only sigh when she saw Yi Chen, who had gone to find the whereabouts of Yi Xiao, who had been missing for several days. Chapter 8:13 Village in a Misty Forest. Yan, you don't need to worry too much about husband. Husband will definitely not do something bad to the woman you talked about earlier. Shue Suyin told Jia Yanyan not to worry about Ji Chen. Sister Suyin, why are you so sure that husband won't do bad things to Sister Xiu? Jia Yanyan asked why Shue Suyin really believed in Yi Chen wouldn't do anything bad to Yi Xiu. It's because I've been with my husband for a while. I really believe that Yi Chen won't do bad things to women. Husband are men who are kind to women, so there's no way a husband will hurt a woman who has a relationship with him. Suyin answered Jia Yanyan's question very easily. Sister Suyin, what you said earlier is absolutely true. Husbands probably won't do bad things to Sister Xiu. Jia Yanyan nodded lightly at Shue Suyin. She also thought the same thing as Shue Suyin. Jia Yanyan and Shue Suyin had gotten along with Yi Chen. The two of them must have known what Yi Chen was like when facing a woman. Jia Yanyan and Shue Suyin giggled when they thought the same thing. It seemed that Jia Yanyan and Shue Suyin were a good match for each other. Jia Yanyan is indeed worthy of being Yi Chen's first woman. She can easily match all of Yi Chen's women. Sister Suyin, let's go to the ferry gate. There is a pretty good bath we can use. Jia Yanyan invited Shue Suyin to go to the bath inside the ferry gate. Really? Then let's go there. Shue Suyin wanted to know the bath that Jia Yanyan was talking about, as well as Shue Suyin wanted to wash her body to keep it looking nice and beautiful in front of Yi Chen. Women are creatures who like cleanliness. They will not let their bodies get dirty, especially when in front of people they like. Then let's go. Jia Yanyan immediately grabbed Shue Suyin's hand. The two of them went straight into the ferry gate to try the bath inside the ferry gate. There, the two of them might become even more close when they bathe together. It's a shame that Yi Chen was not here. If Yi Chen was in this place and heard what Jia Yanyan and Shue Suyin had just said, Yi Chen would definitely happily join these two women. It was quite rare for Yi Chen to be able to enjoy two beautiful women taking a bath like Jia Yanyan and Shue Suyin. It's a shame that Yi Chen has currently gone looking for Yi Xiu's whereabouts. Where do you think little Xiu is now? Yi Chen started to wonder where Yi Xiu was right now. Hey Yi Chen, what are you thinking about? When Yi Chen was thinking about Yi Xiu's whereabouts, Xingmei suddenly came and went to hug Yi Chen. This bad girl hugged Yi Chen all of a sudden. The reason was quite simple. Xingmei did this because she wanted to use Yi Chen's ancient yang body to get stronger. Xingmei continued to stay by Yi Chen's side for some reason. From the start, Xingmei wanted to use Yi Chen's ancient yang body to get stronger. Bad girl, hurry up and let me go. Seeing Xingmei hugging her like this, Yi Chen tried to get away from Xingmei. Too bad that Xingmei was too strong. Yi Chen was unable to escape from Xingmei's embrace. I don't want to. Xingmei refused Yi Chen's order, sticking out her tongue mischievously. This told Yi Chen that she didn't want to let Yi Chen go. Yi Chen looked so helpless. Why did Yi Chen have to meet a woman like Xingmei? Forget it, I'll focus on looking for little Xiu. Yi Chen couldn't do much to Xingmei. All Yi Chen could do was let Xingmei do whatever she wanted. Yi Chen began to focus on finding Yi Xiu's whereabouts. Yi Chen used the contract he had to find Yi Xiu's whereabouts. When Yi Chen used his contract with Yi Xiu, Yi Chen began to feel Yi Xiu's presence. Yi Xiu was currently in a very far north direction. Yi Chen didn't know what Yi Xiu was doing in that far away place. Yi Chen had to go see Yi Xiu and take her home. Hi, hurry, let me go. I want to go somewhere. Yi Chen told Xingmei to let go of himself. Yi Chen wanted to go to the place where Yi Xiu was. I want to come. Xingmei told Yi Chen that she wanted to come. Xingmei wanted to follow wherever Yi Chen went. Being around Yi Chen could allow Xingmei to gain a decent increase in strength. Xingmei definitely wouldn't let Yi Chen go away from her for a while. It's up to you, I'll go find little Xiu. Yi Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to get away from this bad girl. It was better for Yi Chen to start ignoring Xingmei and focus on looking for Yi Xiu. Without saying anything to Xingmei, Yi Chen flew towards the north, himself going to the direction where Yi Xiu was. Xingmei still clung to Yi Chen tightly. This woman was unwilling to let Yi Chen go. Yi Chen couldn't help but fly while hugging Xingmei. The two of them flew towards the north at lightning speed. It took Yi Chen and Xingmei several hours to get to where Yi Xiu was currently. Yi Chen and Xingmei even had to pass through a misty forest that made their vision blurry. Geez, why is little Xiu in this place? Isn't there any place can she visit? Yi Chen started to wonder why Yi Xiu could be in a place like this. What was Yi Xiu doing in a place like this? Yi Chen became more and more curious about what Yi Xiu was doing in a place like this. Yi Chen could feel Yi Xiu's presence not far from this place. It meant that Yi Xiu should be around this misty forest. Yi Chen, is that woman you said little Xiu in here? Xingmei asked if the woman Yi Chen was looking for was in this place or not. I can feel her presence around here, so she should be around here. Yi Chen told Xingmei that Yi Xiu should be around this place. The contract connection Yi Chen had with Yi Xiu was definitely accurate. There was no way Yi Xiu could run away or hide from Yi Chen. What does a woman do in a mist place like this? Does she have any abnormality by going to a place like this? Xingmei said to Yi Chen. How do I know? Yi Chen also didn't know why Yi Xiu went to a place like this. What Yi Xiu needed in a place like this? When Yi Chen was very close to where Yi Xiu was, Yi Chen discovered that there were several ancient buildings standing around this place. Yi Chen did not expect that there was a village in the forest like this. Chapter 8:14 Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. Yi Chen wanted to know why in a place like this there was a village. Who would want to live in a forest full of mist like this? Let's get closer and see who lives in this place. Yi Chen invited Xing Mei to come closer and see who lived in a place like this. Let's see, I'm also curious about people who want to live in a place like this. Xing Mei also wanted to know who the people who lived in a place like this were. Mist. Yi Chen and Xing Mei snuck closer towards the village. They hid and observed what was happening within the village. When Xing Mei snuck in closer, the two of them saw that in this village there were indeed people living in it. Yi Chen and Xing Mei could see that within this village there were several people with fox ears and tails fox who could be seen living around this place. Could this be demi-humans' residence? Seeing this, Xing Mei began to suspect that this village was the residence of demi-humans. It wouldn't be strange if there were people living in a place like this. It turned out that they were demi-humans. Demi-humans do live in a place far from human settlements. Even in God realm most demi-humans live quite deep in dangerous forests. Only a few demi-humans with strong strength dare to come out at will. Those with strength will not be afraid when fighting humans. Meanwhile weak humans are more likely to live in forests like this. Is this nine-tailed fox race like Little Xiao? Yi Chen began to suspect that this place was most likely the home of Yi Xiao's group of nine-tailed foxes. It wouldn't be strange if Yi Xiao disappeared for a few days. It turned out that Yi Xiao had gone to a place like this to meet the same race as herself. What will you do now? Xing Mei asked what Yi Chen would do to the demi-humans who were here. I will stay focused on finding the whereabouts of Little Xiao. My main purpose for coming here is to find Little Xiao. Yi Chen told Xing Mei that he had come to look for Yi Xiao. For demi-human matters, Yi Chen would not interfere too much. He did not want to disturb the peace of the nine-tailed fox race that lives in this place. Let's go. Yi Chen invited Xing Mei to go find Yi Xiao. It just so happened that Yi Xiao was in one of the buildings in the village. Okay, Xing Mei immediately nodded to Yi Chen. She immediately followed Yi Chen to go see Yi Xiao. Yi Chen and Xing Mei started sneaking into the building where Yi Xiao was. When the two of them entered the building, Yi Chen and Xing Mei saw Yi Xiao sitting down and writing something. Little Xiao, what are you doing? Yi Chen appeared and asked what Yi Xiao was doing at the moment. Yi Xiao was quite surprised when she saw Yi Chen in front of her. She did not expect that Yi Chen would come to this place. Master, what are you doing in this place? Yi Xiao asked what was Yi Chen doing in this place. What else can I do? It's clear that I came here to look for you. Yi Chen told Yi Xiao that he had come here to look for Yi Xiao. Looking for me? Yi Xiao said confusedly, of course, you've been missing for several days. Of course I'm worried about you. Yi Chen told Yi Xiao why he bothered to come here. Yi Xiao felt a warm feeling when she saw Yi Chen worrying about her. Yi Chen is such a good master. Yi Xiao felt proud because he could have a master like Yi Chen. So what are you doing in this place? Yi Chen asked back what Yi Xiao was doing in this place. Yi Xiao started explaining everything to Yi Chen, herself telling Yi Chen what he was doing in this place. It turned out that these were the remnants of clan the Nine-Tailed Fox that was once led by Yi Xiao. The Nine-Tailed Fox race currently in this village was only a few. At least the remnants of the Nine-Tailed Fox race in the village were only around 30 a person, with mostly kids in it. This number is very small when compared to the past that can reach over 500 nine-tailed foxes. Then how do you find this place? Yi Chen asked Yi Xiao's way of finding this hidden place. What a coincidence! During the celebration of the founding of the royal family, I met one of the people who lived in this place. That's why I got here. Yi Chen told Yi Chen how he got to this place. Yi Chen now understood. It's only fitting that Yi Xiao disappeared for a few days. It turned out that this was the reason behind Yi Xiao's disappearance for several days. Then what are your plans now? Are you going to live in this place? Yi Chen asked if Yi Xiao would stay in this place forever. If that happened, then Yi Chen would most likely let Yi Xiao get the freedom she wanted. This was Yi Xiao's real home. Yi Chen didn't want to force his ego to take Yi Xiao away from her own house. No, I am no longer their queen. They have determined a new leader who is more competent than me. Yi Xiao shook her head. She told Yi Chen if she is no longer the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, if the people already have a new leader, then why don't you just come back? Yi Chen asked why Yi Xiao didn't come back even though he already knew that these people already had a replacement for him. That's because their existence is still under threat. Yi Xiao told Yi Chen that the existence of the Nine-Tailed Fox race in this village was still under threat. Threatened? Who was threatening them? Yi Chen asked who was the person threatening the Nine-Tailed Fox race who was in this place. According to the news that I have investigated and received, it is very likely that Shaolin and the Taoji sect are behind all of this. They are also the ones who may have attacked and captured people from my clan. Yi Xiao told Yi Chen about the findings she had been working on for some time at this place. Why did the Shaolin and Taoji sect do that? did you guys have grudges before? Yi Chen asked the reason that could make these two powers do something like that to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Shaolin and the sect Taoji are two places that hate demi-humans. They consider demi-humans to be evil spirits that must be caught and exterminated. Yi Xiu told Yi Chen was like what the Shaolin and sect Taoji were like. Yi Chen started to rethink what Yi Xiu said. Shaolin and the Taoist sect is indeed a place where people there are taught to fight against evil. Most likely demi-humans like Yi Xiu and their race were considered to be evil demons who had to be exterminated and captured. Chapter 8:15. Don't get in my way. Xingmei looked at Yi Xiu, herself looking at Yi Xiu's double peak. Yi Xiu's size made Xingmei very jealous. Why did she not have the same thing as Yi Xiu? What's little? It's obvious that this woman is a MILF woman who has a good body. Xingmei didn't understand why Yi Chen called Yi Xiu little Xiu. According to Xingmei, Yi Xiu was not a little girl. How could Yi Chen call a beautiful MILF woman with a fine body like Yi Xiu as little Xiu? This was inconceivable for Xingmei. Is it possible that the people of the Nine-Tailed Fox race are still being detained in the Shaolin and Taoji sects? Yi Chen asked Yi Xiu, I also don't know about this. I'm still finding out whether the people from clan are the Nine-Tailed Fox still alive and being detained by Shaolin. Yi Xiu was still looking for an answer to this. She also wanted to know what she just asked by Yi Chen. If you two want to know the answer, why don't you go and find out at the Shaolin temple? Xingmei told Yi Chen and Yi Xiu to go and find out the answer. It's not a bad idea, little Xiu, how about we go and find out about it? I'll help you sneak into Shaolin. Yi Chen offered Yi Xiu his own help. Yi Chen wanted to help Yi Xiu solve this problem. Master, are you sure you want to interfere in matters of my clan? Yi Xiu asked if Yi Chen really wanted to interfere in the matter of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Of course, it's still your family. How can I stay silent when I see something like this happen to your clan members? Yi Chen said that he would definitely help Yi Xiu solve this problem. Yi Xiu felt very touched when she saw Yi Chen want to get involved in this matter. Yi Xiu was not wrong when she chose Yi Chen to be her master. Yi Chen was a person who was quite responsible and helped when the closest person was in trouble. Thank you very much. Yi Xiu thanked Yi Chen. She was very happy to hear Yi Chen's words. Then let's go right now, don't waste any more time. Yi Chen invited Yi Xiu and Xingmei to go to Shaolin in the Taoji sect. Yi Xiu and Xingmei nodded at Yi Chen. Both of them agreed to leave right away. Yi Chen, Yi Xiu and Xingmei immediately left this building. The two of them headed straight for Shaolin. Oh yeah, where are the Shaolin and Taoji sects located? Yi Chen asked Yi Xiu where Shaolin was. Yi Chen didn't know where the Shaolin temple was, so it wouldn't be strange for Yi Chen to ask Yi Xiu's whereabouts of Shaolin. Shaolin and Taoji are to the east of this place. The location of Shaolin is quite far from this place. Yi Xiu told Yi Chen about the whereabouts of Shaolin and the Taoji sect. It's good if the two of them are in the east direction. We don't need to bother going there anymore. Yi Chen was happy to hear that Shaolin and the Taoji sect were in the same place. That meant Yi Chen didn't have to go back and forth to go to Shaolin and Taoji sect. Simultaneously, Yi Chen, Yi Xiu and Xingmei were already getting ready to go to the Shaolin and Taoji sect. When the three of them wanted to leave, someone suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Xingmei. The person who had just appeared was a middle-aged woman who was wearing a kimono just like Yi Xiu. Ayaka, who are these people? The middle-aged woman immediately asked Yi Xiu about Yi Chen and Xingmei's identities. Aunt Liu, this is Yi Chen and Xingmei, they are both my friends. Yi Xiu immediately tried to explain Yi Chen's identity to a middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman's name was Liu. She was the one who had been taking care of Yi Xiu since she was a little girl. It could be said that this woman named Liu was the closest person Yi Xiu had. Oh, so those two are your friends. Liu looked at Yi Chen and Xingmei. Liu could see that Yi Chen and Yi Xiu were quite good people. With Liu's hundreds of years of experience, Liu can easily spot good humans and bad humans. My name is Liu, nice to meet you too. Liu greeted Yi Chen and Xingmei. She looked very friendly to Yi Chen and Xingmei. Hello Aunt Liu. Yi Chen and Xingmei greeted Liu. This middle-aged woman looks very friendly. Yi Chen and Xingmei returned Liu's hospitality with their hospitality. Ayaka, where are you going? Liu asked where Yi Xiu was going with Yi Chen and Xingmei. We want to go do something important. Yi Xiu answered Liu's question, but Yi Xiu didn't seem to want to give details about what she would do together with Yi Chen and Xingmei. You don't need to hide it from me. I already know what you might do. Liu already knew what Yi Xiu was going to do. Surely Yi Xiu wanted to find out whether a member of the Nine-Tailed Fox race was alive or dead. And Liu, please don't stop me. I want to know if they are still alive or not. Yi Xiu told Liu not to stop herself from going to Shaolin to find out whether a member of the Nine-Tailed Fox race is still alive or not. I won't stop you from doing what you want, but I just want to warn you that Shaolin is a powerful force. It's quite difficult for a demi-human like us to enter the Shaolin territory. Li Yu tried to remind Yi Xiu that demi-human was hard enough to leave to the Shaolin region. Thank you for the warning you gave me, I will definitely be careful when I go there. Yi Xiu understood, she would be very careful when going to the Shaolin territory. That's great, I hope you come back safely. Li Yu hoped that Yi Xiu could return safely. Yi Xiu nodded at Li Yu. Yi Xiu would definitely return safely. Let's go. Yi Xiu invited Yi Chen and Xing Mei to go to the Shaolin territory. Before leaving, Yi Xiu didn't forget to say goodbye to Li Yu. Stop, I guess where do you want to go? When Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Xing Mei were about to leave this village, there was someone who again stopped Yi Xiu from leaving. A young man suddenly came and blocked Yi Xiu, Yi Chen, and Xing Mei's path. The man who had just arrived looked quite handsome and dashing. This man also seemed to be of a nine-tailed fox race. Nibby, don't get in my way, I have some business that I have to finish. Yi Xiu immediately drove away the man who was blocking the road. The man blocking the path was named Nibby. He was the new leader of the nine-tailed fox clan that Yi Xiu had previously told Yi Chen and Xing Mei. I won't leave until you answer my question. Nibby refused to go from Yi Xiu's path. Nibby wanted to know where Yi Xiu was going. Chapter 8:16 Yi Xiu drove Nibby away. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Quickly get out of my way right now. Yi Xiu looked even more angry with this young man named Nibby. Nibby always clung to Yi Xiu's side. This made Yi Xiu feel irritated whenever he met this person. That's why Yi Xiu was currently trying to drive this man named Nibby out of her way. Yi Xiu didn't want Nibby to get in her way. I told you that I won't step aside unless you tell me where you are going. Nibby still insisted on not going from Yi Xiu's path. She wanted to know where Yi Xiu was going. Didn't you hear what little Xiu just said? Quickly get out of the way right now, Yi Chen shouted in a slightly loud voice. Wanting this man to get out of the way. Who are you, and who is little Xiu that you just mentioned earlier? Nibby asked about Yi Chen's identity and who little Xiu was. Yi Xiu's face turned slightly red when she heard what Yi Chen just said. Yi Chen's call to her was quite embarrassing. This made Yi Xiu feel embarrassed. Little Xiu is. Before Yi Chen could finish his words, Yi Xiu used her tail to cover Yi Chen's mouth so as not to say any further about this matter. It was quite embarrassing when Yi Chen called herself Little Xiu. As the former leader of the nine-tailed fox clan, how could Yi Xiu let Yi Chen call herself this way? Nibby, quickly get out of my way, otherwise don't blame me for getting you out of the way. Yi Xiu this time threatened Nibby to get out of her way. As long as you don't give me the answer I want, then I will never get out of the way. Nibby remained firm in his stance. This man was quite stubborn. Then don't blame me. Yi Xiu used her tail to attack Nibby, who was blocking the path. Nibby used her two hands, which had been strengthened with profound energy, to fend off Yi Xiu's attacks. Bai is very confident in his abilities. He is very confident that he can fend off attacks from Yi Xiu. Bam! Very easily Nibby was flown by Yi Xiu. Nibby was flown tens of meters to hit several trees around here. Yi Xiu's patience seemed to be at its limit. Yi Xiu was already quite angry when she saw Nibby constantly interfering with her affairs. Yi Xiu hated it the most when someone intervened in important matters that he wanted, even though Nibby was the new leader. But Nibby was not worthy to rule and interfere in the affairs he wanted to do. Nibby tried to get up from the ground. It could be seen that Nibby was currently looking quite in pain from the attack that Yi Xiu had just carried out. Nibby didn't expect that Yi Xiu's attacks would be that strong. Bai had underestimated Yi Xiu's strength too. Ayaka, how can you attack me like that? I am the clan leader of the nine-tailed fox, you shouldn't do something like that. Nibby strongly protested when Yi Xiu attacked him. I don't care if you are the new clan leader, you just got in my way. So don't blame me for attacking you. Yi Xiu could easily answer Nibby. Previously Yi Xiu had warned Nibby not to get in her way. Because Nibby was still wayward and refused Yi Xiu's orders, Yi Xiu had no choice but to attack Nibby. You. Nibby pointed at Yi Xiu. Unexpectedly Yi Xiu didn't care about his status. Let's go. Yi Xiu invited Yi Chen and Xing Mei to leave this place. Yi Chen and Xing Mei nodded, the two of them following behind Yi Xiu. Nibby tried to block Yi Xiu, who wanted to leave. When Nibby moved a few inches from where he was standing, Yi Xiu used her tail to attack Nibby. Nibby was thrown back by Yi Xiu. This time Yi Xiu threw Nibby further than before. Li Yu helplessly saw what Yi Xiu was doing to Nibby. Yi Xiu was too much in driving Nibby away from her path. Let's go. Yi Xiu hurriedly took Yi Chen and Xing Mei away from this place. If they didn't hurry away from this place, Nibby would definitely continue to hinder them, which was why Yi Xiu immediately took Yi Chen and Xing Mei away from this place. Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Xing Mei immediately headed towards the east. They headed towards Shaolin. Nibby took a little longer to stand up again. She was slightly injured by Yi Xiu's attack, which was much stronger than before. When Nibby got up, she already found that Yi Xiu, Yi Chen, and Xing Mei had left this place. Where did they go? Nibby asked Li Yu where Yi Xiu had gone. Never mind. You won't be able to catch up, forget what you want to do. Li Yu told Nibby to give up his attempt to stop Yisho from leaving this place. Li Yu knew very well what Yisho was like. If Yisho had already decided something, then no one would be able to change Yisho's mindset, even if it was Li Yu. Old granny, don't act mysterious with me, quickly tell me where Ayaka went. Nibby still didn't want to give up himself, wanting to know where Yisho went. Well, if you really want to know, right now Li Yu is going to Shaolin to seek clues about the whereabouts of our nine-tailed fox. Li Yu finally told Nibby where Yisho was going. What? How can you let Ayaka go to a place like that? Don't you know the consequences of going to a place like that? Nibby looked very angry and worried when he found out that Yisho had gone to Shaolin to look for clues about the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox. Even if you know about this, you won't be able to stop it, nothing can change her mindset. Li Yu told Nibby that he wouldn't be able to do many things if Yisho had made up her mind. Damn, I have to go after them. Nibby had to chase after Yisho. He didn't allow anything bad to happen to Yisho. Actually, Nibby had feelings for Yisho. It had been a long time since Nibby liked Yisho's beauty. Unfortunately, feelings were Nibby not responded to well by Yisho. Yisho didn't have any feelings for Nibby at all. Therefore, even though Nibby tried to get close to Yisho, Yisho always drove Nibby away. Even though Nibby had become this strong, Nibby was still unable to attract interest from Yisho. Yisho had no interest in Nibby from the start, which was why whatever Nibby did was annoying to Yisho. Nibby tried to chase Yisho, herself trying to bring Yisho back to this place. Whatever happened, Nibby didn't want Yisho to go to Shaolin to find out the truth about what happened. Li Yu saw the departure of Nibby. This young man was really very stubborn. He really still forced his will, even though he already knew what the results would be like. Chapter 8:17 Sneak into Shaolin. Yi Chen, Yisho, and Xing Mei immediately rushed towards Shaolin. The three of them used the full speed they could use to head towards Shaolin. Little Xiao, those people called you Ayaka. Is the real name you have is Ayaka? Yi Chen wanted to know the real name Yisho had. Yes, your real name is Ayaka, master. What do you need to ask this? Yisho wanted to know why Yi Chen asked about something like this. No, it's just that I want to confirm your real name. Yi Chen said that he only wanted to know the real name Yisho had. Master, you can still call me Shou as usual, I don't mind the name you gave me. Yisho said that she prefers Yi Chen to call herself the usual nickname Yi Chen often calls. According to Yisho, it was a call that had stuck in Yisho's heart. Oh yeah, I want to say something to you. Yisho wanted to say something to Yi Chen. What is that? Yi Chen immediately asked what Yisho wanted to say to him. Master, next time can you not add little to my name? It makes me embarrassed. With an angry face, Yisho started scolding Yi Chen, who kept calling herself Little Xiao in front of other people. Yisho was not small at all. She was a mature woman, so the nickname didn't suit Yisho at all. Yi Chen just chuckled when Yisho scolded himself. Master, I'm serious here, don't mess around anymore. Yisho looked even more angry when she saw Yi Chen chuckling like that. It was clear that Yi Chen would definitely do something like that again in the future. I'm used to calling you like that. For me you are the little Xiao I used to care for. Yi Chen was used to calling Yisho little Xiao, so it might be difficult for Yi Chen to change that. Yisho started reaching out her hand towards Yi Chen's ear. Yisho began to pull Yi Chen's ear quite firmly. Little Xiao, how can you do this to your master? I will punish you for what you have done this time. Ouch, ouch, don't be too strong, it hurts. Yi Chen said to Yisho, who was pulling his ear. Yisho just sniffed coldly. Yisho looked quite angry because Yi Chen didn't want to listen to what she said. Xing Mei could only see what Yi Chen and Yisho were doing, according to Xing Mei. Both of them looked like lovers who were flirting with each other. Xing Mei looked utterly helpless when she saw this. Yi Chen really had so many women by his side. This made Xing Mei a little dissatisfied when she saw beautiful women close to Yi Chen. Wait a minute, why do I have to bother thinking about this man's romance? My goal in his side is just to get benefits, so why would I bother thinking about this man's romance? Xing Mei immediately realized, why would she bother thinking about Yi Chen's love story? There was no point in her thinking about such things. Xing Mei was with Yi Chen just to increase the strength of hers. Xing Mei had no other intention but to do that. Xing Mei did not want to admit that she felt jealous when she saw Yi Chen flirting with another woman. Xing Mei was quite confident in the appearance she had, but it seemed that Yi Chen didn't have the slightest interest in getting close to Xing Mei. This made Xing Mei a little annoyed. How could Yi Chen never try to take an initiative on her? Is she any less beautiful than a beautiful MILF like Yisho? Xing Mei looked at Yi Chen and Yisho, who were still flirting with each other. Huffed. Xing Mei could only sigh. She couldn't do much about this matter. Xing Mei could only see Yi Chen and Yi Xiao flirting with each other like this. Yi Chen, Yisho and Xing Mei continued their journey to Shaolin. The three of them took a little longer to reach the Shaolin territory. The distance between the village belonging to clan the Nine-Tailed Fox and Shaolin was quite far. This made it take them longer to reach the Shaolin territory. Is this Shaolin territory? Yi Chen asked Yi Shou if this was really a territory that was owned by Shaolin. Yes, this is indeed the territory of Shaolin. If I'm not mistaken, the Taoji sect is also not far from this place. Yi Shou told Yi Chen that they had entered the territory that was owned by Shaolin. This was the place that was said to be the holiest within the territory of the Kunlun Holy Land. It was in this place that good people from all corners of the Kunlun Holy Land gathered. Then what are we waiting for? Let's sneak in and look for a clue. Yi Chen invited Yi Shou and Xing Mei to sneak into Shaolin, Master. The Shaolin guard is quite tight. Maybe it will be a little difficult to sneak in there. Yi Shou told Yi Chen that they might have a little trouble when they sneak into Shaolin. Shaolin is one of the forces controlling the Kunlun Holy Land. Of course, the guards they use around this place will definitely be very tight. You don't need to worry. Leave the problem of sneaking to me. I am the expert when asked to sneak and look for something. Yi Chen began to boast of his abilities. Yi Chen was quite confident in sneaking, especially if it was sneaking and peeking at a woman who was bath, smiley face. Yi Shou could only smile when she heard Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen was too proud of his sneak skills. Bah, you are too confident. Do you think your sneak skill are already great? Last time I remember catching you while sneaking. Xing Mei immediately strongly denied what Yi Chen had just said. Xing Mei did not believe in Yi Chen's ability. At that time she could easily catch Yi Chen, who was sneaking to find information from Hong Zim and Hong Yepu. You don't believe in my abilities? Then let me show my abilities. Yi Chen was not satisfied when he saw Xing Mei underestimating himself. Okay, I want to see what kind of ability you are. Xing Mei wanted to see the ability Yi Chen was very proud of. Fine, I'll show you how great sneak skills I have, you see, and just wait here. Yi Chen will show off his abilities to the bad girl Xing Mei. Yi Chen immediately rushed into the Shaolin territory, himself immediately slipped into the territory belonging to Shaolin. Master, wait a moment, I want to come with you. Yi Shou said that she wanted to come along with Yi Chen into the territory belonging to Shaolin. Yi Shou immediately caught up with Yi Chen. She was chasing after Yi Chen, who had entered the Shaolin territory first. Xing Mei only saw Yi Chen and Yi Shou's departure. She did not immediately join Yi Chen and Yi Shou, who had already entered Shaolin. Let's see if you really have the ability or not. Xing Mei wanted to see if Yi Chen had the ability or not to sneak into Shaolin. Later, Xing Mei intends to follow behind Yi Chen and Yi Shou. She will see the skills that Yi Chen was previously proud of. When Yi Chen made a mistake and was found by one of the people from Shaolin, then Xing Mei would immediately ridicule Yi Chen's skills. Xing Mei was impatient when she saw Yi Chen's unsightly face as she mocked Yi Chen's skills. Yi Chen and Yi Shou have now entered the Shaolin territory. The Shaolin territory is full of bald men who are mostly doing meditation to gain peace of mind and mind. The Shaolin cultivation technique requires a calm heart and a calm mind, which is why most people meditate in order to gain peace of mind and heart. Looks like it will be easier than he thought. Yi Chen felt that sneaking into Shaolin would be easier to do. Little Xiu, let's go around this place to find the necessary clues. Yi Chen invited Yi Shou to go and look for clues about the whereabouts of the demi-humans who were captured by Shaolin. Okay, Yi Shou nodded. Herself quickly agreed with what Yi Chen just said. Their purpose for coming here is to find an information whether the nine-tailed fox race has brackets in this place or not. To find this information, Yi Chen and Yi Shou had to go around this place to find the information they needed. Yi Chen and Yi Shou immediately went around this place, the two of them, checking every place and room in Shaolin. As Yi Shou said, the guard that was in the inner Shaolin region was getting tighter. There were several Shaolin disciples guarding around the important place. This made Yi Chen and Yi Shou's movements a little hindered. The two of them had to be a little careful so as not to be found by disciples who came from Shaolin. Little Xiu, be careful, don't let these people find us. Yi Chen told Yi Shou to be even more careful. Yi Chen didn't want the two of them to be found by these people. I understand, I will try to be more careful. Yi Shou said that he would be even more careful. Yi Shou didn't want to be a burden to Yi Chen, that's why Yi Shou would try not to be found by people from Shaolin. Chapter 8:18 Secret Dungeon. Yi Chen and Yi Shou continued to sneak towards the inner part of Shaolin. Yi Chen and Yi Shou had searched countless numbers of rooms around this place. Too bad the two of them found no sign of any demi-human or nine-tailed fox race residing in this place. Master, we've searched almost all over this place, but we still don't find any signs of human sake around this place. Is it possible that Shaolin didn't do that? Yi Shou said to Yi Chen that Shaolin might not do something like that. Maybe they are hiding this in a place that is very hidden and unknown to anyone. Let's find out more details. Yi Chen did not just give up. He felt that there was something strange around this place. Yi Chen was forced to use his God Eyes technique to search for hidden places they couldn't find. By using his God Eyes technique, Yi Chen could see all the places in Shaolin very easily. Yi Chen could now see every corner that was in this Shaolin region. Yi Chen started looking around whether this place was a prison used to imprison demi-humans or not. When Yi Chen searched every corner of the Shaolin area, he found that in a very remote corner there was a dungeon. Within this prison there are hundreds of demi-humans currently in prisons within this dungeon. I found him. Yi Chen told Ji Xiu that he had found the existence of a prison that was used to imprison for humans. Where? Yi Xiu immediately asked where Yi Chen found a place for demi-humans in prison. Come with me. Yi Chen asked Yi Xiu to come along with him to go to the dungeon he had just found. Yi Xiu immediately followed Yi Chen. He and Yi Chen immediately went to the dungeon. Little Xiu, the dungeon we are going to visit is very tightly guarded. We have no other choice but to paralyze these people. Yi Chen told Yi Xiu that the dungeon they were going to visit was full of enemies. To get inside, Yi Chen and Yi Xiu had no choice but to cripple these guards. I understand. I will help you take out these people. Yi Xiu would help Yi Chen knock out these guards. Very good. Yi Chen nodded at Yi Xiu. Yi Chen immediately led Yi Xiu towards the entrance to the dungeon, which was quite hidden. Are you ready? Yi Chen asked if Yi Xiu was ready to go to the dungeon they were going to. I'm ready. Yi Xiu was ready at any time to go to the dungeon. Yi Chen nodded at Yi Xiu, himself taking Yi Xiu off to the dungeon. Who is it? When Yi Chen and Yi Xiu just walked in, they were immediately stopped by the guards guarding this place. The guards guarding this place were a little strange. They were like the people from Shaolin who had bald heads. Yi Chen guessed that these people were not from Shaolin. Shaolin always had bald heads, so these people were most likely not from Shaolin. Little Xiu, let's take them all down. Yi Chen asked Yi Xiu to take out these people. Yi Xiu nodded at Yi Chen, herself starting to go into battle mode to fight these people. Bam, 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 bam. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu started fighting against all guards that guarding this place. The two of them very easily paralyzed everyone in this place. Yi Chen fought these people barehanded, while Yi Xiu used her tail to fight these people. Yi Xiu still didn't need the Qi and Hanfan artifact. In order to fight these people, Yi Xiu could still easily win against these people by only using her tail, which was like a spear that could pierce anything. In just a few moments, Yi Chen and Yi Xiu had finished tidying up the guards guarding this place. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu did it very neatly. Both of them did not cause a fuss when fighting the guards from this dungeon. Very good, they are easy to deal with. Yi Chen felt satisfied when the two of them didn't have to cause a fuss when fighting these people. Let's see the demi-humans who were detained in this place. Yi Chen invited Yi Xiu to see the demi-humans who were detained in this place. Let us see. Yi Xiu looked very excited when she answered Yi Chen's words. She couldn't wait to see who was detained in this place. Are among the demi-humans detained in this place, are there any members of her nine-tailed fox clan? Yi Chen and Yi Xiu entered the main part of the dungeon. When the two of them entered the main section, Yi Chen and Yi Xiu saw an unsightly sight. They both saw the condition of the human being locked up in this place. The condition of the demi-humans, it looked terrible. Their bodies looked shabby and covered with bruises everywhere. How cruel. Yi Xiu looked very sorry when she saw this scene. Yi Xiu did not expect that demi-human would be treated this badly by those people earlier. You were absolutely right, those guys were really very cruel. They did cruel things to the demi-humans who were here. Yi Chen had already seen the condition of the demi-humans when he used God eyes, so Yi Chen was no longer surprised when he saw the scene in this place. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu immediately look one by one, face of which is owned by for the sake of the human being in this place. It just so happened that when Yi Chen and Yi Xiu were looking, the two of them found a nine-tailed fox who was very young. Seeing this, Yi Xiu immediately went to see who the young girl who was locked up in this place was. Hello, are you okay? Yi Xiu destroyed the cell where the young girl was being held. She immediately took the nine-tailed fox girl whose condition was quite dire. You? The nine-tailed fox girl immediately looked at Yi Xiu, feeling that she was a little acquainted with Yi Xiu. Are you a leader of clan the nine-tailed fox? The nine-tailed fox girl immediately asked if Yi Xiu was the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan. Yi Xiu immediately nodded, telling this girl that she was indeed the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan. Thank God, I heard from Mom and Dad. They said that the clan leader will definitely come save us all. Nine-tailed fox girl said to Yi Xiu with a smile full of hope. Yi Xiu almost cried when she saw the words that the nine-tailed fox girl in front of her had just spoken. Yi Xiu could feel that this girl was the daughter of a member of the nine-tailed fox clan that she once led. I've been here. From now on, I will save all of you from the hands of these cruel people. Yi Xiu promised that he would protect the nine-tailed fox girl from evil people. Yi Xiu would not let anything bad happen to this little girl. Chapter 8:19. Little girl Chi-Chi. Little girl, where are your mother and father now? Yi Chen asked the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox girl's father and mother. Yi Chen wanted to know the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox girl's parents. Father and mother were taken by bad people to a place. I don't know where they took father and my mother to go. The nine-tailed fox girl did not know where her mother and father were right now. I see. Yi Chen nodded at the nine-tailed fox girl. It seemed that the nine-tailed fox girl didn't know anything about this matter. Oh yeah, what's your name? I don't know your name yet. Yi Shou asked the name of the little girl in front of her. My name is Chi-Chi. The nine-tailed fox girl told Yi Chen and Yi Shou her name, Chi-Chi. So your name is Chi-Chi. My name is Yi Shou, and the man beside me is Yi Chen. Yi Shou introduced herself and Yi Chen to the little girl in front of her. Chi-Chi nodded. She began to remember Yi Chen and Yi Shou names. Little Shou, let's find the rest of the people from your clan. Yi Chen invited Yi Shou to search for existence people from Yi Shou's clan. Okay, let's go. Yi Shou nodded at Yi Chen. She also wanted to find the existence people from her clan. Chi-Chi, let's come with us out of this place. Yi Shou invited Chi-Chi to go out of this place, but father and mother? Chi-Chi is still thinking about her father and mother. Maybe her father and mother will come back later. Chi-Chi, you don't need to worry. We will try to find the whereabouts of your father and mother. Now you just come with us. Yi Chen tried to persuade Chi-Chi to come along with the two of them to leave this place. This place is not suitable for small girls like Chi-Chi, Yi Chen's brother. You won't lie to help me find my mother and father? Chi-Chi asked Yi Chen with a face full of hope. You don't need to worry. I will never lie to a cute little girl like you. Yi Chen would not lie to Chi-Chi. He would definitely help find the whereabouts of Chi-Chi's parents. After being persuaded by Yi Chen, Chi-Chi finally agreed to join Yi Chen and Yi Shou. Before taking Chi-Chi away, Yi Chen gave a healing pill to lighten Chi-Chi's wounds. Chi-Chi looks a little difficult when told to eat the medicine given by Yi Chen. Yi Chen can't help but trick this little girl into wanting to eat healing medicine. Yi Chen and Yi Shou took Chi-Chi to leave her cell. The two of them returned to look for the remaining members Nine-Tailed Fox clan who might still be in this place. Yi Chen and Yi Shou had already wandered around this place, but neither of them found any sign of the Nine-Tailed Fox on the spot. Looks like there are no Nine-Tailed Foxes in this place. Yi Chen said to Yi Shou that in this place there are no more signs of a nine-tailed fox. Here only exist for the sake of low-ranking humans. Apart from Chi-Chi there are no more nine-tailed fox in this place. Do you think those people imprison them elsewhere? Yi Shou began to suspect that these people were imprisoning the nine-tailed fox elsewhere. That might be the case. You know for yourself that the nine-tailed fox is something very special. Surely these people are imprisoning them somewhere else. Yi Chen told Yi Shou about the possibility that this could happen. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to find out another location used to imprison nine-tailed fox. Yi Shou said that she intended to find out the location of the dungeon used to imprison nine-tailed fox. Chi-Chi looked very confused by what Yi Chen and Yi Shou said. She didn't understand what Yi Chen and Yi Shou were talking about. Little Shou, there are some people who are coming here. Yi Chen warned Yi Shou that several people were coming here. Then let's hide. Yi Shou invited Yi Chen to hide somewhere. We really have to hide and find a hiding place that we can use to monitor the people who will come to this place. Yi Chen already had his own ideas for overcoming this. He intends to watch over people who are heading to this dungeon. From the energy emitted by the people outside, Yi Chen could confirm that the people outside had a fairly high cultivation base. It must have been that the person who was heading to this place was one of the higher-ups of the group of people who had imprisoned these demi-humans. Yi Chen, Yi Shou, and Chi-Chi were looking for a hiding place that they could use to hide. It just so happened that Yi Chen found a very suitable place to hide while watching what the people who had come to this place were doing. This is a suitable place. We can keep an eye on the people who will come here. Yi Chen told Yi Shou that this place was the most suitable place to hide. Yi Shou nodded at Yi Chen. What Yi Chen said was true. This place is a very good place to keep an eye on these people. Yi Chen's older brother, Yi Shou's older sister. Why are we hiding in this place? Chi-Chi asked why Yi Chen and Yi Shou had to hide in a place like this. Chi-Chi, we were hiding from the bad guys who might catch you, therefore you should not speak so we do not get caught. Yi Chen told Chi-Chi not to ask many more questions. Hearing what Yi Chen just said, Chi-Chi immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She trying not to make him sound unwanted. Yi Chen smiled when he saw that this little girl was so obedient to himself. It was quite easy to trick a little girl like Chi-Chi. While later there were several people who entered this dungeon, there were a total of 5 people who entered here. One of them looked like people from Shaolin, while the other 4 were visible from outside. When the 5 people entered the dungeon, they saw an unexpected thing. The guards guarding this place were lying on the floor and unconscious. What's going on here? The Shaolin man said in a very loud voice. He wanted to know what was going on in this place. Why did the guards guarding this place fall unconscious like this? What just happened when he wasn't here? Quickly check if any prisoners have escaped from this place, the Shaolin man said to the 2 people behind him. He wanted the 2 people behind him to go check whether any prisoners had escaped from this place. The 2 people behind the Shaolin man immediately went to check all the cells in this dungeon. When the 2 of them checked all the cells in this place, the 2 found that one cell was empty. Seeing that the cells were empty, the two of them immediately went to report to the Shaolin man. Chapter 820 Seek information from Tai Peng. Boss, we found that one prisoner managed to escape from this place. The two men reported their findings to the Shaolin men. What? Who escaped prisoner? Quickly tell me, the Shaolin man said to the two people in front of him. Boss, the prisoner who escaped was a nine-tailed fox girl. One man said to Shaolin men. What? The nine-tailed fox girl escaped? How could you let that happen? The man from Shaolin looked very angry when he heard this news. He even started tugging at the collars belonging to the two men who had just reported what had happened. Mr. Tai Peng, what does this mean? One of the guys in pretty decent clothes asked the Shaolin man. The name of the Shaolin man turned out to be Tai Peng. This man was one of the people who take care of this dungeon. Mr. Ming too, please calm down. This is just a very small matter. Soon you will definitely get the nine-tailed fox race you want. Tai Peng tried to calm the man named Ming Tuesday. Mr. Tai Peng, I came here to buy a nine-tailed fox race. How can you not have what I'm looking for? Ming Tu was angry with Tai Peng who had tricked him. Mr. Ming Tu, please calm down. I will definitely give you what you need. You want it as soon as possible. Tai Peng looked quite panicked when he saw the rich man Ming Tu angry and dissatisfied when he found out that the nine-tailed fox girl he wanted to buy was missing. I've paid a high price to you. If I don't get what I want, then don't blame me for taking my profound crystal from you. Ming Tu threatened to withdraw his profound crystal if Tai Peng didn't immediately give him what he wanted. Mr. Ming Tu, please don't do it. We have formed an agreement. Don't let this agreement just crumble. Tai Peng tried to persuade the angry Ming Tuesday. I don't care about that. I only want the nine-tailed fox race. If by tomorrow I don't get what I want, then I will cancel this transaction. Ming Tu told Tai Peng to immediately find a replacement for the item he had bought. Fine, I'll do it. Tai Peng said that he would immediately find the nine-tailed fox race that Ming Tu wanted. After warning Tai Peng, Ming Tu immediately left this dungeon. Damn, Tai Peng cursed very loudly. He was furious when he found out that a big deal would fail like this. Boss, what should we do? Should we take a new one? Tai Peng's men asked them what to do. We don't have time to train new ones. We have to search for the little fox grill's existence. Tai Peng didn't have time to train the new nine-tailed fox. The time he had was so short, he didn't have time to train the nine-tailed fox obedient like Chi-Chi. You all quickly wake up the people fainted. After that, invite them to look for the whereabouts of the person who has taken my nine-tailed fox girl. Make sure not to make a mess around the Shaolin area. Tai Peng ordered his men to go find the person who had taken Chi-Chi. Okay boss, we will go soon. Tai Peng's men were very swift to do what Tai Peng ordered. The two of them immediately tried to wake up the people who had previously been defeated by Yi Chen and Yi Xiu. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu listened to the conversation that Tai Peng and Ming Tu had from the beginning. Little Xiu, it turns out the people selling the sake of human to be made slaves, Yi Chen said to Yi Xiu. This discovery made Yi Chen quite surprised. It was unexpected that people from Shaolin would carry out slave transactions like this. Yi Chen may only briefly interact with Shaolin disciples in martial competitions, but Yi Chen was sure that the Shaolin students he fought had good hearts. And good character too. Now Yi Chen can see another face that the people from Shaolin have. Master, I also did not expect that something like this would exist in the Shaolin territory. It seems that there are some Shaolin members involved in this matter. Yi Xiu began to draw a conclusion from what she had just seen. The Shaolin man called Tai Peng was trying to sell Chi-Chi for some profound crystals, and strangely enough a place like this actually existed in a Shaolin region that was quite clean of all sorts for human sake, that's for sure. Otherwise how could this person build a very secret dungeon like this? Yi Chen agreed with what Yi Xiu said. There must be a few more people from Shaolin who were involved in this matter. Little Xiu, you must have heard those conversations earlier, right? They said that if they still have stock for other nine-tailed foxes, there must be a prison that is still bigger than this place. Yi Chen said to Yi Xiu who was in beside him. You're absolutely right. There must be a hidden prison much bigger than this place. Master, how about we find out that location from this guy? Yi Xiu advised Yi Chen to seek information from this man named Tai Peng. I was just about to say it like that. Let's find information from this person. Yi Chen told Yi Xiu that the two of them could get more accurate information from Tai Peng. Chi-Chi, you wait here for a moment, older sister, and Yi Chen will seek information on the whereabouts of your father and mother from that person. Before leaving, Yi Xiu said to Chi-Chi who was beside her. Chi-Chi immediately nodded at Yi Xiu. Chi-Chi was a pretty obedient girl. She always listened to Yi Chen and Yi Xiu's words. As Tai Peng previously said, Tai Peng had trained Chi-Chi, so it wasn't strange that Chi-Chi was so obedient to Yi Chen and Yi Xiu's words. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu immediately headed towards Tai Peng. Yi Xiu immediately used her white tail to wrap around Tai Peng's neck. Tai Peng was completely unprepared for the attack coming from Yi Xiu. he was easily ensnared by Yishou's extremely powerful tail. Who is it? Hurry and let me go. With a face that is slightly in pain, Taipeng tried to speak to the person who had his neck tangled. You do not need to know who we are. We came here just want to know where you imprisoned the other nine-tailed fox. Chen didn't want to waste words on Taipeng. Himself immediately inquired about the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox that was caged by Taipeng. I will not tell you about it. Taipeng immediately balked at notifying the existence of the nine-tailed fox he had mentioned earlier. So you really want a bit of a harsh way of speaking? Then we have to use a little force here. Little Xiao, you know what to do. Chen said to Yishou, who was beside him. Yishou naturally knew what he had to do. Yishou started tightening her tail around Taipeng's neck. When Yishou's tail became tight, Taipeng started to find it difficult to breathe. Taipeng's face started to turn blue like he was running out of oxygen. Chapter 821 Itaoji Sect. Taipeng tried to break away from Yishou's tail. Unfortunately, Taipeng's strength was unable to break Yishou's twist that was too strong. Taipeng didn't expect that Yishou's strength would be this strong. Even with a fairly high cultivation base, Taipeng still couldn't afford to break away from Yishou. What you do is useless. You will not be able to escape my little Xiu's abilities. Chen told Taipeng that he would not be able to escape Yishou's power. Who? You. Too? Taipeng again asked who exactly Chen and Yishou were. We already said you don't need to know who we are. What you need is that you answer our questions. Chen said to Taipeng to answer his question. Quickly tell me where the other nine-tailed fox races are, otherwise don't blame us if you break your neck. Chen asked again about the whereabouts of the other nine-tailed fox races. Chen also didn't forget to threaten Taipeng to want to talk about the existence from a secret prison used to hold race the nine-tailed fox. When Chen gave a warning to Taipeng, Yishou started to strengthen his knot. If it continued like this, then Taipeng's neck could really break. Fine, I'll say it, please spare me. Taipeng finally gave up. He wanted to reveal the existence of a hidden prison that was used to imprison the members of clan the nine-tailed fox. Little Xiao, you can loosen the knot. Chen told Yishou to loosen the knot on Taipeng's neck. Yishou nodded at Chen, herself starting to loosen her tail around Taipeng's neck. Taipeng finally breathed quite a sigh of relief. He felt that every breath he took was so precious. If you dare to lie to us with your words, then I will kill you. Before asking a few questions, Chen didn't forget to warn Taipeng. Plup. Taipeng swallowed his saliva. He felt a very strong killing aura from Chen. This made Taipeng feel the terror emanating from Chen. So where is the hidden prison used to imprison the nine-tailed fox race? Chen asked Taipeng regarding the location used to imprison nine-tailed fox race. The secret prison used to imprison the nine-tailed fox race is in the mountains behind the Taoji sect. That's where all the demi-humans I have come from. Taipeng told Chen where the location he got from the nine-tailed fox race. Where is the exact location? Tell us quickly. Chen wanted more detailed information about the information that came from Taipeng. Taipeng began explaining the existence of the place where the nine-tailed fox race was held, himself telling Chen and Yishou that the owner of the place had very good relations with several Shaolin leaders, so no one had dared to touch the place until now. I see, the person who restrains the nine-tailed fox race has a pretty good relationship with some of the Shaolin leaders. I didn't expect that the people in Shaolin would do something like that. Chen couldn't help thinking that the Shaolin people would have a relationship with slave suppliers. It's because some people from Shaolin need resources to increase our strength. By capturing and selling demi-human, some of the Shaolin members can quickly increase our strength. After all, for the people from Shaolin, demi-human is the enemy. Taipeng told what details that Chen wanted. Taipeng actually said an immense secret. If people outside heard of this, their view of Shaolin, which was one of the great powers in the Kunlun Holy Land, would change. Even though this is only done by a handful of people, it will still have an impact on the reputation of Shaolin. Moreover, there are some high-ranking Shaolin officials who are involved in this. Master, do you think the information from this person is true or false? Yishou asked if the information from Taipeng was true or just a lie. This person didn't lie to us, I can confirm this. Chen told Yishou what Taipeng said is a truth. If what this person said was the truth, that means my clan members were detained in the mountain at the back of the Taoji sect. Yishou said to Chen, to find out about that, let's go and find out if there really are people from your clan or not. Chen invited Yishou to go to the Taoji sect, where Chen and Yishou would get answers to questions. Master, then what are you going to do with this person? Yishou asked what they should do to this person. Let's bring him, he can be a guide for us. This can also be in case he lied to us. Chen wanted to bring this person to guide their way. All Chen was on guard so that this person didn't lie to the two. Didn't you say that you would forget me? How could you lie to me? Taipeng felt dissatisfied when he heard what Chen had just said. Indeed, when I said I wanted to let you go, I never said that I wanted to let you go, I just said that I won't kill you, so don't misunderstand us, Yi Chen said to Tai Peng. Yi Chen never said that he would let Tai Peng go. Before, Yi Chen only said that he would not kill Tai Peng. You dare to trick me, watch out for you. Tai Peng felt angry when Yi Chen dared to deceive him. This made Tai Peng angry. He. It's your fault for daring to play with people from Little Xiu's clan, so feel the consequences. Yi Chen chuckled at Tai Peng. Tai Peng could only grit his teeth when he heard Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen really is a shameless person. Dealing with Yi Chen is quite troublesome. Let's go. Yi Chen invited Yi Xiu to leave this place. Later, after everything was resolved by Yi Chen could come back and free all for the sake of the humans in this place. For the time being, Yi Chen would leave the demi-humans in this dungeon. They would be safe in this place. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu left this dungeon. The two of them immediately rushed towards the Taoji sect where the nine-tailed fox race was being held. Yi Chen was currently carrying Chi-Chi in his arms. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu was holding back Tai Peng from running away from the two of them. Since the Taoji sect was not too far from Shaolin, Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Chi-Chi were able to arrive at the Taoji sect very quickly. The Taoji sect was built under the mountains. The buildings owned by the Taoji sect could be said to be quite magnificent. They had huge buildings towering like a skyscraper. Oh, so this is the Taoji sect. Yi Chen looked at the Taoji sect. The Taoji sect was bigger than he had previously imagined. Chapter 822, Meet Unexpected People. So where is the entrance to the hidden prison you said earlier? Yi Chen asked Tai Peng about the hidden prison that Tai Peng previously talked about. The hidden prison I just said is behind that mountain. Tai Peng pointed to a mountain at the very back. Yi Chen looked at the mountain that Tai Peng was pointing at. It was obvious that this rear mountain could not be inhabited by anyone. Yi Chen's elder brother, are mom and dad there? Chi-Chi asked whether her father and mother were there or not. Your father and mother are probably there. Let's go over there to take a look. Yi Chen invited Chi-Chi to go and see if it was true that there was a nine-tailed fox race in this place or not. Yay, finally Chi-Chi, we'll meet father and mother. Chi-Chi looked very happy when she heard this news. She wanted to meet her father and mother immediately. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu could only smile when they saw Chi-Chi, who became very cheerful. This little girl was very cute when she was cheerful like this. You have got what you want from me. Please let me go right now. Tai Peng asked Yi Chen and Yi Xiu to let go of themselves. Yi Chen ignored Tai Peng's words. Yi Chen wouldn't just let this person go. Little Xiu, let's go. Yi Chen invited Yi Xiu to go and see if the secret prison was indeed on the mountain that Tai Peng pointed at. Yi Xiu nodded, herself following behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu flew very fast. In just an instant, the two of them had reached a place where the mountain that was suspected of being a prison for demi-humans. God Eyes. Yi Chen used his God Eyes technique to see what was inside this huge mountain. When Yi Chen used the God Eyes technique, he saw that in this mountain there was a prison that was enormous in size. There were at least tens of them, thousands of prison cells in this inside mountain. Yi Chen began to look at the contents of the prison cell. He found that there were several demi-humans from various races gathered in this place. Yi Chen also found that there were tens of thousands of human race demi-humans imprisoned in this cell. How? Yi Xiu asked how the result was found by Yi Chen. There is indeed a considerable number of nine-tailed foxes inside. It seems that what this person said is true. Yi Chen immediately informed Yi Xiu of his findings. Inside, Yi Chen found that there were quite a number of nine-tailed fox races imprisoned within this place. Very good, then let's save them right now. Yi Xiu was quite happy when she heard the news from Yi Chen. Yi Xiu wanted to immediately save people from her clan member. Custody and there are very strict. If we want to save all demi-human, then we have to beat all the guards in this place. Yi Chen told Yi Xiu that there were dozens of times more guards than in the dungeon they had just visited. We can go straight against everyone and free all the prisoners. Yi Xiu said to Yi Chen to fight everyone in there. No, Yi Chen immediately shook his head. He did not agree with what Yi Xiu was trying to do. Why don't you agree? Yi Xiu asked why Yi Chen didn't agree with her. Little Xiu, let's first find out who the leader of these people is. The guards inside are just an insignificant anchovies. It's useless to beat them but can't catch the main brain in this matter. Yi Chen told for Yi Xiu to catch the leader of this conspirators. That way in the future there would be no more problems like this. Yi Xiu finally understood what Yi Chen wanted. It turned out that Yi Chen wanted to first catch the leader of these conspirators. Let's sneak inside. Yi Chen invited Yi Xiu to sneak inside. Before sneaking inside, Yi Chen didn't forget to knock on Tai Peng and hold Tai Peng's body somewhere that no one would find. It was too at risk for Yi Chen to bring Tai Peng inside. It might ruin everything. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu entered the secret prison. The two of them immediately went to find the whereabouts of the leader of these people. When Yi Chen entered the secret prison, he saw a lot of demi-humans who were handcuffed and in chains using a chain that was quite large and heavy. The chain that binds demi-humans was a special chain that could temporarily seal the power of humans. this made demi-humans' power so weak that they would not be able to fight back when they were mistreated by the guards in this place. On the other side, Yisho felt very angry when she saw the treatment that the guards gave to the demi-humans. The demi-humans were being tortured and abused by these people. Little Shio, I hope you can calm down, don't let us get caught. Chen told Yisho to be more calm in facing the scenery in this place. Master, these people are really very cruel. I feel like killing them. Yisho told Chen that he wanted to kill people who did cruel things like this for the sake of humans. I know how you feel right now, but try to be more calm in dealing with this matter. There will be times when you can do whatever you want to these people. Chen tried to calm Yisho so as not to act rashly. Their main focus now is to find out who the leader of these people is. After knowing the leaders of these people, Chen and Yisho can immediately execute these criminals. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, who was in Chen's arms, was looking for the whereabouts of her parents. Unfortunately, Chi-Chi still hasn't found any signs of her parents around here. Chen and Yisho sneaked into the inner part of the prison. They were constantly trying to find the whereabouts of the leader of the demi-human sales gang. Chen also used his god eyes to find out the whereabouts of the leader of the demi-human sales gang. When Chen searched around this place, he found a very interesting thing. There was the figure of someone Chen knew. Little Shio, come here. Chen pulled Yisho along with himself towards a place. Yisho was quite curious about where Chen was going to take herself. Yisho could only surrender when she was pulled by Chen. Chen took Yisho to a very special room. In this place, the leader of this gang was likely to be. Chen and Yisho peeked into the room. The two of them saw what was in this room. When Yisho peeked into the room, she found a familiar figure. Nibby, why is he here? Yisho was surprised when she found Nibby figure in this room. Chapter 823, Shocking Truth. Yisho didn't know why Nibby could be in this place, especially now that Nibby was talking to the man in this room. Master, what do you think is doing Nibby in this place? Yisho asked Chen what might be doing Nibby in this place. There was no way Nibby would be caught by these people. Sho, let's listen to their conversation. Chen wanted Yisho to calm down a little and listen to the conversation that was being held by Nibby and the person inside. Yisho nodded to Chen himself. Try calm down and listen to the conversation that was being held by Nibby and the mysterious man. Ling Tong, I beg you to quickly remove the nine-tailed fox race from this place right now, Nibby said to the man in front of him. The name of the man in front of Nibby turned out to be Ling Tong. He was the leader as well as the person who moved this syndicate from behind the scenes. Hey Nibby, why do you look panicked like that? Quickly explain to me what happened. Let your older brother solve your problem, Ling Tong asked Nibby, who looked very panicked as if he was being chased by a ghost. Bad things are happening. You know that the woman who once female leader of the nine-tailed fox clan has returned. If she finds this place, then you will be destroyed. Nibby warned Ling Tong that Yisho, who was the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan, had returned. Oh, so your queen has returned. I heard that your queen has white fur, which is very rare. If it is sold, we can get lots of profound crystals. Ling Tong's first thought was that he could get lots of profound crystals by selling rare nine-tailed foxes like Yisho. In Ling Tong's mind, there were only profound crystals, with Ling Tong's profound crystal being able to do whatever he wanted in the Kunlun Holy Land. The Kunlun Holy Land did not use paper money like the mortal world. Here profound crystal was a medium of exchange that was often used by cultivators to buy goods and resources such as pills and medicinal plants. So it wasn't strange that Ling Tong was so obsessed with profound crystals, that with profound crystals he could do whatever he wanted. Even the power he has today results from the profound crystal that he got from selling the demi-human to be made slaves. Moreover, this is a nine-tailed fox that has strong enough strength. Usually a nine-tailed fox will be used as a guardian to protect the homes of rich people, so the price he can sell for a nine-tailed fox race will be very high. Listen, don't mess with Ayaka, she is mine, I won't let anyone get her. Nibby immediately warned Ling Tong not to touch Yisho. Yisho was hers. Nibby would not let anyone but herself have Yisho. So you have a crush on the former queen who once ruled your clan? That Nibby is very funny. If that woman finds out that you are one of the masterminds behind the destruction of clan the Nine-Tailed Fox, I wonder what that woman will do. Ling Tong laughed satisfied when he heard what just said Nibby. Ling Tong did not expect his brother will be fancied to former Nine-Tailed Fox clan leader. Ling Tong just found out about this. No wonder Nibby always told himself to catch a nine-tailed fox that had white fur. Apparently this was the reason. I definitely won't let him know about this matter. That's why I want you to immediately move the nine-tailed fox race from this place right now. Nibby again said to Ling Tong to immediately move the nine-tailed fox that was in this place. Nibby, what you ordered is almost impossible to do. The nine-tailed fox is an arrogant creature and quite difficult to control. Moving them all together is impossible to do. Ling Tong told Nibby what he just said is something that is quite impossible to do in a short time. It would take at least a little longer to move the nine-tailed fox race from here to elsewhere. I don't care, please you quickly remove all the nine-tailed foxes that you have captured from this place right now, if not then, boom, before Nibby could finish his words, an explosion occurred behind him. This explosion was very loud. This explosion destroyed the place behind Nibby. You don't need to hide anything from me anymore. I've listened to everything you've done. Yi Shou appeared in front of Nibby and Ling Tong, Yi Shou saying she already knew everything. Yi Shou couldn't help thinking that Nibby could do something like this. Nibby actually sold his own people for a few profound crystals. This was something Yi Shou could not tolerate. Yi Shou was really very angry with Nibby for disappointing her. Even though Yi Shou thought that Nibby was a good and wise person, she didn't expect Nibby to have a connection with the gang that sold demi-human. Yi Chen couldn't do much. He could no longer hold back Yi Shou, who was already angry when she learned the truth that she had not known so far. The real reason for the destruction of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was not Yi Shou's fault. It turned out that this was Nibby's fault. Nibby was the one who made the enemy know the hidden location of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Ayaka, please calm down, I can explain all this. Nibby frantically tried to explain what happened to Yi Shou. He didn't want Yi Shou to hate him. Nothing needs to be explained, I already know everything. It turns out that you are plotting with these people to attack clan members your own. Nibby, are you not ashamed of yourself? Yi Shou scolded Nibby all out. Yi Shou looked so annoyed at Nibby, who had dared to sell his own clan members to people like this to become slaves. Nibby, don't waste your time explaining to this woman. I will help you train this woman so that she will be obedient to you. Ling Tong said that he would help Nibby get Yi Shou. Ling Tong was a slave trader. He had trained enough slaves to be obedient, so it wasn't difficult for Ling Tong to train an arrogant woman like Yi Shou. Nibby looked at Ling Tong. What Ling Tong said was true. He wouldn't be able to explain anything to Yi Shou anymore. Yi Shou definitely wouldn't want to listen to his explanation. Please help me get this woman. Finally, Nibby agreed to ask Ling Tong for help to find Yi Shou, who was his ideal woman. I will definitely make you two pay for what you have done to my clan members. Yi Shou's body began to be enveloped in yellow light. It could be seen that Yi Shou was ready to fight Nibby and Ling Tong. When Yi Shou revealed her strength, this place began to shake violently as if it was being hit by an immense earthquake. Yi Shou no longer held back her strength. She immediately released the pressure of a 10th level overlord realm. It's interesting. It looks like the queen of the nine-tailed fox is quite strong. I think I'll have a little fun here. Ling Tong's reaction was quite strange. Ling Tong looked quite happy when he saw the strength that Yi Shou was showing. Chapter 824, Yi Shou vs Ling Tong. Ling Tong looked quite happy. It had been a long time since Ling Tong had fought someone who had a cultivation level comparable to him. Ling Tong is currently at the 10th level of the overlord realm. It can be said that Ling Tong's strength is comparable to Yi Shou's. Ling Tong started to take out his own power. When Ling Tong took out his own, the place shook more and more horribly. Yi Shou's strength and Ling Tong's strength met. The meeting of the two of them made the situation in this place even more chaotic. Small boulders began to crumble from the ceiling of the cave. It could be seen that this place was about to collapse. It was undeniable that Yi Shou and Ling Tong had similarly strong cultivation bases. When the two powers of the same level met, it would create even more terrible destructive power. Big brother Yi Chen, what will elder sister Shou do? Chi-Chi, who was in Yi Chen's arms, asked what Yi Shou was going to do now. Why did Yi Shou look so scary when she was angry? She is teaching the man who has locked up Chi-Chi and all the members of the Chi-Chi clan, so Chi-Chi has to support what sister Shou is doing. Yi Chen told Chi-Chi what was happening right now. Yi Chen had to lower his speaking style a little so that Chi-Chi could understand what was going on right now. I see, elder sister Shou, fight. Chi-Chi started to give a cheer to Yi Shou, hoping that Yi Shou would fight hard against the bad guys who had imprisoned her father and mother. Chi-Chi really is so innocent. She was easily fooled by Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen could only smile when he saw the innocence possessed by Chi-Chi. This little girl was really quite easy to be tricked by Yi Chen. Yi Chen focused his attention towards the battle Yi Shou was fighting. He wanted to see what kind of battle Yi Shou was going to do. Earth Crush. Ling Tong's was the first to attack Yi Shou. He immediately used the technique to attack Yi Shou. When Ling Tong used a technique called Earth Crush, the ground beneath Yi Shou's feet immediately collapsed downwards and made a large enough hole. Yi Shou fell into the hole that had appeared due to the collapse of the ground. She was now trapped in the middle of a huge hole. Prepare to be buried alive, feel this. Ling Tong began to touch the ground beneath him. When Ling Tong did this, the wall around the hole where Yi Shou was standing began to look narrow and wanted to squeeze Yi Shou's body in the hole. Yi Shou's body began to be crushed by the stone wall around him. If it continued like this, Yi Shou could be completely buried in the ground. Senior sister Shou, be careful. Chi-Chi saw what happened to Yi Xiu. She began to warn Yi Xiu, who was currently in the hole, to get out of this place immediately. Too bad Yi Xiu still didn't seem willing to move. She looked quite calm in the face of the attack that Ling Tong was trying to make. Bam! The ground had closed completely. Yi Xiu's body was now buried in the ground. He, this is easier than I thought. Ling Tong was satisfied when he saw Yi Xiu had managed to lock himself in the ground. Ling Tong, did you kill her? Nibby asked if Ling Tong had killed Yi Xiu. It would be bad if Ling Tong killed Yi Xiu. Even though Ling Tong had promised to give Yi Xiu to himself, you don't need to worry like that. I didn't kill that fox woman, I just locked her in the ground for a while. Ling Tong began to explain that he had only locked Yi Xiu underground for a while. After Yi Xiu was completely helpless, Ling Tong would release her and start giving Yi Xiu a special chain for demi-humans. The special chain that Ling Tong was referring to was a chain that could make demi-humans' power decrease. Okay, let's take care of these two people. Ling Tong turned his attention to Yi Chen and Chi-Chi. It's time for him to take care of these two people. For Ling Tong, taking care of Yi Chen and little girl Chi-Chi was not a difficult thing. He could easily take care of both of them. Ling Tong walked towards Yi Chen and Chi-Chi, himself intended to catch Yi Chen and Chi-Chi. Big brother Yes Chen, that person came here. Chi-Chi said to Yi Chen, if Ling Tong came here with very evil intentions. Chi-Chi, you do not need to worry, that person would not be able to do something to us, little Xiu will definitely be able to overcome him very easily. Yi Chen told Chi-Chi that Ling Tong wouldn't be able to do something bad to the two of them. Ling Tong smiled when he saw Yi Chen's words. This person really believed in Yi Xiu, even though Yi Xiu had himself sealed under the ground and it was impossible to get out. When Ling Tong had just walked a few steps forward, from the underground, suddenly appeared several white tails that attacked him. Blam! Ling Tong's was hit by this tail until it bounced off the wall. Bam! Ling Tong's hit the wall with great pain. He didn't have any resistance when he was hit by the tail just now. Yi Xiu emerged from the underground, staring at Ling Tong with an intense murderous gaze. You can be free very easily from the dirt prison that I made? Ling Tong was quite surprised when he saw that Yi Xiu could easily escape the attacks he made. Of course, your strength just now is too weak, it won't be able to imprison me. Yi Xiu told Ling Tong that the attack just now was very weak. How dare you underestimate me, I will kill you. Ling Tong was quite angry when he was belittled by Yi Xiu. Ling Tong started to get serious enough when fighting Yi Xiu. 1,000 large stones. Ling Tong started throwing thousands of stones which were quite large in size from the ground. All the boulders of enormous size immediately charged towards Yi Xiu. Boom, 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 boom. The large rock that was heading towards Yi Xiu shattered into pieces. Yi Xiu didn't let this attack get to her. Before it could reach her, Yi Xiu had already used her tail to deflect all the boulders that were pointing towards her. Yi Xiu crushed all the boulders that were aiming at her. Enough of playing games, I'll beat you right away. Yi Xiu felt that he had enough playing with Ling Tong. The time to get serious about fighting Ling Tong. Yi Xiu took her Qi Yin hand fan. It's time for her to try what kind of weapon the Qi Yin hand fan is. A hand fan that looked beautiful appeared in Yi Xiu's hand. This was an extremely beautiful hand fan. Yi Xiu started to open the Qi Yin hand fan. When the Qi Yin hand fan was opened by Yi Xiu, an extremely powerful blow appeared and pushed everyone back. Yi Xiu was quite surprised when she saw what just happened. It was unexpected that just opening the Qi Yin hand fan could make such a powerful blow. Chapter 825 Enemy reinforcements are here. What the hell? Ling Tong was quite surprised when he saw the power of the fan in Yi Xiu's hand. The fan in Yi Xiu's hand had quite a terrifying strength. Yi Xiu started swinging her fan at Ling Tong. Immediately a very powerful blow passed overhead at Ling Tong's. The wall around this place was split into two parts. This cut was so neat that it looked like a large and sharp sword cutting through the walls in this place. Since the mountain had been split in two by Yi Xiu, they could now see the sky that was in the Kunlun Holy Land. Ling Tong was very shocked when he saw Yi Xiu cut the huge mountain in half with just one swing. If the attack just now hit Ling Tong, maybe now Ling Tong's head would have broken off. Ling Tong had to be very careful with the Qi Yin hand fan in Yi Xiu's hand. If he wasn't careful with the Qi Yin hand fan in Yi Xiu's hand, Ling Tong could lose his life. Wow, that's great. I didn't expect Qi Yin hand fan will be that great. Yi Chen muttered in his heart. He didn't expect it to be Qi Yin hand the fan will be this strong. Not only was this mountain cut by Yi Xiu's Qi Yin hand fan, the small mountains around here were also cut by the Qi Yin hand fan in Yi Xiu's hand. Yi Chen was very sure that Yi Xiu just now didn't fully exert her strength. If Yi Xiu was serious about using the Qi Yin hand, then the damage would be even more terrible than this. Yi Xiu was again taken aback by the power of the Qi Yin hand fan in her hand. This hand fan was so terrifying. Just by using the little ability she had, Yi Xiu could cause such damage. Get ready, I will immediately defeat you and bring back all the clan members that you have imprisoned. Yi Xiu said that he would definitely bring back all 9-tailed fox races that had captured by Ling Tong. I won't let you do that, 9 Great Wall. Ling Tong began to make the 9 fortresses impregnable in front of himself. This fortress had been strengthened by Ling Tong, so it was quite difficult to break through. Yi Shou's attack would definitely not be able to penetrate into the huge fortress he had created using all the strength he had. Ling Tong already felt safe behind his fortress, now he only had to attack Yi Shou from behind this fort. For an earth element user like Ling Tong, attacking enemies from a distance is quite easy to do. I will up. Before Ling Tong could finish his words, the fort he had just created was swept flat by Qin Hanfan with utmost ease. The Qin Hanfan very easily swept through the 9 Great Wall made by Ling Tong. The 9 Great Walls like a piece of trash swept by the Qin Hanfan. Ling Tong gawked when he saw that all of his fortresses were swept flat by the Qin Hanfan in Yi Shou's hands. He couldn't believe that his strongest defensive technique was so easily swept away by Yi Shou. What is this woman? Why does she have such a terrible power? Ling Tong was completely at a loss for Yi Shou's strength, which was beyond his senses. 9 Great Wall was the defense that Ling Tong was most proud of. This was a fortress that had been strengthened with a considerable amount of profound energy. It was unexpected that the 9 Great Wall could easily be destroyed without a fight. Yi Shou again swung the Qin Hanfan towards Ling Tong. Ling Tong's body was immediately blown away by the force of the blow created by the Qin Hanfan. Ling Tong's body was flown hundreds of kilometers by this blow. It could be seen that the Qin Hanfan's blow was so strong that it could blow Ling Tong that far. Boom! Ling Tong's hit the ground so hard that it bore a hole that was quite large. Cough, cough. Ling Tong started coughing up quite a large amount of blood. It can be seen that Ling Tong suffered quite serious injuries from the attack just now. Damn, this hurts so much. Ling Tong cursed very loudly. The pain he was suffering from was extremely painful. Whoosh! Ling Tong listened to the sound of the wind blowing from the front of his body. When Ling Tong looked forward, Ling Tong found that Yi Shou was already in front of him, who had started walking towards him. Stop, don't get close. Ling Tong tried to stop Yi Shou, who was approaching him. This time Ling Tong felt quite a threat from Yi Shou. Yi Shou didn't stop walking towards Ling Tong at all. Yi Shou started to raise her 9 tails. Yi Shou's tail looked like a spear that was ready to stab Ling Tong's body anytime. Stop, don't come any closer. Ling Tong tried to stop Yi Shou, who was walking closer and closer. You will die. Yi Shou immediately used her 9 tails to pierce Ling Tong's body. Ling Tong's body was very easily penetrated by Yi Shou's 9 tails. Ling Tong's body twitched as Yi Shou's 9 tails pierced his body. Ling Tong felt an extremely intense pain that he had never felt in this life. Ling Tong did not immediately die when he received Yi Shou's attack. He only lost consciousness when his body was pierced by Yi Shou's tail. Yi Shou didn't kill Ling Tong right away. He could still use Ling Tong to search for the existence of the 9-tailed fox that Ling Tong had sold to the rich people and influential clans in the Kunlun Holy Land. Yi Shou intended to bring Ling Tong's body back to the mountain, which was used as a prison for demi-humans. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Chi-Chi were currently surrounded by thousands of people from the Taoji sect, Shaolin sects, and Ling Tong's men. These people were most likely people with close ties to Ling Tong and who took part in the sale of demi-human. Are you the one who made a mess in this place? One of the people from the Taoji sect asked Yi Chen in a harsh and furious tone. It could be seen that this person was angry because Yi Chen had interfered in their underground business. Yes, I really am the one who has made a mess in this place. Don't you guys like what I'm doing? Yi Chen said to everyone who surrounded him in a tone that was quite arrogant. You arrogant young man, we will kill you for daring to make a mess in our place. One of the Tao higher-ups said that they would kill Yi Chen. Big brother Yi Chen, these people are creepy. Chi-Chi huddled in Yi Chen's arms, telling Yi Chen that people were so terrible. Chi-Chi, you don't need to worry. These people are just a bunch of clowns, they won't be able to do anything bad to us. Yi Chen told Chi-Chi that people wouldn't be able to do anything bad. Chapter 826 Dig up information from Ling Tong. The people from the Taoji sect, Shaolin, and Ling Tong's men were very annoyed at Yi Chen, who dared to say that they looked like clowns making jokes. The people from the Taoji sect, Shaolin, and Ling Tong's men simultaneously attacked Yi Chen. They shouted as loud as they could because they wanted to kill Yi Chen. They all charged towards Yi Chen at the fastest speed they could do. You fools! 100,000 fire swords! Yi Chen immediately used the 100,000 fire swords. Around Yi Chen's body appeared hundreds of flaming swords. Yi Chen ordered this floating sword to attack all the enemies around him. The 100 flaming flying swords immediately charged towards the enemy who was heading towards Yi Chen. Slash, 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 slash. All the enemies who tried to attack Yi Chen were immediately slashed by the flying flames around Yi Chen. 100,000 fire swords easily injured everyone who tried to injure Yi Chen. Seeing their comrades and allies injured under Yi Chen's sword, the people who had not been injured immediately pulled themselves back as far as possible. They didn't want to simply put their lives in Yi Chen's hands. You guys are smarter than I thought. Looks like I have to use the new power I got a little bit. Yi Chen intended to use a new technique he got from the sage god's legacy. Yi Chen started to raise one hand of him forward, himself opening his palms wide open. Sky wind law, a very strong wind came out from Yi Chen's body. This wind was blowing hard towards the people around this place. All of the people around this place were immediately blown away by Yi Chen. They were all blown hundreds of kilometers by the very strong winds that came out of Yi Chen's body. In just a matter of seconds, this whole place was clean. Everyone who surrounded Yi Chen had been flown by Yi Chen in all directions. The power of Sky Wind Law seemed to be as strong as the power displayed by Yisho's Qi in hand fan. This technique was also able to repel enemies around him easily. It was clear that if all the enemies hit by Yi Chen's technique were seriously injured, they must have suffered minor injuries when they received such a strong wind collision. Wow, amazing. Big brother Yi Chen, you are really amazing. Chi-Chi praised Yi Chen, who drove out the bad guys who previously wanted to bully them. Chi-Chi, I told you before that they are just clowns making jokes. Driving them away is not a difficult job for me. In front of the little girl Chi-Chi, Yi Chen started to boast about himself. Master, what's going on here? Yisho came together with Ling Tong, who had been heavily injured. Yisho asked what happened when he had just left this place for a moment. Nothing happened, just a few clowns trying to find trouble with me. Correct, Chi-Chi. Yi Chen winked at Chi-Chi. That's right, big brother Yi Chen just kicked all the clowns away from this place. Chi-Chi said that what Yi Chen said was the truth. Oh. Yisho nodded at Yi Chen and Chi-Chi. He believed what Yi Chen and Chi-Chi said. Master, can you heal this guy a little first? I have a little business with him. Yisho wanted Yi Chen to heal Ling Tong so that she could ask about the existence of the nine-tailed fox that Ling Tong had sold. Okay, just leave this matter to me. Yi Chen nodded at Yisho. He would heal Ling Tong a little so that Yisho could ask Ling Tong a few things. Yi Chen started to heal the wounds suffered by Ling Tong. While Yi Chen healed Ling Tong's wounds, Yisho went towards Nibby, who was not far from the two of them. It was seen that Nibby was very scared when he saw Yisho coming towards him. Miss Ayaka, please don't be angry. I can explain everything to you. Please give me more chance. Nibby again said to Yisho that she could explain what happened. Without saying anything, Yisho immediately hit Nibby's face and body as hard as she could. It was seen that Yisho was venting all her anger on Nibby, who had betrayed Clan her own. How did Yisho not get angry when he found out that the person who had betrayed her and the entire clan was Nibby? Nibby had sold and killed countless members Nine-Tailed Fox clan for just a few profound crystals. This made Yisho furious. I know my face, please stop, please someone help me, Nibby begged Yisho. Begging Yisho not to hit his handsome face. You still dare to think of things like that? Yisho looked even more angry when she listened what Nibby said. This man really still had time to think about his face when he was hit by her. Yisho hit Nibby increasingly and stronger. Nibby's face started to become battered when she was hit by Yisho very hard, which must have been very painful for Nibby. From afar, Yi Chen could only sigh. It seemed that Nibby was really going to be battered in the hands of Yisho, who was currently very angry. After about 10 minutes of beating Nibby, Yisho finally wanted to stop. Nibby's face looked very battered after being beaten up by Yisho. After satisfied beating up Nibby, Yisho returned to Yi Chen's side. It just so happened that Yi Chen had finished healing Ling Tong's wounds. Yi Chen did not completely heal Ling Tong. He only made sure that Ling Tong didn't die. Little Shio, I've finished healing him. Now you can ask this man what you want. Yi Chen told Yisho that he had finished healing Ling Tong. Now Yisho could ask Ling Tong what he wanted. Master, thank you very much. Yisho thanked Yi Chen for helping her heal Ling Tong. Yisho immediately tried to wake Ling Tong, who was still unconscious. With the little strength Yisho used, Yisho was able to wake up the unconscious Ling Tong. Ling Tong immediately woke up with a shock, thinking that he had died by Yisho's hands. Quickly tell me, where are you selling people from my clan? Yisho immediately asked where Ling Tong was selling people from her clan. Yisho wanted to know the details about where Ling Tong sold the nine-tailed foxes. She wanted to know all the details from Ling Tong. I won't tell you about it. Ling Tong refused to tell Yisho the details about the slave sale issue. The issue of slave sales was a taboo subject, which was why Ling Tong refused to talk to Yisho about this matter. So you refuse to talk, alright, then don't blame me if I come back to make you dying like that. Yisho had to get this information. She didn't care if he had to use force to do that. Chapter 827 Evil Slave Hand. Yisho began to use some means to get Ling Tong to talk about the existence of people from her clan, whom Ling Tong had successfully sold to others to become slaves. It was very difficult for Yisho to get Ling Tong to talk about this matter. Yisho had no other choice but to act ruthlessly on this matter. Yisho had done all kinds of ways to get Ling Tong to talk. Unfortunately, this man still kept his mouth shut and didn't want to be spoken to Yisho. Yi Chen saw how persistence This man was obviously very persistent in keeping the secrets he had. Little Xiao, stop it, you won't be able to make him speak in that way, let's use another way to make him speak. Yi Chen told Yi Xiao to stop right now, there's no going to be violent enough to make Ling Tong speak, then what should we do now? Yi Xiao asked what they had to do to get Ling Tong to talk. How about we give him the slave seal? With the slave seal we can make this man speak what we want. If he dares to cheat, then he will feel unbearable pain. Yi Chen came up with the idea to give the slave seal to Ling Tong. Let Ling Tong felt the feeling of being a slave like the demi-human he had been selling so far. Ling Tong looked quite panicked when he heard what Yi Chen was going to do. Yi Chen wanted to give himself a slave seal. This was what Ling Tong was most afraid of. The slave seal was quite a terrible thing. Once Ling Tong received the slave seal, his freedom would be taken away from him. Damn it, where did the reinforcements I previously summoned go to? Why haven't they arrived yet? Ling Tong started cursing those who had close relations with him. In such an important situation, these people really didn't come and help him. This made Ling Tong very upset. The current Ling Tong still didn't know that the reinforcements he had just called had been defeated by Yi Chen with just one strike. If Ling Tong found out about this matter, perhaps Ling Tong would already be in a desperate situation. Yi Chen started giving a slave seal to Ling Tong. Yi Chen purposely gave a slave seal the most dangerous the world has ever seen. This slave seal would make Ling Tong feel like he was in hell if he dared to lie to Yi Chen and Yi Xiao. This slave seal is called Evil Slave Hand. This seal can easily be transferred between the old owner and the new owner. Plus the Evil Slave Hand can make anyone obey the owner. If they dare not obedient, then be sure they will suffer pain that cannot be imagined by anyone in this world. Yi Chen got this slave seal from Chu Yuechan. Chu Yuechan once said that this is the most terrible slave seal that this world has ever seen. Even the most disobedient demon being in this world can obey when getting the Evil Slave Hand. The seal of the Evil Slave Hand began to engrave on Ling Tong's body. Now that Ling Tong has officially obtained of the Evil Slave Hand, what did you just give me? Ling Tong asked what just Yi Chen gave to himself. Ling Tong felt a bad feeling about this matter. In a minute you will know. Yi Chen smiled evilly at Ling Tong. In a little while Ling Tong will definitely find out how terrible the slave seal of the Evil Slave Hand is. Little Xiao, this is for you. Now you can do whatever you want to him. Yi Chen gave Yi Xiao's possession of the Evil Slave Hand. This way Yi Xiao could do whatever she wanted to Ling Tong. Yi Xiao received the Evil Slave Hand from Yi Chen. With this Yi Xiao could do whatever he wanted to Ling Tong. I ask once again, to whom did you sell people from my clan? Yi Xiao asked Ling Tong. I won't tell you. Ling Tong refused to tell Yi Xiao the matter. When Ling Tong defied Yi Xiao, suddenly Ling Tong felt a terrible pain in his body. Ling Tong felt that his body was like being chopped by thousands of invisible knives. Arg, it hurts. Ling Tong started rolling on the ground. The pain in his body was terrifying. This was even more terrifying than what Yi Xiao had previously done to him. Ling Tong himself had never felt such terrible pain. It really hurts. Anyone help me. Ling Tong began to ask for help. He couldn't bear to feel this terrible pain. Ling Tong's body felt as if it was being chopped into thousands of pieces. This was simply terrifying for Ling Tong. Ling Tong's body was still completely intact. It was just that the pain in his body was getting more and more painful. Yi Chen and Yi Xiao observed Ling Tong, who started rolling on the ground. It was obvious that Ling Tong was seen in pain by the slave seal of the Evil Slave Hand. Yi Chen did not expect that the reaction of the person who has the slave seal of the Evil Slave Hand will be like this. It seems that the slave seal of the Evil Slave Hand is indeed something very terrible to use on people. Please stop it, I'll say it. Ling Tong finally gave up. He couldn't endure this excruciating pain. The pain he was currently suffering from was truly inhuman. This was the most terrible thing Ling Tong had ever experienced in this life. Then hurry up and say it. Yi Xiao told Ling Tong to immediately say what he needed. Ling Tong started to say the information that Yi Xiao wanted. Himself started telling anyone who had bought the nine-tailed fox from him. Yi Xiao listened carefully to any individual or clan who had bought the nine-tailed fox from Ling Tong. After getting what he needed, Yi Xiao no longer needed Ling Tong. Yi Xiao immediately crippled Ling Tong's cultivation base so that in the future he would not throw tantrums again. After his cultivation base was paralyzed by Yi Xiao, Ling Tong fainted again. Seeing that he was unable to endure the torment of the Evil Slave Hand, Master, do we have to search one by one the people who have bought people from my clan? Yi Xiao asked if they should look for one by one the people who had bought nine-tailed fox from Ling Tong. Little Xiao, for this problem let us ask for help to Shiyun. With the help of people who have a high position in the Holy Land Kunlun, she can solve this problem easily. Yi Chen told Yi Xiao to let Zhang Shiyun help find the individuals and clans who had bought slaves from Ling Tong. With Zhang Shiyun's intelligence army, it would definitely be easy for Zhang Shiyun for individuals and the clan who had bought slaves from Ling Tong. I have no problem about it. As long as people from my clan can be found, I will follow all the plans you have. Yi Xiu agreed with what Yi Chen wanted. Chapter 828 Chi-Chi's mother. Yi Chen started calling Zhang Shiyun using a voice transmission stone. Himself did not forget to tell Zhang Shiyun to bring some people here to bring the bad guys to justice. I've told Shiyun about your clan's problem. Soon she will definitely come here. Yi Chen told Yi Xiu that Zhang Shiyun will come here soon. Yi Xiu nodded to Yi Chen. Now they just have to wait for the arrival of Zhang Shiyun. Moments later, Xing Mei came to where Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Chi-Chi were. Where did you go to play? Yi Chen said to Xing Mei, who had just come to his side. I'm not playing. I just cleaned up some enemies that came towards you. Xing Mei told Yi Chen that she had just cleaned up enemies that came to this place. Are you lying to me? Obviously I defeated all the enemies. How can you say that? Yi Chen looked dissatisfied with the answer given by Xing Mei. Obviously Xing Mei was trying to lie to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had just defeated all the enemies that came here. How could Xing Mei say that she defeated the enemies that were heading towards Yi Chen? Xing Mei couldn't say anything when she heard what Yi Chen had just said. From the beginning, Xing Mei had deliberately let the enemy escape to make Yi Chen feel troubled. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen cleared all the enemies very easily. This made Xing Mei feel dissatisfied. She could not come and mock Yi Chen again. All of Xing Mei's plans to deal with Yi Chen failed completely. She could not mock Yi Chen's abilities. Xing Mei turned her face away, she not daring to answer Yi Chen's question. You naughty girl, Yi Chen said to Xing Mei, who was in front of him. This girl is really quite naughty. Yi Chen shifted his gaze from Xing Mei towards Chi-Chi, who was next to him. Yi Chen began to squat in front of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, let's go find your father and mother. Yi Chen invited Chi-Chi to find the whereabouts of his father and mother. Big brother Yi Chen, let's go right now. Chi-Chi looked very excited when she heard that Yi Chen invited her to look for her father and mother. Yi Chen, carrying Chi-Chi, himself began to walk towards the prison used to hold the demi-human and the nine-tailed fox race that was in this place. Yi Xiu saw the closeness of Yi Chen and Chi-Chi. She smiled when she saw Yi Chen was very attentive to Chi-Chi. You lolicon, Xing Mei taunted Yi Chen, who was close to Chi-Chi, who was a little girl. How dare you insult my master like that? What right do you have to insult my master like that? Yi Xiu was unhappy when she heard Xing Mei say something bad behind Yi Chen's back. Yi Xiu began to like Yi Chen. She thought Yi Chen was a good man and quite understanding to her. Yi Chen even wanted to bother to help herself in this kind of situation. That's why Yi Xiu was attracted to Yi Chen. Indeed, why if I call the man lolicon? Are you angry with my recent words? Xing Mei said cynically to Yi Xiu, who was next to her. Xing Mei did not like Yi Xiu's words recently. Of course I'm angry. You have no right to say that to the master. Yi Xiu answered the challenge from Xing Mei. She was not afraid of girls like Xing Mei. Yi Xiu and Xing Mei glared at each other. There was a flash of dissatisfaction between the two. The two look ready at any time to fight each other. Hemp. Yi Xiu and Xing Mei both turned their faces away, both looking dissatisfied with each other. Fortunately, Yi Chen has left this place. If Yi Chen is still here, maybe Yi Chen will be interested in the ongoing enmity between Yi Xiu and Xing Mei. Yi Chen is currently accompanying Chi-Chi to look for her parents in the company of humans who are in this place. It's hard enough to find someone among the tens of thousands of prisons in this place. Yi Chen and Chi-Chi have to go through one by one to find what they are looking for. Chi-Chi, if you see your parents around here, you just tell me. Yi Chen told Chi-Chi to talk if she found both her parents. Fine, I'll do it. Chi-Chi nodded to Yi Chen. She would shout if he found his parents around this place. Yi Chen and Chi-Chi started walking around this place. They both started looking around this place. They saw the demi-human who were imprisoned by Ling Tong, all looking shabby and helpless in the detention cell. Big brother Yi Chen, these people look pretty sorry. Chi-Chi felt sorry when he saw for the demi-humans in this situation. Yes, they are quite a pity. Later we will free them all. Yi Chen said that later he will free all demi-humans in this place. For a while Yi Chen did not release for the demi-humans beings who were in prison for a special reason. Not all for the demi-humans beings here behave well. If Yi Chen releases everything without a supervision, then it will be a very serious problem. Maybe the demi-humans behaved badly and even attacked the other demi-humans. That is the reason Yi Chen did not directly liberate all the demi-humans in this place. Big brother Yi Chen, there's my mother, Chi-Chi suddenly said when she saw her mother's figure. Where? Yi Chen asked where Chi-Chi's mother was. There Chi-Chi pointed to a cell not far from this place. Yi Chen followed the direction indicated by Chi-Chi. When Yi Chen followed the direction indicated by Chi-Chi, he found a female fox confined in a special detention cell whose size and density were much larger than most cells used to confine demi-human. At first glance this woman bears a resemblance to Chi-Chi, with a figure that has developed very nicely. Is that woman your mother? Yi Chen asked again if the woman was really Chi-Chi's mother. Yes, big brother Yi Chen, she is my mother. Chi-Chi told Yi Chen that she was her mother. Then let's visit her now. Yi Chen invited Chi-Chi to go see Fox the locked female. The female fox looked very sad. She was seen thinking of something that made her feel very sad. Mother, when the fox woman felt sad, she listened to a cheerful voice of her daughter. The female fox immediately looked ahead. When she looked ahead, she saw the figure of Chi-Chi standing in front of the prison cell door. Chi-Chi, the fox woman, immediately ran towards the cell door. She immediately went to hug Chi-Chi, who was outside the detention cell. This woman was so happy when she saw Chi-Chi appear in front of her. She even started to shed tears when she saw Chi-Chi back on her. Chi-Chi just kept quiet when hugged by her mother. She did not understand why her mother cried like this. What really happened? Why did her mother even cry when she met her? Chapter 829, Yuting Nianurin. Mother, why are you crying? Chi-Chi asked why her mother was crying like this. Was her mother unhappy when she saw herself back? No dear, I'm not crying. I'm just happy to see you again. Chi-Chi's mother said that she was not crying. She was happy because she could meet Chi-Chi again. She thought he would never be able to meet her daughter again. Unexpectedly, the sky still gave her a chance to meet her daughter again. From afar, Chen saw the reunion that was held by this mother and daughter. He was happy to see Chi-Chi find her parents again. Chen started walking closer to Chi-Chi and her mother. He started to stand in front of Chi-Chi and her mother. Chi-Chi's mother felt someone approaching this place. She hurriedly looked towards Chen's arrival. Chi-Chi's mother wondered who this handsome young man had just arrived. She wanted to know who this handsome young man was. Who are you? Chi-Chi's mother asked about the origin of Chen. She wanted to know who Chen was and what she wanted in a place like this. This mother is Chen's older brother. She is the one who saved me. Chi-Chi told her mother about the identity that belonged to Chen. So you are the one who has saved my daughter. Thank you very much for saving my daughter. My name is Sayu. I am the mother of Chi-Chi. Saya started introducing herself to Chen. She told Chen about her name. Sayu also started kneeling and thanked Chen for saving her daughter from the hands of those terrible bad people. If Chi-Chi falls into the wrong hands, then Chi-Chi will definitely suffer all her life. Lady Saya, you don't need to be thankful like that. Chen tried to stop Saya's actions, which were quite formal. Saya looked like an ancient woman full of extraordinary character. After being persuaded by Chen, Saya finally got up and lifted her face. Chen began to free Saya from the cell. He began to destroy the cells and chains that were used to shackle the body and strength that was possessed by Sayu. When Chen had freed Sayu, Chi-Chi was finally able to hug Sayu as she pleased. Now there was nothing to stop Chi-Chi from hugging her mother. Mom, where is Daddy now? Is he here? Chi-Chi asked about her father's whereabouts. That, your father? Saya looked confused when she heard the question that came from Chi-Chi. She didn't know what to say to Chi-Chi about the fate of her husband who had been taken to another place because he fought Ling Tong. Chen saw the awkwardness that Saya had. He immediately knew that Chi-Chi's father was currently not in this place. Chi-Chi, let's go free the prisoners who are in this place. Chen tried to distract little girl Chi-Chi. He started asking Chi-Chi to go free the other prisoners. Let's go. Chi-Chi looked very excited when Chen invited him to go free the prisoners. He was stinging enough to free the people in this place. Chen and Chi-Chi started going to free some of the prisoners in this place. It just so happened that they were focused on releasing those nine-tailed foxes that were being held in this place. Sayu could only sigh when she saw Chi-Chi leaving with Chen. She didn't know where it had taken her husband. Zhang Shiyun finally arrived at this place. She brought several people to accompany her to this place. After Zhang Shiyun's arrival, the situation started to get better. With the help of the people that Zhang Shiyun had brought here, they were able to quickly free and supervise all for the demi-human in this place. Yi Xiu immediately told about the individual in the clan who had bought people from her clan. She started telling Zhang Shiyun to help her find the people that Ling Tong had managed to sell to the buyers. Zhang Shiyun nodded at Yi Xiu. She would do her best to bring the people who had sold Ling Tong to the buyers. Because this was a request from Chen, Zhang Shiyun immediately responded to solve this problem. With people who had been given the slave seal by Zhang Shiyun should be able to quickly solve this problem. Yi Xiu only needed to wait very calmly for the results of Zhang Shiyun's subordinates. In addition, Zhang Shiyun ordered his subordinates to arrest the people from the Taoji sect in Shaolin who were involved in this matter. Zhang Shiyun would not let these people get away with it after committing the crime of hunting and selling demi-humans. Even Zhang Shiyun also called the ruler of Shaolin to take responsibility for the wrongs committed by his subordinates who had committed crimes like this. Shaolin is a very strict place when it comes to disciplinary matters. The leader of Shaolin will definitely not remain silent when he finds out that this kind of thing is being done by some of the disciples and higher-ups from Shaolin. Even the leader of Shaolin must apologize publicly for this matter, otherwise Shaolin's reputation will definitely be tarnished because of this incident. In addition, Zhang Shiyun would definitely suppress the Shaolin leader. Zhang Shiyun would not let this matter pass. Meanwhile, in the mortal world, to be precise, in a hotel that looks very luxurious, currently Yuting is soaking in a warm bath that is quite large. At least this bathtub is enough to accommodate dozens of people in it at once. Master, why didn't you come? It's been several weeks, but you still didn't answer the message I sent. Yuting was still waiting for his master to come here. Until now her master still hasn't given Yuting a reply. Yuting needed her master to help her deal with Lin Roshi. Yuting had a deep grudge against Lin Roshi who had humiliated her. Yuting was now a cultivator. The view she had in revenge was no longer what she used to be. She needed someone really strong to deal with Lin Roshi. Yuting's strength was still insufficient to deal with Lin Roshi. That's why Yuting needed her master to help herself get revenge on Yi Chen and Lin Roshi. Tinger, what's wrong with you texting me? Is there a serious enough problem to happen to you? Suddenly a female voice spoke to Yuting. Yuting knew this voice very well. It was clear that this voice belonged from her master. Master Yuting hurriedly got up from the bath. She immediately knelt down and saluted her master who had come here. A woman with a hot figure appeared in front of Yuting. It was clear that this woman's appearance was very seductive to the men who saw her. Even though this woman had a hot figure, when compared to Shuesuin, this woman still had quite a distance. Master Yuting is one of the elders who came from the Spring Palace. This woman clearly has a cultivation base that is not weak. This woman's cultivation level is the 9th stage of the Overlord realm. With such strong strength, this woman is already worthy of being an elder with a decent high-up position in the Spring Palace. Yuting's master name is Nianurin. She is the person who has guided Yuting into like now. Without Nianurin, Yuting would not have been able to obtain the wealth and luxurious facilities that reside in the mortal world. Chapter 830, The Gates of Eternity. Secretary has a meeting. Quickly tell me, what's the problem that you call me like this? Nianurin asked what was the problem with Yuting calling herself here. Recently, Nianurin has been quite busy looking for new talents to become a disciplate. She is looking for talented women all over the world to become a disciple who is obedient to her. Master, this disciple is currently having a serious problem. Please help me get revenge. Yuting told Nianurin that she had serious problems that he couldn't handle. What a serious problem you can't handle? Aren't you a cultivator at the Emperor Realm stage? Nianurin said to Yuting, Master, my enemy has a much higher cultivation than what I currently have, so I can't win against her. Yuting told Nianurin that her enemy Lin Roshi had a much higher cultivation than hers. If only Lin Roshi didn't have a cultivation base higher than her current hers, Yuting wouldn't have bothered asking Nianurin for help. What, in a mortal world like this there are people who have a higher cultivation base than yours? Nianurin was quite surprised when she heard this news. She did not expect that in a mortal world like this there would be a cultivator who had strength above Yuting. That's absolutely true. Yuting nodded at Nianurin. You're not lying to me, are you? Nianurin told Yuting whether or not he was lying or not. Master, I'm not lying. Did you know that the teachers in my school have a much higher level of cultivation than what I currently have? Yuting reported about Lin Roshi who had a very high cultivation. So the teacher at the school where you studied was a cultivator? Nianurin started to hold her chin using her left hand. This discovery made Nianurin a little surprised. How could a teacher from a mortal world like this have a higher cultivation base than Yuting's? Even though Yuting is currently at the Emperor Realm stage, there is no way an ordinary teacher can match cultivation which was owned by Yuting. As far as remember Nianurin could, in this mortal world there were only a few cultivators who could reach the Emperor realm. Even those were strong individuals who came from sects and government organizations. Such people would not possibly want to interfere in a mortal's life. They would definitely prefer to cultivate to increase the strength they possess. Very well, I will help you solve this problem. I will definitely help you avenge the revenge you have. Nianurin finally promised to help get revenge on Yuting's enemy. Thank you so much for Master for helping me. Yuting was very grateful to Nianurin for helping her. Yi Chen, Teacher Lin Roshi, you two get ready. Soon my master will pack you two. In her heart Yuting could already imagine what would happen to Yi Chen and bitch Lin Roshi. Both of them would definitely bend their knees before Nianurin's strength. Before that I want to make some preparations first. Nianurin said that if she wanted to make some preparations before fighting Lin Roshi, she had to know what kind of enemy she was going to fight. Nianurin is a woman who is quite careful in doing something. She doesn't just go and kill the enemy just like that. It takes some preparation and careful planning to fight the enemy. With sufficient planning and preparation, Nianurin can always defeat all of her enemies very easily. This is the reason Nianurin can become an elder in the Spring Palace. Master, I understand. Yuting understood. She would not rush into forcing Nianurin to quickly go and fight Yi Chen and Lin Roshi. There is still a long way to go. Yuting will let Nianurin do whatever she wants. As long as Yuting can make Lin Roshi to her knees, Yuting didn't mind being told to wait any longer. Nianurin started to take off her clothes. A sexy naked body appeared in front of Yuting. Yuting looked at Nianurin's body. She was quite jealous when she saw Nianurin's body which has grown so perfectly. With Nia Nuren's sexy body, Nia Nuren could easily attract the interest of men in this mortal world. Nia Nuren began to enter the bath that was used by Yu Ting. She began to wash her slightly dirty body. Tinger, quickly tell me information about the person you were talking about earlier. Nia Nuren asked for some information about Lin Roshi. Yu Ting started telling Nia Nuren the information she had, she explaining everything she knew about Lin Roshi and Yi Chen. Nia Nuren listened carefully to the information Yu Ting said. She was analyzing what to do next. Yu Ting and Nia Nuren started to bathe together. The two of them started to enjoy the bath while exchanging some information about Lin Roshi and Yi Chen. Meanwhile, at the gates of Eternity sect, currently in a special room gathered several people with a fairly high cultivation base. It can be seen that these people are the elders and influential people in the gates of Eternity sect. They all seem to be discussing something very important. It must be something serious was happening. It was quite rare for influential people in the gates of Eternity sect to gather in one room like this. When influential people gathered, something very important must have happened. Once, a manly and mighty man sat in the middle of the room. It seemed this man was Hong Man, who was the sect leader of the Gates of Eternity sect. Have you guys found the news of my son's murder? Hong Man asked if they had found any clues about who killed his son he loved the most. The people in this place could only remain silent when they heard questions from Hong Man. They couldn't find the killer from Hong One at all. Have you still not found the person who killed my son? Hong Man was furious when he saw these people fell silent when he heard his words. Sect Master, we are still in the process of searching for more evidence to find who killed your son. This killer is so powerful that it has not left a trace. One of the elders in a high position told Hong Man that they were having a hard time finding clues to the person who killed Hong One. Hong One's assassin was so great that all the people sent by the Gates of Eternity sect were unable to find a hint of the mystery of Hong One's death. Hong Man was furious. He really wanted to know who the person who killed his son was. If he knew the killer of his son, then Hong Man would definitely eliminate that person and everyone who had connections with that person. Hong Man, forget about your son's problem for a while. We here have a more serious problem than the problem of your child's death. An old man with white hair and white beard started to interrupt Hong Man. He was sick of hearing Hong Man always talk about his son. Currently, the Gates of Eternity sect is in a quite difficult position. After failing to gain territory from the royal family, now the relationship between the Gates of Eternity sect and the royal family has become even more distant. The two of them were now completely enemies and could possibly fight at any time. Chapter 831, Hong Man's Decision. The name of the old man who had just interrupted Hong Man's words was Hong Jiajin. He was one of the most senior elders in the Gates of Eternity sect. His position was almost comparable to that of Hong Man, with Hong Jiajin's position on par with Hong Man. Hong Jiajin was naturally brave enough to criticize something Hong Man shouldn't have done as a sect leader. Hong Jiajin, you don't have a child, so you don't know how I feel right now. Hong Man said to Hong Jiajin, who doesn't have a child. Hong Jiajin is a cultivator who is crazy about the world of cultivation. Every day Hong Jiajin is always cultivating to the point that he is not interested in a woman. I do not have children, but you still have countless concubines. You can make new ones with your hundreds of concubines. Hong Jiajin was not angry with Hong Man's insinuation, he instead teased Hong Man. Hong Man was getting angry with the words said by Hong Jiajin. He felt like fighting with Hong Jiajin. In large gatherings like this, things like disagreement had become commonplace among the higher-ups of the Gates of Eternity sect, so the elders were used to seeing Hong Man and Hong Jiajin teasing one another. You two do not bring personal affairs into this place. Here we are discussing the issue of the royal family were preparing to attack us. A very old man spoke to Hong Man and Hong Jiajin. From the appearance of this old man, it could be seen that this old man was much older than Hong Man and Hong Jiajin. The position of this old man should not be inferior to that of Hong Jiajin either. This old man's name is Hong Tian. He is a great elder like Hong Jiajin. Hong Tian is a very wise person. If not for his too old age, perhaps Hong Tian will become a sect master. We don't need to be afraid of women. Damn it, that woman is not strong enough to threaten sect R. Hong Man was not afraid of the royal family. To him the royal family was not a serious threat. Hong Man, the current royal family is no longer what they used to be, now that they have the allies Spring Palace by their side. That means the strength of the royal family is getting stronger and stronger. Plus Zhang Shiyun has completely mastered all the major clans in this Kunlun Holy Land. One word from Zhang Shiyun's mouth can make all the major clans move against us all. Hong Jiajin told Hong Man that the royal family had collaborated with the Spring Palace. In addition, Zhang Shiyun had really made everyone obey him. This would focus the royal family's strength and become much stronger. What Hong Jiajin said is true. The royal family has now become very strong after collaborating with the Spring Palace. Their strength is probably comparable to us. This is something we should take into account well. Hong Tian quite agreed with Hong Jijan's words. The current royal family is no longer the royal family it used to be. Now the royal family is something that the Gates of Eternity sect must reckon with. Hong Man gritted his teeth a little when he heard this. Hong Man the most disliked when he saw that there was another power capable of threatening the Gates of Eternity sect. He had to quickly get rid of threats like the royal family and the Spring Palace. Do you have any other information about the royal family? Hong Man asked all the elders in this place. He wanted to know if there was any other information that would be useful for them to know. Report Sect Master, I just heard the news that Queen Zhang has reached the legendary realm. It is said that Zhang Shiyun can defeat someone in the half-step towards divine realm with just one hand. One of the elders reported an important finding to Hong Man, Hong Jijan, and Hong Tian. What? Hong Man was quite surprised when he heard the news that one of the elders in front of him had just conveyed. He did not expect that Zhang Shiyun had reached a legendary realm that no one in the history of this world had never penetrated. It was not only Hong Man who was shocked when he heard this news. Hong Yihon, Hong Tian, and all elders who were in this place were shocked when they heard this news. Are you serious? Hong Man questioned the authenticity of this news. Sect Master, this news is still confusing. What I found, Xingguo who has stepped into the realm of half-step towards divine realm has been killed by Zhang Shiyun with just a few moves. In addition, Zhang Shiyun did not leave a single body of Xingguo. Elder said that this information is still not confirmed the truth. All the elders in this place became noisy when they heard this. Zhang Shiyun could kill someone who was half-step towards divine realm very easily. How strong is Zhang Shiyun right now? The people here wanted to know about this issue. Sect Master, what are you going to do now? All decisions are in your hands. Hong Jijan began to say to Hong Man. He was waiting for the decision that Hong Man would take to solve this problem. For this time Hong Jijan was not too brave to speak up. If Zhang Shiyun was so strong that he could kill a cultivator who was half a step towards divine realm, then he and Hong Tian were not worthy of being Zhang Shiyun's opponents. Only the ancestors of the Gates of Eternity sect could possibly overcome Zhang Shiyun. Sect Master, make your choice right now. Hong Tian also told Hong Man to determine the choice he would make in this matter. Just like Hong Jijan, Hong Tian also did not dare to make rash decisions in this matter. He completely left the decision to Hong Man to take the necessary action in this situation. All of the elders were also waiting for Hong Man's decision. They wanted to know what Hong Man would do in this kind of situation. Hong Man felt depressed in this situation. He had to immediately come up with the answers these people wanted. I want you to immediately give orders for this sect disciple to come back right away. Then activate the strongest defensive array we have. Send some of our greatest spies to find information about the moves made by the royal family in the Spring Palace. For Zhang Shiyun problem, I will talk to the ancestors. Hong Man finally made his choice. Hong Man decided to close the Gates of Eternity sect for the time being. If the news about Zhang Shiyun who had reached the legendary stage was true, then Zhang Shiyun could be an enormous threat to the Gates of Eternity sect. Hong Man couldn't be too relaxed when faced with a big threat like this. He had to be firm in the face of a big threat that could harm the Gates of Eternity sect. We will immediately do as the sect master ordered. All of the elders compactly answered Hong Man's orders. Good, now you can go. After giving orders to these people, Hong Man told them all to leave right now. All the elders did not leave him here. They immediately went to carry out the orders from Hong Man. Even Hong Jijan and Hong Tian also left this place. The two of them still had some business to settle. Now in this room only Hong Man is left. Damn, this problem is so troublesome. Hong Man felt that this problem was really very troublesome. He had to make a very difficult choice like this. Hong Man now had to go to discuss this matter with the ancestors. He had to ask the ancestors to help deal with Zhang Shiyun. Chapter 832 Yichen Yishou 1. Yichen currently spent the time he had in the Nine-Tailed Fox Village. In Nine-Tailed Fox Village, Yichen accompanying Chi-Chi and Yi showed here for a while. Every day the nine-tailed foxes that have been sold are found. Those who are found are immediately brought to this village to get treatment and severe trauma recovery. The total number of survivors is quite large. It is estimated that 1/2 of the number of nine-tailed foxes in the past are still alive, while the rest may have died or are hiding in a place very far away. Yishou couldn't do anything about this matter. She could only give an explanation to the abandoned family. Big brother Yi Chen, sister Mei, let's play again. Chi-Chi invited Yi Chen and Xing Mei to go to play. In recent days Chi-Chi always invited Yi Chen and Xing Mei to go play with her. Xing Mei was quite happy to play together with Chi-Chi. She just enjoyed playing together with Chi-Chi. Xing Mei was also still a girl, so it wasn't strange that Xing Mei was already playing with Chi-Chi, while Yi Chen had to accompany these two girls to play. Yi Chen looked like the babysitter assigned to look after Xing Mei and Chi-Chi. Because body of Xing Mei's heavenly 7 constellations, Yi Chen benefited quite a bit from being around Xing Mei. Yi Chen felt like he was cultivating for a long time when he was near Xing Mei. Chi-Chi, don't bother our benefactor anymore. Saya told Chi-Chi not to always bother Yi Chen. It's not good to bother Yi Chen like that. Lady Saya, you don't need to worry, I'm not bothered by this at all. Yi Chen told Sayu that she wasn't bothered by what Chi-Chi was doing. Once again, forgive my daughter for disturbing you. Saya continued to apologize to Yi Chen, she apologizing for Chi-Chi's actions who always clung to Yi Chen. Yi Chen could only smile when he heard Saya's words. This woman still insisted on apologizing for what Chi-Chi had been doing all this time. Inside the banquet is quite lively. Why are you guys outside? Yisho suddenly came over. Yi Chen, Xing Mei, Chi-Chi and Sayu. Yisho invited Yi Chen and Xing Mei to come inside and enjoy the banquet that was being held. Chi-Chi, let's go inside, there are some delicious cakes in there. Saya found a suitable reason to invite Chi-Chi inside. Yes, I like cakes, let's go inside. Chi-Chi quite likes cakes, she immediately invited her mother to go inside to get some delicious cakes. Chi-Chi didn't forget to invite Yi Chen and Xing Mei into the banquet. Yi Chen had to refuse Chi-Chi's invitation. He wanted to be here to discuss something with Yi Xiu. Meanwhile, Xing Mei had no business here, so Xing Mei joined Chi-Chi and Sayu inside. Little Xiu, what are you going to do next? Yi Chen asked what Yi Xiu was going to do next. Master, what are you talking about? Yi Xiu didn't understand the meaning of Yi Chen's words. I was asking whether you will live in this place or not. Yi Chen asked whether Yi Xiu would stay at this place or come along with him. Yi Xiu smiled when she heard Yi Chen's question. Master, do you think I should stay in this place or come with you? Yi Xiu asked Yi Chen what she should do. The decision is yours. If you want to stay in this place, I won't mind. Yi Chen told Yi Xiu that he didn't mind if Yi Xiu chose to stay in this place. That's not the answer I wanted. Yi Xiu was very annoyed when she heard the answer given by Yi Chen, even though Yi Xiu really hoped that Yi Chen wanted her to stay by his side. Yi Chen was completely insensitive to what Yi Xiu wanted, even though Yi Xiu only hoped that Yi Chen would ask himself to stay by his side. Then what answer do you want? Yi Chen asked Yi Xiu. You idiot! Yi Xiu was annoyed because Yi Chen did not understand what she wanted. Yi Xiu, who was angry, immediately left Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very insensitive to what she wanted. Yi Chen started scratching his head. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Why did Yi Xiu suddenly get angry like that? Women are really strange and difficult creatures to understand. Yi Chen felt that Yi Xiu was quite difficult to understand. Yi Chen chased after the angry Yi Xiu. He started to chase Yi Xiu, who was going to the banquet. Yi Chen started to enjoy the banquet held by the clan Nine-Tailed Fox. The people from clan were the Nine-Tailed Fox, very kind and very friendly towards Yi Chen and Xing Mei. The banquet was continuously being held. Yi Chen was quite drunk from drinking the wine provided by clan the Nine-Tailed Fox. The wine made by clan was the Nine-Tailed Fox, very special. Just drinking a bottle made Yi Chen look very drunk. Yi Xiu was forced to help Yi Chen back to his room. There Yi Chen could rest in peace. Due to the increasing number of residents in this village became a crisis of places. The people from clan the Nine-Tailed Fox had just started building several places for their residents. It is estimated that this process will take a few more weeks. While the people stay in the tent given by Zhang Shiyun, Yi Xiu had brought Yi Chen back to her room. Yi Xiu quietly laid Yi Chen on her bed. After laying Yi Chen into the bed, Yi Xiu sat right beside Yi Chen's body, herself starting to watch Yi Chen, who was drunk. Yan Yan, I want you. Yi Chen started delirious. He was currently dreaming with Jia Yan Yan. Yi Xiu, who was beside Yi Chen, could listen to what Yi Chen said. It seemed that Yi Chen was dreaming of Jia Yan Yan. It cannot be denied that Jia Yan Yan is Yi Chen's first woman, so Yi Chen will definitely love Jia Yan Yan more than anything. Yi Chen, who was drunk, suddenly hugged Yi Xiu, who was near him. Yi Xiu was quite shocked when Yi Chen embraced herself like this. Master, what are you doing? Yi Xiu asked Yi Chen, who suddenly hugged her from behind. I want you. Yi Chen whispered in Yi Xiu's ear. He currently wanted Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu's face immediately reddened when she heard what Yi Chen said to her. Yi Xiu knew that Yi Chen was dreaming of Jia Yan Yan. Surely at this time Yi Chen thought of herself as Jia Yan Yan. Master, I am not Yan Yan. I am little Xiu. Yi Xiu said to Yi Chen, who was hugging herself quite tightly. Yi Chen looked speechless when he heard Yi Xiu's words. Yi Chen looked confused by the same words he heard from Yi Xiu. Little Xiu, then I want you. Yi Chen changed his words. He said he wanted Yi Xiu. Yi Chen is currently drunk. Of course Yi Chen doesn't have time to care about the identity of the woman in front of him. All he wants is to do this together with this beautiful MILF in front of him. Chapter 833. Yi Chen. Yi Xiu. 2. Yi Xiu fell silent when she heard what Yi Chen said. It was unexpected that Yi Chen wanted her. Yi Xiu didn't know what to say in a situation like this, whether she should give herself to Yi Chen or not. Yi Xiu was a virgin. She had never done anything like that with any man. To be honest, Yi Xiu already likes Yi Chen. She doesn't mind doing things like that together with Yi Chen. Even though Yi Chen was quite drunk, he still had a little bit of awareness. He clearly saw a beautiful MILF sitting in front of him. Yi Chen wanted to get this beautiful MILF. He wanted to do dual cultivation together with the beautiful woman in front of him. Yi Chen didn't care if this woman was Yi Xiu. He wanted to do it together with Yi Xiu. Master, do you really want me? Yi Xiu asked Yi Chen seriously enough. Yi Xiu would be angry if Yi Chen just teased her. Of course I'm serious. I want you to be little Xiu. Yi Chen began to prove his seriousness. He began to open the kimono that Yi Xiu was wearing. Yi Chen had wanted to have Yi Xiu for a long time. He had endured long enough to get MILF's well-developed body. With only a little strength, Yi Chen could easily take off Yi Xiu's kimono. Now Yi Xiu's naked body was displayed right before Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen could see Yi Xiu's two double peaks, which were G-cup size. This size was quite large and could make other women jealous. Yi Chen started to try the taste of the huge double peak that was in front of his eyes. He began to reach out and hold onto these two large and soft balls. When Yi Chen held Yi Xiu's double peak, he found that it was very soft. It was like the best sponge in this world. Yi Xiu started to groan when Yi Chen touched her double peak. Somehow Yi Xiu felt something strange on her body when Yi Chen touched her. A feeling of comfort and a slight sting began to creep through Yi Xiu's body. Yi Xiu felt a very comfortable feeling. Yi Chen began to squeeze the two towering peaks in his hands like a cookie dough. She began to enjoy the feeling of touching this soft thing. On the other side, Yi Xiu started to let out a very seductive groan. Yi Xiu couldn't help but feel the great comfort and goodness that Yi Chen gave her. Yi Chen started to look at the pink cherry buds, which were still very fresh. Yi Chen opened his mouth and started to taste the pink cherry, which was still very fresh. Master, wait a moment. Yi Xiu couldn't stand what Yi Chen was doing. He felt a very strange feeling all over her body. Yi Chen didn't want to stop. He was already enjoying the taste of the fresh pink cherry in his mouth. Yi Xiu's body began to writhe like a snake that was hot. It could be seen that what Yi Chen was doing was too good for Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu's sweet and seductive moan sounded quite loud. If it continued like this, then the people in this village could hear her screams. The size of the village is still quite small. If Yi Xiu makes a sound too loud, then the people outside can hear it very clearly. Master, let's move places. While Yi Xiu still had consciousness, Yi Xiu told Yi Chen to change places. Move to where? Yi Chen, who was still half conscious, asked where they should move. According to Yi Chen, this place was quite suitable for having intimate relations with Yi Xiu. Let's go to the ferry gate. There won't be anyone bothering us. Yi Xiu invited Yi Chen to go to the dual cultivation room inside the ferry gate. In that room, Yi Chen and Yi Xiu could freely do whatever they wanted. Fine. Yi Chen immediately nodded at Yi Xiu. Yi Chen wanted to get Yi Xiu as soon as possible, so he would do whatever it took as long as he could get Yi Xiu. Without wasting any time, Yi Chen immediately led Yi Xiu inside the ferry gate. Because Yi Xiu had a master and servant connection with Yi Chen, Yi Xiu could easily go in and out of the ferry gate without the need to first become Yi Chen's woman. After entering the ferry hall, Yi Chen immediately took Yi Xiu to the dual cultivation room. This room was devoted to doing dual cultivation together with women who could already enter the ferry gate. Yi Chen himself rarely used this dual cultivation room. He only used this dual cultivation room occasionally. After arriving in the dual cultivation room, Yi Chen immediately laid Yi Xiu on the bed. After that, he started to take off the clothes he was currently wearing. Yi Xiu saw Yi Chen, who looked a little troubled when he took off his own clothes. Seeing this, Yi Xiu decided to help Yi Chen take off his clothes. Master, let me help you. Yi Xiu started to get up from the bed. She started walking towards Yi Chen. Yi Xiu, with very gentle movements, began to help take off the clothes that Yi Chen was wearing. Now Yi Chen's body was left with only a pair of underwear that was holding a hefty little brother. Yi Chen's younger brother has been seen waking up from a deep sleep. It can be seen that Yi Chen's younger brother is ready to fight at any time. Yi Chen's strength is getting stronger every day. Even though a few days ago Yi Chen had just fought 3 vixens like Shuesuin, Zhang Shiyun, and Nanhuatse, but now Yi Chen looks like he has recovered and is ready to fight again with Yi Xiu. Yi Chen had endured this uncomfortable feeling for a long time. He wanted to immediately let go of the uncomfortable feeling that was in his body. Yi Xiu saw the last part she had to let go. Yi Xiu's heart began to beat rapidly as she had to release the last piece that sealed Yi Chen's younger brother. When Yi Xiu let go of this part, she had to be prepared to suffer the consequences. Yi Xiu started to help Yi Chen remove the last part. When Yi Xiu helped remove the last seal holding Yi Chen's younger brother, an enormous, extremely long object appeared in Yi Xiu's eyes. This huge and super long object slapped Yi Xiu's face, who was not far from Yi Chen's body. Yi Xiu was quite surprised to see the size of Yi Chen's large weapon. This size was similar to that of an orc. Does this belong to the master? This is enormous. Yi Xiu was surprised by the size of Yi Chen's huge object. This size was something enormous. Little Xiu, please help me deal with this uncomfortable feeling. Yi Chen said to Yi Xiu to help himself overcome this uncomfortable feeling. Master, what should I do now? Yishio asked what to do in a situation like this. Yishio was a virgin woman herself, didn't know what to do in a situation like this. I want you. Yichen started whispering what he wanted to Yishio, hoping that Yishio could help him play a game he had never done before. Are you sure you want me to do that? Yishio asked if Yichen really seriously wanted her to do something like that. Chapter 834 Yichen Yishio 3. Of course, please do what I said earlier. Yichen told Yishio to do what he just said. Yishio nodded, herself starting to pull out the fox tail and ears she had. Yishio started to use her white tail to squeeze Yichen's large object. When Yishio did this, Yichen felt a very comfortable feeling. It was very soft and very comfortable. The movements that Yishio made were very gentle. Yishio looked like she was caressing the precious object she had. Yishio tried to be as gentle as possible when holding Yichen's large object. Yishio was afraid that she would injure Yichen's large object. This is the root of life that is owned by a man. If anything happens to this thing, there will be many women who feel very sad. Apart from using her tail to help Yichen, Yishio used her other tail to stimulate Yichen's body. Yishio's movements were still very clumsy. It seemed that Yishio was still doing something like this for the first time. Yichen could feel a comfortable feeling around Yishio's soft tail. Yichen started stroking Yishio's tail. Yichen looked like he had found a soft bolster that was very comfortable to hug. Yishio started to feel a strange feeling when Yichen stroked her tail. Somehow every touch Yichen made can make Yishio feel very comfortable feeling. Master, please don't do that. Yishio begged Yichen not to do this. Yishio couldn't stand this kind of good feeling. Little Shio, this feels so soft, I'm happy to hug this. Yichen was still a little drunk. He loved hugging Yishio's soft white tail. Yishio was helpless with this. It seemed like he could only surrender to this. Yichen continued to hug and stroke Yishio's tail. After being a little bored, Yichen started to move his hand to Yishio's fox ear. Yichen started to play with Yishio's fox ears with his fingers. Don't be that part. Yishio immediately tried to stop Yichen. This ear is a very sensitive part. Yishio always felt a strange feeling when someone touched her fox ear. Yichen just remembered that these fox ears were the most sensitive part of Yishio. Yichen could stimulate Yishio by touching the two cute ears in his hands. Little Shio, you don't need to worry. You just continue what is below. These fox ears look so cute. Yichen said to Yishio, who was below him. Yichen is really very honest. Maybe this is due to the effect of being a little drunk, so Yichen is very honest when talking to Yishio. Yishio's face turned red when she heard Yichen's praise. It turned out that Yichen had a fetish like this on her. Yishio had no choice but to let Yichen play with her fox ears. She let Yichen do whatever he wanted to herself. Yishio started to focus on serving Yichen's younger brother who was in front of her. She wanted to make Yichen happy with her skills. Yichen and Yishio started comforting each other, both of them trying their best to make each other happy. Yichen's younger brother has become very hard at this time. It can be seen that Yichen's younger brother wants to immediately take Yishio's first time. Without saying anything to Yishio, Yichen began to lift Yishio's body and lay her down on the huge bed. After laying Yishio's body on the bed, Yichen began to open Yishio's two legs. When Yichen opened Yishio's two legs, he found a secret garden that was very beautiful. Seeing this, Yichen's younger brother became more and more excited. Yichen's younger brother couldn't wait to try Yishio's honey cave tastes. Yishio closed her eyes. She already knew what Yichen would do next. Yishio was a little afraid of Yichen's big thing that would break into her honey cave. She didn't know if something that big could fit her. Little Shio, are you ready to become my woman? Yichen whispered in Yishio's ear. Yichen told Yishio to preparing herself to become his woman and feel the indescribable feeling that exists in the world. Master, please do it gently, I will be yours. Yishio said to Yichen with a shy expression. After the recent incident, for some reason Yishio started to be shy towards Yichen. This was very different from Yishio, who was quite arrogant when talking to Yichen. Seeing that Yishio had given himself the green light, Yichen no longer held back. He raised his weapon to break into Yishio's honey cave, which was still very tightly locked. Ouch! Yishio felt her body torn apart when Yichen's large object entered. This feeling was very painful for Yishio, who was still a virgin. Blood started to come out, which proved that Yishio was still a pure virgin. Master, this hurts so much. Yishio complained to Yichen about the pain she was experiencing because Yichen's object was too big. I will ease the pain you have. Yichen said to Yishio that he would ease the pain that Yishio had. Yichen started using his Passion Goddess technique. When Yichen used the Passion Goddess technique, Yishio felt that the pain immediately disappeared. The pain was immediately replaced with a very comfortable feeling. This feeling of comfort was something Yishio had never experienced in this life. This feeling was even more extraordinary than Yichen's touch. It's very comfortable. Yishio started shouting at Yichen. She felt a very comfortable feeling from Yichen. Yichen was confused when he saw the reaction shown by Yishio. Even though Yi Chen had not moved yet, but Yi Shou was already groaning with a voice that seemed to really enjoy this. Yi Chen has just cultivated the Passion Goddess technique, so this is the first time Yi Chen has used the Passion Goddess technique on a woman. It was unexpected that the effect of the Passion Goddess technique would be far more extraordinary than the King's Heart technique that Yi Chen often used to satisfy all his women. It looks like this Passion Goddess technique is much stronger than Yi Chen's King's Heart technique. Yi Chen only had time to learn a little about the Passion Goddess technique. Unexpectedly, the effect would be like this. Yi Chen decided to start moving. When Yi Chen started to move, Yi Shou felt a very good feeling. Yi Shou's brain began to empty. There was only an endless joy Yi Shou could think of in her brain. In just a few seconds, Yi Shou had already reached the top. Yi Shou could no longer stand the very good feeling she felt. Yi Chen did not stop when he saw that Yi Shou had reached the peak. He had just started moving. There was no way that Yi Chen would immediately stop when he had just started a battle with Yi Shou. Yi Chen kept moving, Yi Chen not forgetting to absorb the pure inchi that Yi Shou had just released. "Master, please stop. I can't take it anymore," Yi Shou immediately begged Yi Chen. She couldn't stand the very good feeling she felt. If Yi Shou continued to feel very good feeling, Yi Shou felt that she would lose her sanity. Too bad Yi Chen didn't listen to Yi Shou's whining. Because of the influence of the wine, Yi Chen became more and more aggressive. Yi Shou's honey cave was quite tight and comfortable enough that Yi Chen felt a very comfortable feeling when drilling into it. Yi Shou's MILF body was indeed the best. Yi Chen was very satisfied to get this body. Yi Shou started to be completely attacked by Yi Chen. Yi Shou started to make a very satisfied face when doing dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. In just a short amount of time, Yi Shou has been conquered by Yi Chen. Now Yi Shou will no longer be able to leave Yi Chen after tasting the taste of the forbidden fruit given by Yi Chen. "Master is stronger. Make me completely yours." Yi Shou told Yi Chen to be even stronger. Now in Yi Shou's mind there was only Yi Chen. As per Yi Shou's request, Yi Chen started pumping even stronger and faster. This naturally made Yi Shou feel even more joy than before. Yi Shou was really drunk with this very good feeling. She did not expect that doing this would be so much fun. If only Yi Shou had known this from long ago, Yi Shou would have wanted to be Yi Chen's woman for a long time, so that every day Yi Shou could feel this kind of feeling. With Yi Chen, Yi Chen started to become an unstoppable raging bull. Yi Shou's body was completely messed up by Yi Chen. Yi Shou's appearance looked pretty bad. Yi Shou's body was now covered in sweat. It could be seen that Yi Shou was very tired. When dealing with Yi Chen, after more or less doing Yi Shou for 6 hours, Yi Chen already felt the signs that he was about to erupt. He was ready to give Yi Shou the most precious essence he possessed. Yi Shou was almost unconscious. She couldn't do anything at this point. Yi Shou could only passively accept what Yi Chen would do to her. "Little Shou, I've reached my limit." Yi Chen said that he couldn't take it anymore. "Buyer, buyer, buyer, buyer." Yi Chen took out an enormous amount of Yangqi essence. Yi Shou's body was immediately filled with Yi Chen's Yangqi essence, which was extremely pure. Yi Shou immediately collapsed on the spot. He was no longer able to fight against Yi Chen, who was too strong. Yi Shou realized that Yi Shou had completely fainted. There was no way Yi Chen could continue dual cultivation together with Yi Shou. If Yi Chen forced him to continue, then it was certain that Yi Shou's body would be completely damaged. Yi Shou was a virgin. It was quite difficult for a virgin like Yi Shou to endure Yi Chen's terrifying strength. If this continued, Yi Shou could die under Yi Chen's younger brother, who was too strong. Yi Chen hugged Yi Shou's unconscious body. He put Yi Shou in his arms. Yi Shou looked very peaceful when in Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen felt sleepy too. He decided to sleep together with Yi Shou. Yi Chen slept while hugging the beautiful MILF in his arms. Anyone would smile when they could hug beautiful MILF Yi Shou. Chapter 835, Jia Yanyan Breakthrough. Time quickly passed. After sleeping for a while, Yi Chen finally woke up. When Yi Chen woke up, he found that he was hugging a woman. The woman Yi Chen was hugging was Yi Shou. Yi Shou is currently sleeping quite peacefully. It can be seen that Yi Shou was very tired because of the long battle that the two of them had previously done last night. Yi Chen was a little confused by what happened at this time. He started to remember what happened last night. After remembering for a while, Yi Chen finally remembered what happened last night. It was clear that last night he did this together with Yi Shou. "I really did it with little Shou?" Yi Chen said to himself in disbelief. Yi Chen thought last night was a dream. Unexpectedly, that last night was not a dream. Yi Chen did dual cultivation together with Yi Shou, who was currently in his arms. Yi Chen smiled when he found out that last night was not a dream. It meant that now Yi Shou was completely his. Yi Chen finally got a beautiful MILF like Yi Shou. This is a very good thing for Yi Chen. Yi Chen began to hug Yi Shou tighter. He began to stretch out his hands towards Yi Shou's fox ears. When Yi Chen grabbed Yi Shou's fox ears, Yi Shou started to wake up. She felt someone holding the sensitive part he had. When Yi Shou opened her eyes, she found that the person who was playing with her ears was Yi Chen. "Master, don't play that thing again," Yi Shou complained to Yi Chen, who played with her ear. Yi Xiu felt a strange feeling every time Yi Chen did this to her. This is so cute. Yi Chen liked to play with these fox ears, he felt happy doing this. Yi Xiu snuggled even more in Yi Chen's embrace, feeling comfortable when she was in Yi Chen's embrace. How long do you want to sleep like that? When Yi Chen and Yi Xiu were making out on the bed, a woman said to Yi Chen and Yi Xiu. Yi Chen and Yi Xiu immediately turned their heads to see which woman was talking to the two of them. When the two of them looked at the source of the voice, Yi Chen and Yi Xiu found that the owner of this voice was Chu Yuechan. Yuechan, what's wrong? Yi Chen asked what Chu Yuechan had to do with himself. You two hurry up and wake up. Yan Yan has successfully break through to the divine nascent realm. You better go see her. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen that Zhao Yan Yan had successfully break through to the divine nascent realm. Really? That I want to see it. Hearing Chu Yuechan's words, Yi Chen couldn't wait to see Zhao Yan Yan who would break through to the divine nascent realm level. Little Xiu, do you want to come? Yi Chen asked Yi Xiu if she wanted to come to meet Zhao Yan Yan. Master, maybe I won't come with you, I'm still very tired. Yi Xiu told Yi Chen that she wouldn't be able to come together with Yi Chen to meet Zhao Yan Yan. Yi Xiu was still very tired, plus Yi Xiu's two legs still felt soft due to the long battle she had together with Yi Chen last night. Okay, then rest in peace here. Yi Chen told Yi Xiu to rest in this place while he went to see Zhao Yan Yan. Yi Xiu nodded, she would rest in this place for a while and recover. Let's go. Yi Chen invited Chu Yuechan to go see Zhao Yan Yan. He wanted to see where Zhao Yan Yan was right now. Let's go. I'll take you to where Yan Yan is. Chu Yuechan happily escorted Yi Chen to the place where Zhao Yan Yan was. Yi Chen and Chu Yuechan left the dual cultivation room. The two of them headed to the place where Zhao Yan Yan was. Yi Xiu saw Yi Chen and Chu Yuechan leaving. She decided to return to rest for a while, because Yi Chen's treatment last night was extremely harsh. Yi Xiu's lower body was still very swollen. It might take a little while for Yi Xiu to recover to normal. After leaving the dual cultivation room, Yi Chen and Chu Yuechan immediately rushed to where Zhao Yan Yan was. It just so happened that at this time Zhao Yan Yan was trying out her new power along with Shuesuin. Up in the sky, Yi Chen saw the battle that Zhao Yan Yan and Shuesuin were doing, both of them exchanging several blows in the air. In this exchange, Yi Chen can see that Zhao Yan Yan is getting a very good advantage. It is very likely that Zhao Yan Yan is stronger than Shuesuin. Hey Yuechan, what is the current level of Yan Yan? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan about Zhao Yan Yan's current level. Fufufu, guess what level Yan Yan is at right now? Chu Yuechan did not immediately answer Yi Chen. She instead told Yi Chen to guess what level Zhao Yan Yan currently had. Has Yan Yan stepped into the divine nascent realm early realm? Yi Chen started to guess Zhao Yan Yan's current level. He began to guess that Zhao Yan Yan was at the 1, 2 or 3rd level of the divine nascent realm. Wrong. Chu Yuechan said that if Yi Chen's answer was wrong, Zhao Yan Yan was already at a higher level than that. Wrong. Then what is the current level of Yan Yan? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan again about this important matter. He really became curious about the level that Zhao Yan Yan had. You have to guess for yourself. Chu Yuechan refused to tell Yi Chen Zhao Yan Yan's rank. She tried to act mysteriously in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen was annoyed with Chu Yuechan who acted mysteriously in front of him. Even though Yi Chen only wanted to know the level that Zhao Yan Yan had, he didn't expect Chu Yuechan to act mysteriously like this. Husband. Zhao Yan Yan and Shuesuin called Yi Chen who had just arrived at this place. When Zhao Yan Yan and Shuesuin saw Yi Chen around, the two of them immediately stopped their sparring practice and went to see Yi Chen and Chu Yuechan. Yan Yan, it looks like you have finished breakthrough. Congrats. Yi Chen congratulated Zhao Yan Yan for breakthrough to the divine nascent realm level. Now Zhao Yan Yan was able to take revenge on Hongman and the Gates of Eternity sect who had made both her parents die so tragically. Zhao Yan Yan hugged Yi Chen in front of her, she trying to thank the divine awakening pill that Yi Chen had previously given. Thanks to the divine awakening pill, Zhao Yan Yan was able to break through to the divine nascent realm. Husband, thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, maybe I still need more time to reach this realm. Zhao Yan Yan was very, very grateful to Yi Chen. Thanks to Yi Chen that he was now at the divine nascent realm level. You're welcome. Oh yeah, Yan Yan, what level do you have now? Yi Chen asked what realm Zhao Yan Yan had right now. Having failed to get information from Chu Yuechan, Yi Chen decided to ask Zhao Yan Yan directly. Husband, why don't you try to guess it? Just like Chu Yuechan, Zhao Yan Yan also started to act mysteriously about the level she possessed. Yi Chen is so helpless. Why is everyone acting mysterious like this, even though he just wants to know what level Zhao Yan Yan is currently at? Chapter 836, Preparing to Attack Gates of Eternity Sect. Why are you all acting mysteriously like that to me? Have you been conspiring to do this to me from the start? Yi Chen said to Zhao Yan Yan and Chu Yuechan, these two women must be doing this to him on purpose. Fufufu. Zhao Yan Yan and Chu Yuechan giggled, both of them looking very happy when they saw Yi Chen in this state. Husband, it won't be fun if you can't guess. Zhao Yanyan told Yi Chen to guess the level she had reached at this time. Okay, I'll start guessing. Yi Chen had no other choice but to guess Zhao Yanyan's cultivation level. Yi Chen started to look at Zhao Yanyan. He began to estimate the current level Zhao Yanyan had. Have you reached the top of Divine Nascent Realm? Yi Chen started to guess that Zhao Yanyan was already above the 7th stage of the Divine Nascent Realm. That's right. Zhao Yanyan said to Yi Chen that she had reached the top of Divine Nascent Realm. What? Yi Chen was quite surprised when he heard this. He had no idea that Zhao Yanyan could break through to the top of the Divine Nascent Realm with just one step. Zhao Yanyan's talent in cultivation was terrifying enough. She was able to break through to the peak realm of the Divine Nascent Realm with ease. Fufufu. Zhao Yanyan smiled very beautifully when she saw the surprised face shown by Yi Chen. It seemed that Zhao Yanyan had succeeded in making Yi Chen surprised by the increase in strength she had done. Yanyan, have you really reached the top of Divine Nascent Realm? Yi Chen still couldn't believe what he was hearing from Zhao Yanyan. Husband, what I said earlier is true. I have reached the 9th level of the Divine Nascent Realm. Zhao Yanyan told Yi Chen that he had reached the 9th level of the Divine Nascent Realm. Hey Yue-chan, is what Yanyan said true? Because Yi Chen could not know Zhao Yanyan's current rank, Yi Chen asked Chu Yue-chan who could find out what level Zhao Yanyan had. Master, Yanyan didn't lie to you. Yanyan has indeed reached the 9th level of Divine Nascent Realm. Chu Yue-chan confirmed what Zhao Yanyan had said. Yi Chen was speechless when Chu Yue-chan confirmed what Zhao Yanyan just said. Wife, you are amazing, so from now on you will not need protection from me anymore, Yi Chen said to Zhao Yanyan who was in front of him. That's not true, I still need you to protect me if something happens. Zhao Yanyan said that she still needed Yi Chen if bad things happened. Even though Zhao Yanyan had become very strong, Zhao Yanyan still needed Yi Chen. There were some things that Zhao Yanyan couldn't do alone. Yi Chen felt a little comforted by the words Zhao Yanyan said. It seemed that Zhao Yanyan was still thinking about him. Husband, from now on I can fight with you. I will try to help you as much as I can. Zhao Yanyan said to Yi Chen that he would help fight on Yi Chen's side. Zhao Yanyan wanted to be of use beside Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan wanted to be a devoted wife to her husband. Yes. Yi Chen nodded at Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan's current strength would be very useful for Yi Chen. With Zhao Yanyan around, Yi Chen's camp was getting stronger and stronger. Yi Chen already has 5 women who are in the Divine Nascent Realm. This strength alone is enough to shake this entire land. In addition, Yi Chen also has strength comparable to cultivators at the stage Divine Nascent Realm, so no one can beat Yi Chen on earth. Yanyan, when are you going to attack the Gates of Eternity sect? Yi Chen asked when Zhao Yanyan would go to attack the Gates of Eternity sect. Husband, I intend to attack them tomorrow. Zhao Yanyan had decided to attack the Gates of Eternity sect as soon as possible. She could no longer delay attacking the Gates of Eternity sect. Zhao Yanyan wanted to quickly destroy the Gates of Eternity sect and take revenge on Hongman. So you've decided to attack the Gates of Eternity sect tomorrow. Well, I'll be back in the capital soon. Seeing that Zhao Yanyan had decided to attack the Gates of Eternity sect tomorrow, Yi Chen had to return to the capital as soon as possible. Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan, and Shuesuin discussed some matters of the Gates of Eternity sect. After talking enough about the Gates of Eternity sect, the three decided to go their separate ways. Zhao Yanyan and Shuesuin decided to prepare everything, while Yi Chen intended to see Yi Xiu and take her back to the capital. Since Yi Xiu's condition was quite dire, Yi Chen had to take care of Yi Xiu for a while until she was completely healed. Yi Chen needed a little more time inside the fairy gate to take care of Yi Xiu. After Yi Xiu was fully healed and could walk a little normally, Yi Chen immediately invited Yi Xiu to leave the dual cultivation room. The two of them returned to the Nine-tailed Fox village to say goodbye and return to the capital. Yi Xiu had decided to continue to be with Yi Chen. She would follow Yi Chen wherever she went. She was now Yi Chen's woman too. So wherever her husband went she had to follow. The people of the Nine-tailed Fox clan felt very sad when they heard that Yi Xiu was leaving this village. If Yi Xiu left this village, then who would lead them all? Nibby, who was the leader of the previous clan, became a traitor and had been tried by the people of the Nine-tailed Fox clan. He got the punishment she deserved for what he had done. Yi Xiu ordered the people of the Nine-tailed Fox clan to find a new leader suitable to replace Nibby's position. He was no longer interested in becoming a queen of the Nine-tailed Fox clan. Big brother Yi Chen, sister Mei, you should come see Chi-Chi if you have time. Chi-Chi told Yi Chen and Xing Mei to come and visit her if you have time. We will definitely come and visit Chi-Chi if there is free time. Yi Chen and Xing Mei promised to visit Chi-Chi when they had free time. Ayaka, so you are really going to leave this village? Liu asked Yi Xiu. Aunt Liu, I've decided to follow the person I like. I hope you can understand what I'm doing right now. Yi Xiu explained to Liu that she had made up her mind to follow Yi Chen. I will not go against the decision you made. As long as you feel happy, then do what you want. but you need to know, you are always welcome if you want to come back to this place. This is your home too, so you can come here whenever you are want. Liu said to Yi Xiu that she would always be welcome to this village.
Okay, I understand.
Yi Xiu understood. She would always remember this place. This was her clan. There was no way that Yi Xiu would forget her own clan. Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Xing Mei decided to return to the royal capital. The three of them waved their hands at the nine-tailed fox clan, escorting them off. Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Xing Mei shot flying towards the capital, the three of them quickly disappearing from the sight of the people from the nine-tailed fox clan. Chapter 837, Time to War. 1. After leaving the nine-tailed fox village, Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Xing Mei dashed towards the royal capital, the three of them using full speed to quickly return to the royal capital. Master,
why are you in such a hurry to go? Did something happen?
Yi Xiu asked Yi Chen what happened. She wanted to know from Yi Chen what happened. Yi Xiu and Xing Mei did not yet know the reason why Yi Chen had invited them back to the royal capital. We will help Yan Yan do something, so we have to come back as soon as possible. Yi Chen told Yi Xiu and Xing Mei that they were going to help Zhao Yanyan against the Gates of Eternity sect. Even though Zhao Yanyan had become a very powerful cultivator, there was no harm in them helping Zhao Yanyan against the Gates of Eternity sect. If everyone helped Zhao Yanyan, then Zhao Yanyan's chances of winning Hongman would be enormous, so we will help Sister Yanyan. Okay, I will definitely help. Xing Mei looked quite excited when she heard this news from Yi Chen. She couldn't wait to help Zhao Yanyan against the Gates of Eternity sect. Xing Mei and Zhao Yanyan's relationship was very close. When Zhao Yanyan was in trouble, Xing Mei would definitely come and help Zhao Yanyan take revenge on the Gates of Eternity sect. So that's how it is. Then I'll also help Yanyan. Yi Xiu would also help Zhao Yanyan. She wanted to try the new strength she had. After cultivating with Yi Chen, Yi Xiu's strength had increased very rapidly. Yi Xiu had also reached the 5th level of Divine Nascent Realm. Yi Xiu's increase in strength was also amazing. This was probably because of the Passion Goddess technique, which Yi Chen had just cultivated. This earned Yi Xiu a sizable increase. On the other side, Yi Chen is still trapped in the realm of half a step to Divine Realm. He still can't break through to Divine Nascent Realm. It seems that Yi Chen still needs some time to break through to Divine Nascent Realm. Yi Chen was quite happy when he heard the answers given by Yi Xiu and Xing Mei. These two women were willing to help Zhao Yanyan against the Gates of Eternity sect. Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Xing Mei quickly arrived at the royal capital. The three of them immediately headed to the royal palace to meet Zhao Yanyan and the others. When the three of them arrived at the royal palace, Yi Chen, Yi Xiu, and Xing Mei saw that there were already so many people gathered in the royal palace. These people were the strongest cultivators gathered by Zhao Yanyan, Zhang Shiyun, and Shuesuin, Nangong Xiang, and Nanhuazi. With the strength of this many people, it was clear that there would be an enormous battle in this Kunlun Holy Land. All the strong cultivators belonging to the royal family are gathered in one place. Plus there are still Zhao Yanyan, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, and Nanhuazi who are at the stage Divine Nascent Realm. This combination is truly terrifying. Everyone, this time we will fight against the Gates of Eternity sect. We will destroy and flatten the Gates of Eternity sect into land. From now on we will lead this Kunlun Holy Land. Zhang Shiyun began to address everyone who was here. Herself was trying to raise the morale of these people to get excited against the Gates of Eternity sect. While all the cultivators in this place shouted as Zhang Shiyun gave their speech, the people from both the royal family and the Spring Palace started to become fiery when they listened to Zhang Shiyun's speech. They all couldn't wait to destroy the Gates of Eternity sect, which was the most powerful force in this Kunlun Holy Land. The Gates of Eternity sect have long dominated the Kunlun Holy Land as the most powerful force. Sometimes they are arbitrary in their actions. It's time to destroy and flatten the Gates of Eternity sect to land. Alright, let's go right now. We will immediately go and attack the Gates of Eternity sect. Seeing all the people she which call have gathered, maybe now is the time to attack the Gates of Eternity sect. They shouldn't delay any longer. If they delay any more time, then that will give the Gates of Eternity sect a chance to escape. Everyone nodded. They were all about to head for the Gates of Eternity sect. Zhang Shiyun looked at Zhao Yanyan.
Zhao Yanyan nodded in satisfaction at Zhang
Shiyun. Zhang Shiyun had represented what she wanted to say. All of you have finished getting ready, so fast. Yi Chen came to the side of Zhao Yanyan, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Nangong Xiang, and Nanhuazi.
Husband, Yi Chen, master.
All the women compactly called out to Yi Chen, who had just arrived at this place. Actually, we wanted to wait for tomorrow to carry out the attack, but all preparations were completed very quickly, so we decided to immediately attack the Gates of Eternity sect as soon as possible. Zhao Yanyan explained to Yi Chen what had happened. All preparations had been completed. There was no point in holding back attacks against the Gates of Eternity sect. I see. Yi Chen nodded at Jia Yanyan. What Jia Yanyan was doing was absolutely right. The faster they move, the more limited the enemy's movement will be. Let's go to Gates of Eternity sect. It's not good to stay in this place. Zhang Shiyun invited everyone to immediately go to the Gates of Eternity sect. They shouldn't let the troops wait anymore. Yi Chen, Jia Yanyan, Shuesuin, Nangong Xiang, Yishio, Nanhuazhe and Xingmei nodded. They really should go to the battlefield right now. Without Yi Chen, Jia Yanyan, Shuesuin, Nangong Xiang, Yishio, Nanhuazhe and Xingmei, the troops would definitely have a hard time fighting the Gates of Eternity sect. Yi Chen, Jia Yanyan, Shuesuin, Nangong Xiang, Zhang Shiyun, Yishio, Nanhuazhe and Xingmei went to the Gates of Eternity sect. They all caught up with the cultivators who had already gone to the Gates of Eternity sect. The cultivators that Zhang Shiyun had gathered were truly people at the peak of the Overlord realm. When they all flew, black clouds and loud thunder resounded along the path that this group of cultivators passed. The weak cultivators on the street were completely shaking and shrunken when they met this group of cultivators. They were like ants looking at such a terrifying monster. With the combined speed of all the cultivators in the group, they all quickly arrived at the Gates of Eternity sect. The Gates of Eternity sect is now surrounded by thousands of cultivators at the peak of the Overlord realm. They are completely cornered and unable to escape anymore. The troop of cultivators did not directly attack the Gates of Eternity sect. If they wanted to attack the Gates of Eternity sect, they first had to destroy the defensive array activated by the Gates of Eternity sect. Clang, 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 clang. Seeing that there were countless strong cultivators who had surrounded this place, the disciple in charge of guarding the gate immediately sounded the alarm bell for alarm. Hearing the alarm bells ringing extremely loudly, nearly all of the disciples and elders within the sect walked out like an ant. Even people who are practicing closed cultivation have to leave where they are doing private cultivation. All the disciples and elders who were in the Gates of Eternity sect came out to see what was going on right now. Chapter 838, Time to War, 2. When the disciples and elders who came from the Gates of Eternity sect came out, they all saw that the surrounding Gates of Eternity sect were filled with thousands of cultivators who had extremely high cultivation bases. Are we being attacked? Almost all the disciples and elders said in their hearts. They all suspected that they were currently being attacked. Everyone started to wonder who was the group that dared to attack them. Did these people not know that this was the Gates of Eternity sect? If they dared to find trouble with the Gates of Eternity sect, then it was certain that all of them would have a very big impact. Very bad. Hong Man, Hong Tian and Hong Jiajin also came out while listening to the alarm. The three of them immediately came out and wanted to see what was going on outside. When Hong Man, Hong Tian and Hong Jiajin came out, they saw that the Gates of Eternity sect had been surrounded by countless strong cultivators who had very high cultivation bases. What is this? Who are these people? Hong Man asked which group would dare to find trouble with his sect. Sect Master, it looks like these are cultivators who come from the royal family in the Spring Palace. They have surrounded us and closed all the escape routes we have. One elder reported what happened to Hong Man, Hong Tian and Hong Jiajin. What? How did this happen? Why didn't the spies we have report this? Hong Jiajin was furious when he heard this news. It was unexpected that the royal family would carry out such a massive attack. It was obvious that this was the most massive attack that Hong had ever seen. Jiajin. Plus, now that the Gates of Eternity sect were so cornered, they would definitely find it difficult to do anything to get out of this situation. The royal family in the Spring Palace are really moving so fast. The spies we sent have probably been eliminated by the royal family and the Spring Palace. Hong Tian looked calmer than Hong Jiajin. He easily analyzed what was happening right now. Old man, did not we send our best people to be spies? How they can easily be removed by the royal family in Spring Palace? Hong Jiajin to Hong Tian said that the possibility of spies they send may not be so easy to be removed. That's why you are stupid. You underestimated your enemy. The royal family and the Spring Palace are now quite strong. They of course can easily get rid of the spies we sent. Hong Tian said that Hong Jiajin was stupid. Did you say, old man? I'm stupid? Hong Jiajin was furious when he listened to what Hong Tian said. He felt his dignity being trampled by Hong Tian in public. Around here were gathered disciples and elders from the Gates of Eternity sect. Hong Tian's words embarrassed Hong Jiajin. It's useless arguing like that. We are already surrounded. We have to find a way out of this situation. Hong Man told Hong Haijin and Hong Tian not to argue anymore. What they need to think about right now is how to get out of this situation. If it continues like this, they will be the object of attacks from these people. We have no choice but to fight these guys from within the barrier array. That's the only way we can win. Hong Jiajin immediately suggested fighting the enemy from within the barrier array. The barrier array they created could make the enemy feel very troublesome at all. I hate to admit it, but it seems like it's the only way we can win against the enemy that surrounds us right now. Hong Tian hated to admit it, but Hong Jijan's suggestion had a point too. If they attacked enemies from within this array, their chances of winning would be even higher. Hong Man also thought the same as Hong Gujin. The only way they had was to attack the enemy from within the barrier array.
Everyone, let's join hands to attack the enemy.
Hong Man immediately ordered all the disciples and elders who were present to join hands in attacking the enemy who had surrounded the sect. All the disciples and elders were ready to fight. They would definitely protect their sect from this attacking enemy, just as the people from the Gates of Eternity sect were ready to make an attack on the cultivators who surrounded their sect. Yi Chen, Jia Yanyan, Shui Suyin, Nangong Xiang, Zheng Shiyun, Yi Xiu, Nanhuatze and Xing Mei had
just arrived on the scene.
Battle, they saw the situation of the Gates of Eternity sect, which had been completely surrounded with no room for escape. So this is the Gates of Eternity sect, it's enormous. Yi Chen saw the territory of the Gates of Eternity sect. The territory of the Gates of Eternity sect was enormous. It was almost comparable to the royal capital. For a sect, the size of the Gates of Eternity sect could be said to be enormous. It was even bigger than the Shaolin and Spring Palace that Yi Chen had visited. It was not only Yi Chen who thought this way, Zhao Yanyan also thought the same thing as Yi Chen. The Gates of Eternity sect were truly enormous, Zhao Yanyan was observing the Gates of Eternity sect from afar. While Zhao Yanyan was observing the Gates of Eternity sect from afar, she found the figure of Hong Man. This man was the one who had forced Zhao Yanyan's father and mother into a desperate situation until they both died. Zhao Yanyan gripped her hand tightly, looking like she wanted to go and kill Hong Man. Yi Chen, who was beside Zhao Yanyan, could easily see Zhao Yanyan's behavior change. You could see that Zhao Yanyan hated Hong Man more than anything in this world. Husband, it looks like they want to attack our people. Shui Suyin and Zhang Shiyun simultaneously said to Yi Chen. The two of them told Yi Chen that the people from the Gates of Eternity sect were ready to carry out attacks on a large scale. Yi Chen looked at the people from the Gates of Eternity sect. It could be seen that they were intending to carry out an attack on an enormous scale. The clouds around this place became more and more black. Lightning began to strike everywhere. This lightning strike was not a natural phenomenon. It was clear that this lightning strike was being controlled by someone. Right now the people from the Gates of Eternity sect were focusing all their profound energy on Hong Man. They all banded together to help Hong Man use the Thunder Rain Laws technique. This was a technique that Mo Count had used when fighting Yi Chen. The difference is that in Hong Man's hands the Thunder Rain Laws became a very frightening technique. Hong Man had mastered this technique to the highest level. In addition, all the elders and disciples of the Gates of Eternity sect helped Hong Man to strengthen the Thunder Rain Laws technique. Surely this technique would be a terrifying ultimate technique. This is bad. Looks like this is an area attack. Yi Chen felt the terrible power of the Thunder Rain Laws technique. If these people were to be hit by this powerful technique, they would definitely be injured and die. Yi Chen intended to thwart the technique that Hong Man and the people from the Gates of Eternity sect were trying to use. Husband, leave all this to me, let me handle this. Jia Yanyan said that she would handle this matter. Okay, Yi Chen immediately stopped. He didn't go to stop Hong Man and the people from the Gates of Eternity sect. Chapter 839, Time to War. 3. Jia Yanyan started to come forward herself and started waving her hands. When Jia Yanyan did this, a very beautiful zither appeared in Jia Yanyan's hand. The weapon that appeared in Jia Yanyan's hand was of course the Saint Light Zither. Jia Yanyan gloriously plucked the Saint Light Zither in her hand. Jia Yanyan played a goddess melody technique. Light Shield. Zhao Yanyan used the Light Shield to protect everyone from the attacks that were about to be launched by Hong Man. Zhao Yanyan combined the goddess melody technique with the Light Shield. Apart from increasing all the strength of the allies, now Zhao Yanyan also protected them from future attacks. Zhao Yanyan could not only create a light shield near herself, Zhao Yanyan was now also able to make a light shield for the allies he wanted to protect. It could be said that Zhao Yanyan's rank had already advanced. Now Zhao Yanyan was more and more proficient in the technique she cultivated. Everyone started to be enveloped by a light of shield. When they were enveloped by the shield of light, they all felt a sense of comfort. The people who were enveloped by the light shield also felt that their strength had increased a lot. Now they all felt that they could do anything at this very moment. Yi Chen was quite surprised when he saw what Zhao Yanyan was trying to do right now. He didn't expect Zhao Yanyan to do something like that. Zhao Yanyan really combined the goddess melody technique with the light shield into one. This would be the best support for the cultivators who became allies. On the other side, Hong Man had finished making preparations to use the Thunder Rain Laws. Now it was time for him to attack all the enemies that surrounded this place. All of you go to hell, fall down Thunder Rain Laws, Hong Man shouted in a very loud voice. Everyone within a 100-kilo radius could hear the sound that Hong Man made very clearly. Even Yi Chen, who was quite far away, could hear Hong Man's screams. The million thunderbolts began to strike all of the cultivators who surrounded the gates of eternity sect. The thousands of cultivators in this place were struck by thousands of thunderbolts which had extremely terrifying destructive power, if they didn't currently have Zhao Yanyan's protection. It was certain that these people would be struck by lightning and turned into charcoal. Rumble, 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 boom, 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 boom. Lightning continued to rain down around the gates of eternity sect. It seems that the lightning strike hasn't shown any signs of stopping. The people who were struck by lightning were currently safe. They were completely unharmed by the lightning strike that had struck them. These people are very grateful for Zhao Yanyan's kindness, who has given them all this super strong protection. If Zhao Yanyan had not protected them, they would have become charred, because the lightning strikes were so many. The people of the Gates of Eternity sect couldn't see whether the cultivators who surrounded them had been killed. They were currently too focused on channeling the profound energy they had for Hongman. This lightning strike lasted for several minutes. After a few minutes, the lightning strikes began to have subsided. The thunder rain laws was a high-ranking technique. To use this technique required an enormous amount of profound energy. That's why these people couldn't sustain the thunder rain laws any longer than this, or they would run out of their profound energy. Hongman decided to stop the thunder rain laws. He thought this was enough to kill the people who had dared to besiege the sect. Very thick smoke began to envelop this place. This smoke was of course the result of countless lightning strikes. Even the ground around the Gates of Eternity sect looked like a volcanic crater emitting lava. The people of the Gates of Eternity sect strongly believed that the enemies surrounding them had been removed. There was no way the enemy could survive the onslaught of the combined attacks carried out by all the disciples and elders of the Gates of Eternity sect. The smoke that enveloped this place began to subside. As the smoke began to subside, the people of the Gates of Eternity sect began to be able to clearly see whether the enemy had been annihilated or not. When the smoke cleared, there were countless shadowy figures above the sky. All the people surrounding this place looked still healthy and in very good shape. What? Everyone from the Gates of Eternity sect was greatly shocked when they saw the enemy was unharmed after receiving the combined attack carried out by all the disciples and elders. This is really very absurd at all. How could people still be alive after receiving such a lethal attack? All the disciples and elders of the Gates of Eternity sect could not imagine what just happened. On the other side, Hongman began to grit his teeth. He could not believe that the enemy was still alive after receiving countless lightning strikes. Hongman was very confident in the thunder rain laws he had just used. The technique just now should be enough to kill all the enemies surrounding this place. What the hell are these guys? How come they don't get hurt after receiving consecutive hits like that? Hong Jiajin also couldn't believe that the enemy was still alive after receiving such consecutive hits. Seeing this matter, the morale possessed by the disciples and elders from the Gates of Eternity sect began to shrink. They began to fear the enemies surrounding this place. This is really bad. The morale of the disciples and elders is starting to shrink. If it continues like this, they will lose their fighting spirit. Hong Tian was the first to notice the strangeness shown by the disciples and elders of the Gates of Eternity sect. It is clear that the disciples and elders of the Gates of the Eternity sect was starting to lose their fighting spirit. All of you don't need to worry, we still have a chance to win. Within this barrier we will always be safe from enemy attacks. Hongman hurriedly gave a speech to all the disciples and elders. Hongman must not let the morale of these people become gloomy. If that happens, then they will lose to the enemy. Whoa, everyone around Hongman shouted in a loud voice. It seems that their fighting spirit returned after listening to the speech that came from Hongman. Hongman was deeply trusted by everyone in the Gates of Eternity sect. They all believed that with a sect master like Hongman, they still had a lot of chances to win against the enemy. From afar, Zhao Yanyan saw that the people from the Gates of Eternity sect were very excited. Zhao Yanyan could not let this happen. She had to make the morale that the people of the Gates of Eternity sect have to shrink. Zhao Yanyan started playing the Sate Light Zither in her hand. When Zhao Yanyan played the Sate Light Zither, an extremely powerful light force came out from the Sate Light Zither. This power of light is like a wave in the sky. Boom! The power of light that Zhao Yanyan had just released slammed into the barrier array belonging to the Gates of Eternity sect. Crack! The barrier array that had been constructed since the era of the first ancestor of the Gates of Eternity sect easily shattered upon receiving this wave of light attack. Everyone within the Gates of Eternity sect fell silent when they saw what had just happened right before their eyes. Chapter 840 started the battle with the Gates of Eternity sect. 1. Everyone from the Gates of Eternity sect could not believe what they saw just now. A strongest array that could protect the Gates of Eternity sect was easily destroyed by a single zither that was carried out by Zhao Yanyan. What just happened? Everyone from the Gates of Eternity sect became so noisy, they really didn't know what had just happened. How could the barrier array protecting this sect just be destroyed? This barrier array was made by the first ancestor of the Gates of Eternity sect. The power of this array was unquestionable. This barrier array could ward off all enemy attacks that wanted to harm the sect. It was unexpected that the barrier array was shattered by a single strike by Zhao Yanyan. Everyone, now attack them all. Zhao Yanyan ordered all cultivators to go and attack the Gates of Eternity sect. All the cultivators from the royal family and the Spring Palace immediately went towards the Gates of Eternity sect. They were all ready to fight against the people of the Gates of Eternity sect. With the added power of the goddess melody given by Zhao Yanyan, these people were very confident in fighting the Gates of Eternity sect. They all seemed unafraid of the Gates of Eternity sect. Since the incident just now, the morale of the people from the Gates of Eternity sect dropped. They looked terrified by the enemy attacking them. If a barrier created by an ancestor could be destroyed, then that meant the enemy was really very strong. Quickly set up a defensive formation. The enemy is starting to attack us. Hongman ordered everyone from the Gates of Eternity sect to immediately set up a defensive formation. If they just stay silent, then the enemy will flatten them very easily. If they want to win, they have to fight the enemy who is heading towards them. All the disciples and elders of the Gates of Eternity sect immediately set up a defensive formation. They steeled their hearts to fight against the enemy. As their morale dropped, the people of the Gates of Eternity sect were afraid when fighting the enemies that were coming, some even trembling against the enemies that attacked them. If they weren't surrounded by the enemy, it might be that a lot of people would have fled from the battlefield. Since their path of running had been blocked, they all had no choice but to fight the cultivators from the royal family in the Spring Palace. Bam, boom. Clank, bam, boom. Clank, bam, boom. Clank, bam, boom. Clank, the battle began to break out. The cultivators who were under Zhao Yanyan's command had fought against the cultivators who were under Hongman's command. In terms of the number of Gates of Eternity sect, it is clear that the number of disciples and elders in the Gates of Eternity sect is currently almost hundreds of thousands of people. In terms of numbers alone, it can be seen that the Gates of Eternity sect are far superior to the troops owned by the royal family in the Spring Palace. Unfortunately, in terms of strength, it could be said to be inversely proportional. The strength of cultivators from the royal family and the Spring Palace could be said to far exceed the Gates of Eternity sect. Everyone that Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin gathered were the best cultivators at their disposal, so this was truly pure full power that the royal family and the Spring Palace had. The Gates of Eternity sect began to be suppressed by the cultivators of the royal family in the Spring Palace. Let's join in. Yi Chen invited all the women to join the battle. It was no fun if they only watched from a distance. Come on, all the women answered unanimously. They all couldn't wait to join the battle. Nangong Xiang, Shuesuin, Zhang Shiyun, Nanhuatze, Yuxiu, and Xingmei couldn't wait to join the battle. They wanted to fight against people from the Gates of Eternity sect. When Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Shuesuin, Zhang Shiyun, Nanhuatze, Yuxiu, and Xingmei joined in, the Gates of Eternity sect were under heavy pressure. The people of the Gates of Eternity sect did not expect that the situation would turn out like this. They were all completely suppressed by the enemy, Gates of Eternity sect. It was the strongest sect in this Kunlun Holy Land. It was unexpected that the strongest sect in the Kunlun Holy Land would be in such a desperate state. Hongman was very angry when he saw the situation that happened to the Gates of Eternity sect. The Gates of Eternity sect were completely shattered and badly damaged in the hands of cultivators from the royal family in the Spring Palace. All of you bastards, I will definitely make you all pay for what you have done. Hongman looked very angry at the people from the royal family in the Spring Palace. He wanted to kill everyone from the royal family and the Spring Palace. Hongman's body began to be enveloped in profound lightning. It was clear that Hongman had used the full power he had. Hongman immediately rushed towards the enemy not far from him. He would kill all the enemies in front of him. When Hongman wanted to head towards the enemy, in front of Hongman came down a young woman who was very beautiful like a goddess. This woman carried an extraordinarily beautiful zither in her hand. The woman blocking Hongman's path was of course Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan wouldn't let Hongman do what he wanted. Zhao Yanyan would decide to fight Hongman. Hongman was quite surprised when he saw the beauty that had just appeared right in front of him. This woman was truly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in this life. The beauty possessed by Zhao Yanyan even surpassed the beauty possessed by Hongman's wife and concubine. Hongman started to show some interest in Zhao Yanyan, who was in front of him. Hongman is a man who likes beauty. He has thousands of women outside and inside the sect, so when he saw Zhao Yanyan's beauty who looked like a goddess, of course Hongman would immediately be attracted to Zhao Yanyan. Beautiful. Young lady, who are you? Hongman said to Zhao Yanyan, who was in front of him. Zhao Yanyan felt disgusted and amused when she saw the gaze shown by Hongman. This man was really quite shameless. Hongman, do you know who I am? Zhao Yanyan asked Hongman back. Beautiful young lady, I don't know who you are. You can introduce yourself to me, Hong Man said to Jia Yanyan, who was in front of him. This man was really the same as Hong Wan. He was really shameless when he met a beautiful woman. It seems that Hong Wan's traits are inherited from his father. I am Jia Yanyan, the daughter of Zhao Yang and Wu Zhili, who you forced to commit suicide. Zhao Yanyan introduced who she was to Hong Man. Hong Man was quite surprised when he heard that Zhao Yanyan was the daughter of Zhao Yang and Wu Zhili. So you are the biological daughter of Wu Zhili, huh? It is fitting that you are beautiful, as if you inherited the beauty that was owned by your mother. Hong Man laughed when he heard that Zhao Yanyan was the daughter of Wu Zhili. In the past, Hong Man failed to get Wu Zhili. Now he has the opportunity to get Wu Zhili's beautiful daughter like a goddess. Chapter 841 started the battle with the Gates of Eternity sect. 2. In the past I could not get your mother, now you will be a substitute for your mother. Haha. Hong Man started to burst out laughing. He had already decided to get Zhao Yanyan in front of him. Hong Man will do whatever he can to get Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan was more and more dissatisfied with Hong Man. This man made herself more and more disgusted. After doing that to her mother, Hong Man still had evil thoughts towards Zhao Yanyan. How could Zhao Yanyan not be annoyed by this? Luckily, her mother didn't marry a man like Hong Man. If only her mother had married a man like Hong Man, Wu Zhili would have suffered a lot. Hong Man, I will definitely avenge my parents. Prepare yourself, Zhao Yanyan said to Hong Man. Zhao Yanyan could not stand Hong Man's behavior anymore. She decided to end this all as soon as possible. Ha, you are joking with me. You want to take revenge? Ha, no problem. I will catch you and make you one of my concubines. Hong Man felt funny at Zhao Yanyan's words. According to him, Zhao Yanyan was not a threat to him. Zhao Yanyan raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. This man really didn't think of her as an enemy. This made Zhao Yanyan very angry. Zhao Yanyan started playing her Saint Light Zither. When Zhao Yanyan was playing Saint Light Zither, Hong Man's body suddenly bounced very far. The strength of the Saint Light Zither is very terrifying. With just one snap of the string, it can blow Hong Man's body up to hundreds of miles, before hitting the ground and making a crater tens of miles in diameter. Zhao Yanyan has not used her full strength. She still has enough restraint so as not to immediately kill Hong Man. If Zhao Yanyan killed Hong Man too quickly, then it would be too easy for Hong Man. On the other side, Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin met Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian, both of whom intended to play games with these two men. Your opponents are us, let's have a little fun. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin said to Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian. Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian's bodies stiffened when they saw Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin, who were already in front of them. To Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian, Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were the women they avoided the most. It was clear that these two women were the most terrible women in the Kunlun Holy Land. It would be better for Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian against hundreds of powerful magical beasts than against Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian had no other choice. They both had to fight Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. If Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian were unwilling to fight, then it was certain that the other disciples and elders would completely lose their fighting spirit. If that happened, then the Gates of Eternity sect would be doomed to collapse. Bitch, get ready, I'll kill you too. Hong Jiajin started to brave himself against Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. If he was afraid of fighting, then he would definitely lose. In a battle of self-confidence and courage is the key to victory. Without it, Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian, you are brave enough to say such words to both of you. It seems like a brat should be punished. Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun both didn't like this. They were both annoyed when someone dared to call them that. The two of them were now Yi Chen's women. They shouldn't let their reputation go bad in public. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin looked at each other. Both of them nodded at each other. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin had agreed to kill Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian in an extremely painful manner. What Hong Jiajin had just done was the biggest mistake he had ever done in this life. The two of them had made a beautiful and sexy woman like Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin angry. When a woman was angry, they could do all kinds of crazy and unreasonable things. That was something Yi Chen tried to avoid no matter what. Let's join hands against Queen Zhang and Spring Palace Mistress. Hong Tian invited Hong Jiajin to join hands against Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. I understand. Without being asked by Hong Tian, Hong Jiajin already understood that they had to join hands if they wanted to win against Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Profound lightning began to envelop Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian's bodies. The two of them headed straight for Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin, piercing lightning spear hand. Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian hands were covered by lightning. It could be seen that Hong's hands Jiajin and Hong Tian began to turn into a lightning spear which they could use to pierce Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin's bodies. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin looked very relaxed when they saw what Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian were doing. You stupid man! Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun started waving their hands. When the two of them did this, an invisible blade of wind appeared and went towards Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian. Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian were completely oblivious to the attacks that Xue Suyin and Zhang Shiyun had just carried out. The two of them continued advancing forward towards Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian currently look like an unstoppable train. They advanced forward without the slightest bit of resistance. Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian didn't realize the hand they were both using for the technique piercing lightning spear hand had been cut off and turned into a mist of blood. Hey old man, where is your right hand? Hong Jiajin asked Hong Tian, whose right hand disappeared. Hearing this, Hong Tian immediately looked at his right hand. When he did this, Hong Tian found that his right hand was missing. Arg, my hand. Hong Tian started screaming when he realized that his hand was missing. Hong Jiajin even smiled when he saw this. He just enjoyed the free show in front of him. Stop smiling and look at your hand too. Hong Tian told Hong Jiajin to look at his right hand. Hong Jiajin started to look at his hands. When he looked at his right hand, he found that his right hand had also disappeared. Arg, just like Hong Tian, Hong Jiajin shouted too. Both of them didn't know what just happened. They both didn't feel anything when their hands disappeared. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin smiled when they saw the faces shown by Hong Tian and Hong Jiajin. Are you two ready to feel something more than this? Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin said to Hong Tian and Hong Jiajin. Hong Tian and Hong Jiajin immediately looked at Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin, who were in front of him. It was clear that this was what Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were doing. Hong Tian and Hong Jiajin became more and more afraid of Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Both of them did not expect Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to be so terrifying. Chapter 842 Zhe Yanyan vs Hongman. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin started tormenting Hong Jiajin and Hong Tian, both of whom seemed to be having a lot of fun doing this. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Yi Xiu, and Xing Mei fought the elders who came from the Gates of Eternity sect. With the strength they currently possessed, Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Yi Xiu, and Xing Mei easily defeated all the elders from the Gates of Eternity sect. If all the elders are defeated, it is certain that all the disciples in the Gates of Eternity sect will also surrender and will not dare to fight again. The elder is the heart of the sect. If all the elders are defeated, then all the disciples will definitely lose their confidence in fighting the enemy. Meanwhile, Hongman was trying to get up from the ground. Hongman's chest was badly injured by the sudden attack Zhao Yanyan had just carried out. Damn, that beautiful woman is so strong. Hongman really did not expect that Zhao Yanyan would become that strong. With just one chorus of zither performed by Zhao Yanyan, Hongman turned into a state like this. Zhao Yanyan started to descend in front of Hongman. She looked at Hongman with a look of intense hostility. What are you? Why do you have such great strength? Hongman asked Zhao Yanyan. He wanted to know where Zhao Yanyan got such great strength. I'm just an ordinary human who came from the mortal world. I came here to take revenge on you. Zhao Yanyan told Hongman that he came from the mortal world. Impossible. There is no way that you are from the mortal world. With the strength you currently have, you must have been in this Kunlun Holy Land for a long time. Strength like Zhao Yanyan. It's up to you to believe it or not, and there's no point in me explaining it to you. Zhao Yanyan didn't want to explain this to her enemy. There was no point explaining things like this to her enemy. Damn, you want to play with me? I will definitely beat and catch you. Hongman said that he would beat and catch Zhao Yanyan. It would be a waste if Hongman killed Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan's beauty was still useful for him to use. Profound lightning started to envelop Hongman's body. Hongman looked like a lightning man. Get ready. I'll beat you soon. Hongman said that he would beat Zhao Yanyan soon. Thunder crash. Hongman rushed straight at Zhao Yanyan. He tried to hit Zhao Yanyan, who was in front of him. Light shield. Zhao Yanyan created a protection of light around herself. Hongman didn't really care about the protection Zhao Yanyan put up. Hongman continued to charge forward towards Zhao Yanyan. Bang! Hongman hit the light shield made by Zhao Yanyan. When Hongman did this, Hongman was the one who was bounced. The light shield that Zhao Yanyan made was so strong, it was almost impossible to break through the light shield that Zhao Yanyan had created. What the hell? Why is it so hard? Hongman truly couldn't believe that the shield that Zhao Yanyan made would be that strong. Even his flagship attack that could pierce anything in his path could not penetrate the light shield that Zhao Yanyan had created. Chain of Light. Zhao Yanyan immediately used the Chain of Light to seal Hongman's movements. A chain of light appeared around Hongman's body. This chain directly tied Hongman's body so that Hongman could not move. Seeing that there was a chain sealing his body, Hongman tried to break away from this chain of light. Using all his strength to break away from this chain, even though he had used all the strength he had, Hongman still seemed to be having a hard time breaking away from the chains that bound his body. Damn it, why is this chain so strong? What kind of chain is this? Hongman cursed so hard, he couldn't escape from the snare of the chain of light. What you are doing is useless. You will not be able to escape from this chain snare. Zhao Yanyan said to Hongman that he would not be able to escape from her chain snare. Chain of Light was a high-ranking technique that Zhao Yanyan had trained so hard. Hongman would definitely not be able to escape this snare. Hongman began to grit his teeth. He could not believe that he would lose to Zhao Yanyan. Hongman felt that his dignity as a man had been humiliated by Zhao Yanyan. If it continued like this, Hongman would not have the face to lead the Gates of Eternity sect. I have no other choice but to use that. Hongman had no other choice but to use that method to deal with Zhao Yanyan. Thunder Spirit of Life. Hongman used a forbidden technique. A thunderbolt colored like blood began to envelop Hongman's body. Hongman's skin color also turned red like blood. So many veins protruded from Hongman's body. Thunder Spirit of Life is a technique that can increase Hongman's strength, speed, and endurance up to tens of times. The Thunder Spirit of Life is a technique that is quite dangerous for the user. To use the Thunder Spirit of Life, the price to pay is the pain the user continues to feel. It could be said that even though Hongman had an increase in strength that could be said to be extraordinary, Hongman had to endure an unbearable pain in his body. When Hongman used the Thunder Spirit of Life, Hongman's confidence increased. He was very confident that he could beat Zhao Yanyan easily. Zhao Yanyan looked normal when she saw the change in strength and appearance shown by Hongman. Even though he had used the Thunder Spirit of Life, Hongman was still unable to threaten herself. Prepare yourself, young lady, I will end this very quickly. Hongman said that he would end this quickly. Hongman couldn't use the Thunder Spirit of Life for a long time. If Hongman used the Thunder Spirit of Life for a long time, then Hongman's body could be seriously injured. Hongman tried to break the chains around himself. He tried to destroy the chains of light using his bare hands. When Hongman tried to destroy the chain of light, Hongman found that the chain of light was very hard and very strong. With Hongman's strength having increased tens of times, he was still unable to cut or destroy the chain of light that bound him. Why doesn't it want to be destroyed? Hongman felt strange when he saw the chain of light in his body did not want to be crushed or cut. Hongman's strength seemed unable to destroy the chain of light that was chaining him. I told you that you will not be able to destroy my chain of light. Whatever you do, you will not be able to run from that place. Zhao Yanyan said to Hongman that he would not be able to break free from the chain of light. No way, I can definitely escape this damn chain. Hongman once again tried to destroy the chain of light that sealed his body. Chapter 843, Gates of Eternity Sect Ancestor came out. Hongman again tried to destroy the chain that shackled his body. This time Hongman used the full strength he had. Too bad Hongman's second attempt was in vain. Hongman was still unable to break the chains that held him back. I told you what you did was useless. Zhao Yanyan said that what Hongman did was pointless. No matter how hard Hongman tries, Hongman will definitely not be able to escape from her chain of light. Hongman, be prepared to receive punishment for what you have done. Zhao Yanyan started playing the Saint Light Zither that was in her hand. Zhao Yanyan used the cursive melody on Hongman. Hongman, who heard the voice of the Saint Light Zither, began to feel that his head was very painful. The pain was so intense, Hongman had never felt anything like this in his life. Zhao Yanyan began to strengthen the power of his melody curse. Damn, this hurts so much. Hongman started screaming in pain. He couldn't stand the pain he was suffering from. Now it's not just his head that hurts, almost every part of Hongman's body is in a lot of pain. The screams made by Hongman were quite hysterical. No one would know what kind of pain Hongman was currently experiencing. A strong cultivator like Hongman, who was the leader of the Gates of Eternity sect, screamed hysterically like this. This was definitely inconceivable for anyone in the entire Gates of Eternity sect. Since Hongman's body is currently in chains, Hongman can't move too much. If only Hongman weren't shackled by the chains, Hongman would have been rolling on the floor because of this unbearable pain. Stop playing the zither, the sound is so terrible. Hongman tried to tell Zhao Yanyan to stop playing Saint Light Zither. To Hongman, the sound that came out of the Saint Light Zither was like a poison that made Hongman's head ache. Hongman had never heard of something as terrifying as this. He really couldn't stand the sound that came from the Saint Light Zither that Zhao Yanyan was playing. Zhao Yanyan seemed unwilling to stop. She continued to play Saint Light Zither and strengthened her melody curse technique. Hongman was really in torment. Hongman's body started twitching and trembling when he heard Saint Light Zither's voice. Even though the sound produced by Saint Light Zither was very melodious and very beautiful for other people not far from this place to listen to, unfortunately for Hongman this was the worst voice he had ever heard in his life. Hongman's brain started to feel very hot. He really couldn't stand the sound of Saint Light Zither's music. Stop, please stop. Hongman tried to beg Zhao Yanyan to stop torturing himself with this terrible voice. For the first time a leader of the Gates of Eternity sect begged a woman like this. This had never happened in the history of the Gates of Eternity sect. Even though Hongman had begged Zhao Yanyan like this, Zhao Yanyan seemed unwilling to stop playing Saint Light Zither. The normal Zhao Yanyan would stop when the enemy had surrendered. Zhao Yanyan would definitely let go of the enemy who had admitted defeat. However, this time it was different. The person in front of her was the person who had killed her father without mercy. For what Zhao Yanyan felt sorry for a man like Hongman who had made her parents die. Zhao Yanyan would definitely never let Hongman go. It turned out that the usually kind-hearted Zhao Yanyan could do things like this if needed. She didn't hesitate to act cruelly to the enemy who had made her loved ones suffer and killed. Hongman began to close his eyelids. Hongman looked no longer strong enough to endure this excruciating pain. He would rather die than have to feel this kind of torture. According to Hongman, this was truly inhuman. At times like this, Hongman could still think like this, even though when he killed and tortured someone he had never thought of anything like this. Hongman's brain exploded because it couldn't stand the Saint Light Zither's power, which was too terrifying. Hongman's body became stiff like a corpse. It can be seen that Hongman had died at the scene. It was unexpected that the most powerful ruler who ever existed in the history of the Gates of Eternity sect would die from a sound of the zither being played by a woman. People would definitely not believe this, seeing that Hongman had died. Zhao Yanyan decided to stop playing Saint Light Zither. Zhao Yanyan did not expect that Hongman would die like this, even though Zhao Yanyan wanted to punish Hongman to suffer even more. Unexpectedly, Hongman would not be strong and die this way. His sigh. Zhao Yanyan let out a sigh of hers. This was the first time Zhao Yanyan had killed someone. For some reason Zhao Yanyan felt a little guilty about this matter. There was a bit of a strange feeling in her heart when Zhao Yanyan killed someone. Wife, are you finished? Chen came and approached Zhao Yanyan, who looked confused. Chen asked whether Zhao Yanyan had finished her business with Hongman. Chen himself was done with his business. He had already taken care of the elders and disciples of the Gates of Eternity sect. Zhao Yanyan didn't say much. She suddenly left and hugged Chen's body, which was not far from her. Chen saw what Zhao Yanyan was doing right now. It seemed Zhao Yanyan's heart felt chaotic after killing Hongman. Wife, everything is fine. Chen tried to calm Zhao Yanyan, who was in his arms. He started stroking Zhao Yanyan's perfect back. Husband, what I did before was wrong. Zhao Yanyan asked Chen. She wanted to know whether what she had previously done was wrong or not. You are not wrong. You have done something right. If you let this man live any longer, surely there will be more people who will suffer because of him? Chen said that what Zhao Yanyan did was absolutely correct. Is it true? Zhao Yanyan asked Chen. Chen nodded lightly at Zhao Yanyan, who was in his arms. Wife, you and I have entered the world of cultivators. You have to get used to things like this. Chen told Zhao Yanyan to get used to this kind of thing. The world of cultivators is quite a cruel world. If you don't have the strength, you might be killed by the enemy. Zhao Yanyan nodded at Chen. It seems like what Chen said was right. She didn't need to be guilty after killing Hongman. Bastard, how dared to corrupt the sect. A voice filled with anger resounded throughout the entire Gates of Eternity sect. This voice was filled with such terrifying pressure. It was obvious that this voice was being emitted by a very strong cultivator. Chen and Zhao Yanyan looked towards the source of the sound. When the two of them looked towards the source of the sound, they both saw two male figures flying above the sky. These two figures were clearly the ancestors of the Gates of Eternity sect. Chapter 844 Gates of Eternity sect ancestor was furious. These two old men were definitely the ancestors of the Gates of Eternity sect. It could be seen from the clothes they were both wearing. The clothes these two were wearing were clearly from the Gates of Eternity sect. These two ancestors came at a very late time. The Gates of Eternity sect had already been destroyed in the hands of Chen and his allies. Now the buildings belonging to the enormous Gates of Eternity sect had become rubble scattered everywhere. Seeing that the Gates of Eternity sect had been crushed and turned into rubble, the two ancestors who had just come out were furious. The two of them exerted an extremely terrifying pressure around their bodies. The pressure of these two people was clearly at the half-step level to divine realm. Finally, you two old monsters want to come out of your hiding place. I thought you would not come out and still hide in your hiding place, Shui Suin said to the two ancestors of the Gates of Eternity sect who had just appeared. It can be seen that Shui Suin is familiar with the two ancestors of the Gates of Eternity sect. Shui Suin was almost in the same generation as the ancestor of the Gates of Eternity sect. So it wasn't strange that Shui Suin knew about the two of them. The names of these two old men were Hong Mao and Hong Duyun. Both of them were great ancestors who belonged to the Gates of Eternity sect. Shui Suin, so this is all you're doing? Hong Mao said in a tone filled with hatred and an extremely heavy killing aura. If ordinary people were in front of Hong Mao, then they would immediately pee in their pants because of the fear caused by Hong Mao's immense killing aura. With a killing aura like this, it was certain that Hong Mao had killed a lot of people in his life. In the past, this person might have killed countless innocent cultivators to make the Gates of Eternity sect what it is today. Of course, I have done this. Don't you like what I'm doing right now? Shui Suin said to Hong Mao. He wasn't afraid of the killing aura that Hong Mao gave off at all. You old woman bastard, I will take revenge for what you have done to sect. This Hong Duyun was as angry as Hong Mao. He immediately went toward Shui Suin. Hong Duyun intended to take Shui Suin's life. Hong Mao did not remain silent. He also went to attack Shui Suin. it would be easier to defeat Shuesuin if the two of them joined hands. Who are you calling an old woman, you two old folks? Shuesuin felt very angry when she heard Hong Mao and Hong Duyun's words. Women were creatures that hated being called old women the most. So it was not unusual for Shuesuin to get angry when she heard the words that were spoken by Hong Mao and Hong Duyun. Shuesuin intended to teach a lesson to two old stodgy monsters who dared to insult her. Both of them had to accept the consequences because had dared to insult her. Shuesuin intends to fight against Hong Mao and Hong Duyun. Bam. When the three of them were about to face off, suddenly someone came and interfered in their business. Hong Mao and Hong Duyun were forced back by this surprise attack. The person who suddenly came and interfered in Shuesuin, Hong Mao and Hong Duyun's affairs was Yi Chen. Husband, you don't need to step in like that, just let me handle this matter. Seeing Yi Chen stepping in, Shuesuin told Yi Chen to leave this matter to her. Let me take care of them. These two people really dare to insult my wife. Beautiful. Yi Chen said to Shuesuin that he would handle these two old monsters. Shuesuin felt a very sweet feeling in her heart. She felt happy to be praised by Yi Chen. No matter what kind of woman, they would be weakened by the praise that Yi Chen's sweet words carried. Okay, if that's what you want, then do it. Shuesuin finally let Yi Chen handle these two old monsters. Shuesuin quite believed in Yi Chen's strength. Yi Chen should be able to handle Hong Mao and Hong Duyun so easily. Brat who you are, how dare you interfere in our battle? Hong Mao told Yi Chen to get out of the way. They had business to settle with Shuesuin. Your opponent is me, so come here. Yi Chen said that he would be the opponent for Hong Mao and Hong Duyun. You really don't know the difference between heaven and earth. Let me tell you the difference in our strength. Hong Mao advanced towards Yi Chen, intending to attack Yi Chen who was in front of him. Thunder Hammer Fist. Hong Mao's fist turned into a thunder hammer. Hong Mao intended to use the thunder hammer fist to kill Yi Chen. Hong Mao really didn't hold back. He was using his full strength in carrying out this attack. Husband, be careful. Zhang Shiyun told Yi Chen to be careful. He was worried about Yi Chen's safety. Shiyun, don't worry, husband will be fine, trust him. Shuesuin told Zhang Shiyun to believe in Yi Chen's abilities. Yi Chen can definitely win against the attack launched by Hong Mao. Die, you bastard. Hong Mao landed his punch at Yi Chen. The speed of Hong Mao's blows was so amazing, some people could barely see the movements of Hong Mao's attacks. Yi Chen could clearly see the attack that Hong Mao was going to make. He began to stretch out his hand to fend off Hong Mao's attack. Boom! Hong Mao thunder hammer hit Yi Chen's hand, which was used to block this attack. Ha ha ha, die you brat. Hong Mao's words immediately stopped in his throat. He saw that Yi Chen was holding back the thunder hammer fist's attack. It's too easy to endure. Yi Chen said that Hong Mao's attack was too easy for him to endure. Hong Mao was speechless when he saw Yi Chen parry his attack only with his bare hands. Yi Chen used his other hand to hit Hong Mao's head. Bam. Hong Mao was beaten down and hit the plant very hard. Boom. The ground under Yi Chen immediately had a hole when it was hit by Hong Mao. The diameter of this hole was not small, at least it's tens of miles. It could be seen that the power used by Yi Chen was quite strong. Hong Duyun gawked when he saw the strength possessed by Yi Chen. It was unexpected that the young man who himself underestimated had such amazing strength. The spectators who were here were as shocked as Hong Duyun's. They couldn't believe Yi Chen hit an ancestor from the gates of eternity sect so easily. Bastard. Hong Mao's rise up from the hole. It was seen that Hong Mao was very angry with Yi Chen. Hong Mao's head was currently filled with blood. It seemed like Yi Chen's attack just made Hong Mao's head leak. Hong Mao was very angry when he found out that his head was badly injured because of Yi Chen's attack. Hong Mao had to take revenge. For what Yi Chen had just done, Hong Mao's body began to be covered by lightning red like blood. Besides that, Hong Mao's skin color also turned red like blood. Chapter 845, I will drag you with me. From this alone it can be seen that Hong Mao used the forbidden technique Thunder Spirit of Life to deal with Yi Chen. Brat, I will kill you. Hong Mao said that if he was going to kill Yi Chen must really pay for what happened to him. Don't just talk a lot, show me the strength you have. Yi Chen told Hong Mao not to talk much. Yi Chen hates people who talk a lot but don't have a power. Hong Mao hated Yi Chen more and more. He felt that Yi Chen was very annoying and was very shameless to himself. Whoosh. Hong Mao darted towards Yi Chen. He began to stretch out his hands towards Yi Chen's neck. Hong Mao's hands were currently covered with lightning. Hong Mao's hands were now like a knife that could cut anything he held. Sky Wind Law. Yi Chen's used the Sky Wind Law technique to attack Hong Mao, who was heading towards him. A very strong wind shot out from Yi Chen's body. This wind immediately blew Hong Mao, who intended to harm Yi Chen. Arg again. Hong Mao was flown by quite loudly. Hong Mao's fate is really very bad. He has been treated like this twice by Yi Chen. Cough. Hong Mao vomited a mouthful of blood. The wind that hit his body was so intense that it made his internal organs shift slightly. This brat's power really doesn't make sense at all. How could this person have such strength at such a young age? Hong Mao was confused by the strength displayed by Yi Chen. The strength possessed by Yi Chen was completely abnormal. If it continued like this, Hong Mao would not be able to win against Yi Chen. Hong Mao also only had a little time to use the thunder spirit of life. He shouldn't waste any more time. I will try to end this with just one strike. Hong Mao decided to end this with just one strike. Hong Mao got up from the ground, he heading back towards where Yi Chen was. After arriving near Yi Chen, Hong Mao started making a very strange hand gesture. Yi Chen saw that Hong Mao still didn't give up when fighting against him. This old man still insisted on fighting him. After a while, Hong Man finished making strange hand movements. Heaven Thunder Sword. Hong Mao started to raise two of his fingers towards the sky. When Hong Mao did this, red lightning began to gather on top of his two fingers. Lightning began to gather and form a sword, the size of this sword increasing every second. In just a matter of a few breaths, the sword made of red lightning had become immense. This sword was at least several kilometers long and several hundred meters in diameter. The sword is made of dozens also to the hundreds of lightning strikes. If to burst power, definitely will be terrible destruction once. This is like a nuclear bomb that could explode at any time. Brat, let's see if you can fight this strongest technique I have. Haha, Hong Mao burst out laughing. Once Yi Chen was hit by this attack, it was certain that Yi Chen would turn to ashes. Seeing Hong Mao's attacks that looked so powerful, Yi Chen decided to go higher up into the sky, starting to make a movement above the sky. Where are you going to run? I won't let you escape. Seeing Yi Chen trying to escape, Hong Mao immediately aimed at Yi Chen's body using the Heaven Thunder Sword. The Heaven Thunder Sword immediately rushed towards Yi Chen. The super large sword targeted Yi Chen, who was above the sky. It just so happened that Yi Chen had finished making the necessary preparations. Desolate Palm's second finger. Yi Chen used his Desolate Palm's second finger to deflect the attacks of the Heaven Thunder Sword that were heading his way. From behind the clouds appeared a giant palm with two fingers open. This giant palm began to descend towards the direction of the Heaven Thunder Sword. The Heaven Thunder Sword and Desolate Palms are getting closer to each other. Soon these two super strong attacks will collide. Boom! The collision was completely unavoidable. An extremely powerful impact could be felt by everyone within a few 100-mile radius of this place. Countless cultivators were blown away by the impact of the power generated by the Heaven Thunder Sword and Desolate Palms. Yeah. Hong Mao tried to defend the Heaven Thunder Sword he was using. Hong Mao didn't want the Heaven Thunder Sword to lose against Yi Chen's Desolate Palms technique. Crack, crack, crack. The Heaven Thunder Sword used by Hong Man started to erode. It could be seen that the Heaven Thunder Sword started to shatter in the hands of Desolate Palms. Cracked. Heaven Thunder Sword shattered under the power of the Desolate Palms. When the Heaven Thunder Sword was shattered, nothing else was in the way of Desolate Palms. Arg, no, Hong Mao shouted loudly enough, trying to escape the Desolate Palms' attack. Too bad Hong Mao couldn't do that because he didn't have the strength to do that. Boom. Hong Mao was hit by the Desolate Palm's second finger. An extremely powerful explosion occurred in this place. This explosion made a very strong earthquake. The earthquake produced by Desolate Palms can be felt by every area in the Holy Land of Kunlun. Hong Mao, who was hit by the Desolate Palms technique, would definitely die. There was no way Hong Mao could withstand such a powerful attack. Now that Hong Mao is dead, now it only remains to take care of Hong Duyan. From the beginning to the end, Hong Duyan only saw the battles Hong Mao and Yi Chen fought. He did not help Hong Mao, who looked troubled when fighting Yi Chen. Even though Hong Duyan really believed that Hong Mao could handle Yi Chen, he didn't expect Hong Mao to die at Yi Chen's hands. Now you just live alone. What are you going to do now? Yi Chen said to Hong Duyan. Yi Chen wants to know what Hong Duyan will do right now. TCH, it looks like I don't have a chance to win. Hong Duyan felt that he didn't have a chance to win against Yi Chen and his allies, so you decided to give up? Yi Chen said to Hong Duyan, my life and death are in this sect, because I don't have a chance to win against all of you, then I will try to bring some of you together with us to the afterlife. Hong Duyan said to Yi Chen that he would take some of the people in here with him to the funeral. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Yi Chen didn't understand what Hong Duyan was talking about. Maybe Hong Duyan was crazy because the Gates of Eternity sect had been destroyed. All of you who are in this place should immediately know what I mean. Hong Duyan said that Yi Chen and everyone in this place will know what he just said. Yi Chen and everyone in this place are getting more and more curious about what Hong Duyan will do. They all want to know what Hong Duyan will do. Chapter 846, Circle of Demon Sacrifice. Hong Duyan started to cup his hands forward. He began to chant a spell that was very strange for his to hear. What the hell is he doing? Yi Chen started to wonder what Hong Duyan was up to. Master, looks like this person intends to use a forbidden technique that requires a soul sacrifice. Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen that this person used a forbidden technique whose use had to use a soul sacrifice. What, are you sure about that? Yi Chen didn't believe that Hong Duyun would use such a forbidden technique that required a sacrifice to use it. After a while, Hong Duyun finally finished chanting his strange spell. Circle of demon sacrifice. Hong Duyun shouted towards the sky. Soon as the sky that was already dark turned red like blood, the clouds that were once dark have now turned red like blood. The lightning that was also currently striking was slightly blackish red. This was very, very strange for everyone around here. Suddenly hysterical screams occurred in almost all locations. These hysterical screams did not come from the cultivators of the royal family or the spring palace. These screams came from the disciples and the elder gates of the Eternity sect. Yi Chen immediately looked at the disciples and elders of the gates of Eternity sect. When Yi Chen looked at them, he found that blood had started to come out from these people's body parts. These people seemed to be in a lot of pain. Their souls seemed to have been absorbed by something that was beyond the clouds. This is bad. It looks like this person intends to inflame the people of his own sect. This old man is really out of his mind. Yi Chen really couldn't understand what Hong Duyun was doing. Hong Duyun really sacrificed people of his own sect to use forbidden techniques. Yi Chen had to stop this person. He couldn't allow Hong Duyun to do something cruel like this. Yi Chen tried to stop the madness that Hong Duyun was doing. Too bad before Yi Chen could act, Hong Duyun's body had been eroded and turned into a mist of blood. It's useless. Once the circle of demon sacrifice technique is activated, it can't be cancelled. Be prepared to all of you to come with me to the funeral. Hong Duyun burst laughter before he completely disappeared from this world. Damn it. Yi Chen was annoyed by this. That old man had actually done such a terrible thing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground around this place began to violently shake. The ground began to split open everywhere. An extremely hot lava rose from the split ground and gushed upwards. Everyone, leave this place immediately. Yi Chen told everyone to leave this place immediately. The phenomenon around this place is really absurd. Yi Chen might have no problem in this place, but this doesn't apply to cultivators from the royal family and the Spring Palace. They might be dragged into this calamity. If that happened, then it would be inconvenient for Yi Chen and the others. All the cultivators from the royal family and Spring Palace immediately left this place. They immediately moved away from this dangerous place. These people could sense an approaching danger, which was why they all immediately fled from this place. Husband, what's going on? Jia Yanyan, Zhang Shiyun, Shui Suyin, and other women came over to Yi Chen. They all wanted to know what was happening right now. Why suddenly something strange happened around the former Gates of Eternity sect building. Looks like the ancestor of the Gates of Eternity sect used a forbidden technique that inflated everyone from his own sect. Yi Chen explained what happened to Zhao Yanyan and the others. Hong Duyun is really very crazy. He incited innocent people to take revenge on us. Shui Suyin did not expect that Hong Duyun would do something crazy like this. That old monster is really very crazy. Zhang Shiyun also thought the same thing as Shui Suyin. She thought that Hong Duyun was quite crazy. Forget about that. Do you guys know what kind of forbidden technique is this? Nangong Xiang asked Shui Suyin and Zhang Shiyun. He wanted to know if the two of them knew what Hong Duyun was using. I never knew that the Gates of Eternity sect had this kind of technique. This is my first time seeing it. Shui Suyin said that this was the first time she had seen this kind of thing. I'm the same too. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Zhang Shiyun was also the first time seeing something like this. She didn't know what technique Hong Duyun had just used. Rumble, explosion, rumble, explosion, rumble, explosion. From the underground there was a very terrible explosion. Cracks are getting more and more severe from time to time. These cracks are spreading very quickly. If it continues like this, everything in the territory of the Gates of Eternity sect will vanish. The red clouds in the sky began to form a vortex of enormous size. This vortex began to descend down towards the cracks that were underground. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been sucked into the ground. It seemed that something in the ground was sucking these clouds into the cracks. When the red cloud entered, Yi Chen felt an extremely terrifying pressure. This pressure was more terrifying than the pressure of a cultivator who was in the divine nascent realm. What exactly is down there? Why is there such a terrible pressure down there? Yi Chen began to wonder what was down there. Master, it looks like there is a dangerous creature down there. I can feel that this creature is trying to get out from under there. Shu Yuechan felt a creature coming out from under there. This creature must be very strong. Considering the pressure that strongness has. Roar. From underground came a scream that could make the ears pain. What's under there? Why is the pressure this creature exudes so strong? Zhang Shiyun felt pressured by the pressure exerted by the being below there. Zhang Shiyun's cultivation base was still in the early divine nascent realm. Even though she was already in the early divine nascent realm, Zhang Shiyun was extremely pressured by the pressure emanating from the beings down there. It was not only Zhang Shiyun who felt pressured. Almost all women felt pressured when faced with the pressure emanating from the creatures that were underground. Bang, 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 the chunks of land that are below begin to rise and are thrown to the surface. Because they are mixed with lava, the chunks of rock that are thrown look like meteors falling from the sky. Everyone, let's retreat first. Yi Chen invited all the women who were near him to withdraw. Yi Chen felt that here was quite dangerous for them. Come, Jia Yanyan, and all the women nodded at Yi Chen. They completely agreed with Yi Chen's suggestion, who chose to temporarily retreat. This place was dangerous enough for all of them. They didn't know what being was below them. Chapter 847 Fight Giant Demon 1. Yi Chen and the woman retreated and moved away from this place. They were all looking for a safe place to see what was going on. Boom. A few moments after Yi Chen and the others left their place, an extremely powerful explosion occurred around the Gates of Eternity sect. This explosion was so strong that it made the ground around the Gates of Eternity sect lifted and scattered around all directions. The creature came out. Yi Chen felt that a creature that was hiding underground had finally come to the surface. Sure enough, a monster with an enormous size came to the surface. This monster had 2 sharp horns and an extremely terrifying face. This creature's body was covered in dark red lightning like blood. Gahahaha, I'm finally free. This huge monster burst out laughing when he found out that he had been freed. The voice possessed by this huge monster is really very terrible. Anyone will definitely be horrified when they hear the voice possessed by this huge monster. This monstrous monster was not completely free, only its upper body had come to the surface, while its lower body seemed to be still underground. Is that a demon? Yi Chen started to wonder if this huge monster was a demon or not. Yi Chen, it looks like that huge creature is a demon. Nangong Xiang said to Yi Chen that this huge monster was a demon. From the aura emitted by this monster, Nangong Xiang could tell that this monster was a very dangerous demon. Was the technique that the ancestor of the Gates of Eternity sect just used to summon a demon out? Yi Chen said in a low voice, Master, the possibility can happen. That old man has used a lot of soul offerings. It must be a technique to summon this demon. Shu Yuechan said to Yi Chen that it might happen. Hong Duyan had used almost all the elders and disciples of the Gates of Eternity sect to summon this monster. Most likely the forbidden technique used by Hong Duyan was a technique closely related to demons. It was unexpected that a large sect like the Gates of Eternity sect would have a technique to summon demons. Yi Chen did not expect that the Gates of Eternity sect would have a technique to summon such a large and powerful demon. Yi Chen turned his attention towards the gigantic demon in front of him. The giant demon tried to get out of the ground. When the giant demon tried to get out of the ground, the giant demon found that it couldn't pull its lower body off the ground. God damn it, I'm still not completely free. The giant demon felt furious when he found out that he was still not completely free from the seal that held him. You stupid humans, they definitely don't give proper offerings. The demon started cursing Hong Duyan, who didn't give himself a proper offering. If only Hong Duyan gave him a decent offering, then it was certain that he would be able to move freely without being trapped in this place. The giant demon began to look around this place. It just so happened that around this place there were a lot of strong cultivators from the royal family in the Spring Palace. Hiskahaha, that's great. I can use these guys to get out of this annoying prison. The giant demon intended to use this cultivator to break out of his seal. If a giant demon ate people, he would definitely be able to get out of the lava puddle that sealed him. When Yi Chen listened to the words of the giant demon, he felt a very bad feeling. Yi Chen felt that this demon had bad intentions for everyone around this place. Yi Chen's bad feelings became a reality. The giant demon began to stretch out his long arms towards Yi Chen and the cultivators near Yi Chen. Husband, this giant creature intends to attack us. Jia Yanyan told Yi Chen that the giant demon was trying to attack them all. Yanyan, you protect everyone who is here. Meanwhile, all of you please help me fight this giant demon. Yi Chen gave directions to all the women around him. Yi Chen gave directions to the women around him. Yi Chen needed everyone's help to deal with the demon who wanted to eat them all. Okay, we will try to help you as much as we can. All the women agreed to work together to help Yi Chen fight the demon. Jia Yanyan, Nangong Xiang, Nan Huatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shui Suyin, and Yi Xiu knew that the demon in front of them was very strong. They had to work together to fight this demon. Among all the women who were here, only Xingmei was unwilling to answer Yi Chen. Xingmei didn't seem to care much about things like this. Bad girl, you have to help too. Yi Chen told Xingmei to help them fight a strong enemy like this demon. I'm willing to help, but I want a gift from you. Xingmei said that she wanted a gift from Yi Chen. This bad girl really didn't want to give her help for free. If Yi Chen wanted help from Xingmei, Yi Chen had to give Xingmei a gift. Alright, after all this is over, I will give you what you want. Yi Chen had no choice but to promise Xingmei. Yi Chen did not have time to argue with Xingmei on the current situation. The demon in front of them was very dangerous. If he wasted his time serving Xing Mei, then that would be a problem. You promised, make sure to keep your promise later. Xing Mei was satisfied when she heard the answer given by Yi Chen. The answer given by Yi Chen was quite satisfying for Xing Mei. Let's make this monster return to its original place. Yi Chen said that he would return this terrible demon to its original place, which is underground. Fine. All the women agreed with what Yi Chen said. They should return this demon to the underground. Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yishou and Xing Mei immediately advanced towards the giant demon. They tried to destroy the giant demon's huge hand. Frost Age. Yi Chen used the Frost Age technique to seal the movements of the demons. When Yi Chen used the Frost Age technique, the giant demon's entire body froze into an ice statue. Even though Yi Chen's initial intention was only to freeze the giant demon's arm, it was unexpected that the demon's entire body froze completely. What Yi Chen did gave him a chance. Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu and Xing Mei to attack. Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu and Xing Mei did not miss the opportunity Yi Chen gave them. They all launched their respective attacks towards the demon. Nangong Xiang used the heavenly golden flame to attack the demon. Yixiu also used his yellow flames to attack the demons. Meanwhile, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin used their wind power to cut the demon's body. Meanwhile, Xing Mei used her sword to cut through the demon's body. Xing Mei was a cultivator who cultivated the lightning, so Xing Mei's techniques wouldn't be of much use against a demon who had lightning shields all over her body. Even though she couldn't use the power of the heavenly lightning law that she was proud of, Xing Mei's physical strength was still more than enough to fight a demon. Xing Mei was very confident that she could win against this ugly giant demon. Chapter 848, Fight Giant Demon 2, Boom, Boom. Slash. 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 The attacks carried out by Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu and Xing Mei directly hit the giant demon's body. Due to the impact of the attacks carried out by all the women, extremely dense dust enveloped the giant demon's body. Did it work? Yi Chen and all the women were curious whether their attack had succeeded or not in incapacitating the giant demon. Was some mercury-sized arm attacked Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu and Xing Mei. Everyone avoiding Yi Chen told Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu and Xing Mei to leave as quickly as possible from where they were now. Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu and Xing Mei immediately retreated as fast as they could. Boom! A very powerful explosion occurred due to the giant demon's attack. Luckily Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu and Xing Mei had left there. If they didn't leave this place, maybe they could be seriously injured or even die. You lowly humans dare to attack this king. Giant demon was angry with Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu and Xing Mei who dared to injure him. That attack just barely scratched this monster. How strong is this demon? Nanhuatze couldn't believe that their combined attack could only slightly scratch the giant demon's arm. This demon is too strong. If he is completely free from the seal, then it will be very dangerous. Nangong Xiang could not think anymore. If this giant demon managed to escape from the seal, just now the power of the giant demon is already very strong. If the giant demon is released from the seal, then the giant demon's strength will definitely be very terrible. Our chances of defeating this giant demon are limited. If this giant demon manages to break free from the seal that shackles him, then we won't have a chance to win. Yi Chen said to all the women that they only have a limited chance. If the giant demon is completely free, then they can't win. All of the women who were here nodded. They completely agreed with the words that Yi Chen had just said. They had to defeat the giant demon before the giant demon was free from the seal holding him. All of you quickly see, that monster's arm is healing really fast. Xing Mei said to Yi Chen and all the women that the giant demon's arm was healed at a terrifying speed. Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu were stunned when they saw this. It seemed that the enemy had a very fast regeneration rate. Damn it, why does the demon race have the ability to regenerate this fast? Yi Chen cursed very loudly. Why did the demon race have this rate of regeneration at this rate? Did all demon races really have this rate of regeneration? Foolish human, I will eat you all. Giant demon again stretched out his hand towards Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yixiu and Xing Mei, intending to win everything. Chain of light. When the giant demon's arm was about to catch Yi Chen and the others, a chain of light appeared and shackled the giant monster's arm. Zhao Yanyan at the back wouldn't let the giant demon catch Yi Chen and the others. He decided to help seal the giant demon's movements, while Zhao Yanyan was sealing the giant Demon's movements, the cultivators from the royal family and the spring palace helped Zhao Yanyan attack the giant demon. Everyone quickly retreat. Zhao Yanyan told everyone to retreat first. The giant demon seemed to be stronger than they all thought. Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yushiu and Xing Mei immediately retreated to rearrange their formation. It's a shame that the attacks carried out by the cultivators of the royal family and the spring palace didn't help much. They all barely worked against the giant demon. Where do you want to run away? I will not let you guys run away that easily. I will eat you all. The giant demon began to move his large arm. When the giant demon moved his arm, Zhao Yanyan's chain of light started to make a gurgling sound. It could be seen that the technique chain of light Zhao Yanyan used was unable to hold the giant demon's movements any longer. Sword of Light Zhao Yanyan's immediately used his Sword of Light technique to attack the giant monster's arm. Hundreds of swords of light appeared around the giant monster's arm. These hundreds of swords of light directly pierced the giant monster's arm. Arg, it hurts. The giant monster screamed in pain when the blade of light pierced his arm. Yi Chen looked directly at the giant demon. It seemed that the light technique used by Zhao Yanyan had a painful effect on the giant demon. I see, this demon is weak against light. Yi Chen now understood that this giant demon was weak against Zhao Yanyan's light element. Alright, I have an idea to win against this giant demon. Yi Chen had an idea that could make himself win against this giant demon. Inger, come out. Yi Chen told Inger to come out and help himself. When Yi Chen summoned Inger, divine Yin Yang sword immediately appeared in Yi Chen's right hand. All of you please evacuate everyone from this place, Yi Chen said to Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yushiu and Xing Mei to evacuate people away from this place. Yi Chen already knows the purpose of this giant monster. It looks like the giant monster wants to eat everyone here to make a sacrifice so that he can escape the seal that holds him. That meant that if the cultivators from the royal family and the spring palace remained here, this would make it easier for the giant demon to be free from the seals that shackled its lower body. It was better for Yi Chen to have these people go as far away from this place as possible. Husband, are you sure you want to fight this monster alone? Zhang Shiyun began to worry about the safety of Yi Chen, who wanted to fight this giant demon alone. You don't need to worry, believe me, you all hurry up and take these people away from this place. Meanwhile, Yan Yan, please help me from behind. Yi Chen told all the women to believe in him. Here Yi Chen only needed help from Zhao Yan, while for the others, they could help him to evacuate the people who were still around this place. Everyone, believe into Yi Chen. Let's do what we have to do. Nangong Xiang said to Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yushiu to believe in Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang herself had enough confidence in Yi Chen's ability. Yi Chen could definitely win against this giant demon. There was no way that a man who could melt his heart would become an ordinary man. Yi Chen would definitely have a way to win against a giant demon. Nangong Xiang's words made Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yushiu believe in Yi Chen. They all started to believe that Yi Chen could win against the giant demon. Nangong Xiang, Nanhuatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, Yushiu and Xing Mei immediately went to evacuate everyone to get as far away from this place as possible. They all left Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan alone in this place. Chapter 849, Fight Giant Demon. 3. Husband, what are your plans now? Zhao Yanyan asked what plan Yi Chen had right now. Yanyan, you help me by using your goddess melody technique. I'm sure you already know what you have to do. Yi Chen briefly explained what the two of them should do now. Okay, I understand. Zhao Yanyan immediately understood. He would do his job. He would become a support for Yi Chen. Good, then let's do it. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction at Zhao Yanyan. Now he was going to go up against the giant demon. Yi Chen advanced towards the giant demon, while Zhao Yanyan started playing the Saint Light Zither to give Yi Chen support. When Zhao Yanyan started playing her Saint Light Zither, Yi Chen felt that his strength had increased several times. This was the first time Yi Chen experienced Zhao Yanyan's goddess melody technique. Zhao Yanyan is now only focused on giving buff to Yi Chen's strength, therefore the benefits that Yi Chen will get will be many times over. Want to go where you guys? I will not let you go so easily. Seeing the cultivators who should be his food leave this place, the giant demon was very angry. He tried to stop these people from leaving this place. If he didn't get more blood, then it was certain that he wouldn't be able to get out of this annoying puddle. Stop averting your eyes. Your opponent is me, Yi Chen said to the giant demon who intends to stop cultivators from the royal family and the spring palace who intend to escape from this place. Human bastard, don't get in my way, I'll kill you. Giant demon was really angry with Yi Chen. He felt annoyed seeing Yi Chen, who always blocked his path. Red lightning balls from the giant demon's body started to pop out, several human-sized lightning balls. These lightning balls shot towards Yi Chen. Shadow clone Yi Chen's cast dozens of shadows to outwit the giant demon. He hoped that the clone he made could outwit the attacks carried out by the giant demon. Sure enough, the red lightning ball that was just issued by the giant demon began to hunt the clone that was summoned by Yi Chen. With the giant demon's red lightning ball attack being tricked, Yi Chen felt he had more freedom in attacking the giant demon, truly troublesome human being. The giant demon felt that Yi Chen was such a pain. The giant demon's arms began to change into an enormous lightning sword. When the giant demon's arm turned into a lightning sword, Zhao Yanyan's chain of light was immediately cut into pieces. It could be seen that the giant demon's arm that had turned into a sword was extremely sharp. It seems that this giant demon can modify its body at will. The giant demon is even able to make its arms into a huge and very long lightning sword. Die.
You human! The giant demon swung its sword arm towards Yi Chen.
Inger, get ready to fight. Let's beat this ugly monster. Yi Chen said to Inger to get ready. He would come face to face with this giant demon's attack. Yi Chen used part of the heavily armor on his arm which he used to hold the divine yin yang sword. With the help of the heavily armor, Yi Chen was sure he could fend off the attacks from the giant demon. Clang! A very loud crashing sound occurred. Divine yin yang sword facing the giant demon's sword arm. This impact made the earth and boulders around here fly everywhere. It could be seen that the strength of what Yi Chen and the giant demon had just used was almost equal. In the exchange of these attacks, Yi Chen was forced back several hundred meters. It can be seen that Yi Chen still can't match the giant demon even after using the help of the heavily armor, divine yin yang sword and buff the strength given by Zhao Yanyan. Damn, my arm feels numb. Yi Chen felt his arm go numb when he received an attack from a giant demon. Master, why are you so reckless? How could you take a demon's attack in such a manner? Shu Yuechan started to scold Yi Chen for the carelessness he had just done. Earlier that was a very dangerous thing. If only Yi Chen didn't get help from heavenly armor, the buff strength given by Zhao Yanyan, then it is certain that Yi Chen might get hurt when he met the giant demon's attack. Sorry. Seeing that Shu Yuechan was very worried about what he had just done, Yi Chen had to apologize to Shu Yuechan. He knew that what he had just done was something very dangerous. It's good if you understand. Next time don't do things like that again. Shu Yuechan was happy that Yi Chen understood what she had just said. Shu Yuechan hoped that Yi Chen would no longer repeat things like that. Yi Chen refocused his attention on the giant demon. When Yi Chen returned to focus his attention on the giant demon, Yi Chen found that the giant demon's sword arm was injured by the attack he just did. Even though this wound wasn't too wide, still Yi Chen's just now was able to injure the giant demon. The divine yin yang sword is powerful enough to fight demons that have the ability to regenerate quickly. This can be seen from the wounds of the giant demon that cannot regenerate on its own. What the hell? Why my body can't regenerate? The giant demon looked surprised to find that his body could not regenerate. The wound on his arm couldn't heal like before. This was really very strange. Giant demon relies heavily on his regeneration ability. It is one of the most powerful powers he has. The only drawback of this regeneration technique is that when fighting light element users, usually the wounds caused by light element users will be a little difficult to heal, strangely. Right now his wounds really can't heal. This is a very strange thing for a giant demon. Looks like my attack was successful. Yi Chen was satisfied to see the giant demon who looked panicked when he found out that he could not regenerate. Now that Yi Chen has the confidence to win against the giant demon, Yi Chen has the key to victory in the form of the divine yin yang sword in his hand. The divine yin yang sword is truly the natural enemy of God and demon. Yin Yan, you distract this giant demon. I'll attack him back. Yi Chen wanted Zhao Yanyan to distract the giant demon while he went to attack the giant demon. Okay, Zhao Yanyan nodded at Yi Chen. She would try to distract from the giant demon. Good, then let's start. Yi Chen was very confident in Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen was very sure that Zhao Yanyan could distract from the giant demon. Yi Chen didn't think much. He immediately went towards the giant demon. Human bastard, how dare you injure the king's body? I will make you pay for it. Giant demon was very angry with Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very brave to injure himself. The giant demon started attacking Yi Chen using his extremely sharp sword arm. Chapter 850 Fight Giant Demon. 4. Chain of Light, Sword of Light. Zhao Yanyan immediately used two of her techniques to attack the giant demon, intending to use this technique to distract the giant demon from Yi Chen. Chains of light and swords of light instantly appeared and attacked the giant demon's body. Our giant demon roared in pain as it received Zhao Yanyan's smooth attack. Light is a demon's greatest weakness, so it shouldn't be strange that Zhao Yanyan's attacks were painful to the giant demon. Damn woman, don't bother me. The giant demon turned its attention to Zhao Yanyan. According to him, the power of light possessed by Zhao Yanyan was very disturbing to him. What Zhao Yanyan did was successful. She managed to turn the giant demon's attention to her. Yi Chen didn't miss the opportunity Zhao Yanyan gave him. He immediately opened his wind veins. By opening the Sage God wind veins, Yi Chen's speed increased very rapidly. Alright, let's chop up this monster. With the increased speed he had, Yi Chen believed that he could attack the giant demon at will. 9 Shadow Step. Yi Chen used 9 Shadow Step to attack the giant demon. When Yi Chen did this, Yi Chen's attack speed was amazing. Slash, slash, slash. In a matter of seconds, Yi Chen had landed hundreds of slashes on the giant demon's body. Arg. The giant demon felt pain all over his body from the attack made by Yi Chen. The attack that Yi Chen had carried out was as painful as the attack that came from Zhao Yanyan. You two are really human bastards. The giant demon was already furious with Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan. These two lowly humans were really getting into a lot of trouble.
Damn, so hard.
Yi Chen had a hard time slashing the giant demon's body. The giant demon was so hard that it was hard to cut it into pieces. Yi Chen could only inflict a pretty deep wound on the body of a giant demon. Although this wound was deep enough for Yi Chen, it was still not enough to harm a giant demon. When Yi Chen wanted to attack the giant demon, a terrifying black wind began to envelop the giant demon's body. Seeing the wind with terrifying power envelop the giant demon's body, Yi Chen retreated slightly. Yi Chen wanted to see what this giant demon would do. The black wind completely enveloped the giant demon's body. When this happened, the giant demon's body, which was previously red, began to turn black. 6 black demon wings began to appear behind the giant demon's back, plus the black wind enveloped the giant demon's body. Human, you two have forced me to show my real body, now you will feel the consequences. The giant demon began to flap the 6 wings behind its back. When the giant demon did this, a terrifying wind started shrouding around this place. Several super large tornadoes were starting to form around this place. These vortex sucked everything around this place into tornado. All the objects that entered the tornado instantly turned into dust particles. It could be seen that this tornado was like countless swords. This is bad.
Yan Yan is in danger. Yi Chen immediately went towards Zhao Yanyan.
Yi Chen was worried that Zhao Yanyan would be hurt if he was sucked into this tornado. Yi Chen himself already had the inheritance of the wind from the sage god. That meant that this tornado would not be able to injure him. The problem was that Zhao Yanyan was not the same as Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan could still be injured if she got too close to this super large tornado. Yanyan, come here. Yi Chen immediately pulled Zhao Yanyan to his side, trying to secure Zhao Yanyan from the tornado. Ha, you two are looking for trouble with the wrong people. Be prepared to accept the consequences. The giant demon laughed when he saw Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan, who were panicking about the tornado he had just created. The giant demon started to control all the existing tornado towards Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan. Dozens of tornado immediately headed towards Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan were immediately surrounded by all the tornado that were around the two of them. Whoosh, all the tornado crashed into each other. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan were trapped directly in them. When all the tornado of the hurricane crash into each other,
it can be seen that these tornadoes are starting to
coalesce into one and create an even bigger tornado. Nearly everything hundreds of miles away from this place is sucked into this tornado. Ha ha, feel that giant demon laughed when he saw Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan trapped in the tornado. The giant demon was very confident that Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan would die in the tornado that was like billions of rotating flying swords. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan were still holding out in the tornado. Both of them were currently fine within this tornado. Husband, the giant demon seems to be getting stronger and stronger. He now has terrible strength. Zhao Yanyan said to Yi Chen that the giant demon is getting stronger and stronger. Yanyan, you are absolutely right. The giant demon is getting stronger. Plus he can change his power like this. Yi Chen completely agreed with Zhao Yanyan's words. Giant demon has indeed become more and more stronger after changing form. Yi Chen had to rethink the way to defeat the giant demon.
The skin of the giant demon is very hard. The divining young sword has a little trouble penetrating the giant demon's skin.
Yi Chen really had a hard time breaking through the giant demon's thick skin. If only Yi Chen could penetrate the giant demon's skin, then Yi Chen might be able to win against the giant demon. This giant demon's skin is really tough. If only we could attack the inside of this giant demon's body, then we might have a chance to kill him, Zhao Yanyan said to Yi Chen. Yanyan, there it is. When he heard Zhao Yanyan's words,
Yi Chen had an idea to defeat this giant demon.
What? Zhao Yanyan asked what Yi Chen was thinking. We can defeat this giant demon from within.
I'm sure this giant demon's inner body will be very weak.
Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan of his idea. The way to defeat an enemy who had a strong body like this was to destroy it from within. That was the most effective method that could be used in a situation like this. The outer body of a giant demon may be very hard, while the inner body of a giant demon will become soft. To defeat a giant demon, Yi Chen needs to destroy this giant demon from within. For that, Yi Chen needs to enter the body of a giant demon. But isn't it too risky to enter the body
of a giant demon?
Zhao Yanyan felt that what Yi Chen was doing was too risky. You don't need to worry. I have a way of doing that. Yi Chen had a way of doing this. That way he could stay in the giant demon's body.